right? And so I was like, okay, well, that's just not going to look nice. Let's just use square brackets. 2 square brackets makes a link. That may have been an option in the software. I'm not sure I thought of square brackets, but anyway, we just did that, which worked really well. It makes nice links, and you can see in it's red links or blue links depending on if the page exists or not. But the thing that didn't occur to me to even think about is that, for example, on the German language standard keyboard, there is no square bracket. So for German Wikipedia to succeed, people had to learn to do some alt codes to get the square bracket, or a lot of users cut and paste a square bracket where they find one, they just cut and paste one in. And yet, German Wikipedia has been a massive success, so somehow that didn't slow people down.
How is the German keyboard? You don't know the square bracket. How do you program it? How do you live its life to its fullest?
That's a very good question. I'm not really sure. Maybe it does now because keyboard standards have, drifted out over time and becomes useful to have a certain character. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, there's not really a W character in Italian, and it wasn't on keyboard, or I think it is now. But in general, W is not a letter in the Italian language, but it appears in enough international words that it's crept into.
And all of these things are probably Wikipedia articles.
Oh yes,
Discussion of square bracket.
Whole discussion, sure,
on both the English and the German Wikipedia, and the difference between those two might be very interesting. So Wikidata is fascinating, but even the broader discussion of what is an encyclopedia, you go to that sort of philosophical question of what is an encyclopedia.
So the way I would put it is an encyclopedia, or what our goal is the sum of all human knowledge. But sum meaning summary. So, and this was an early debate. I mean, somebody started uploading the full text of Hamlet, for example. And there's, wait, hold on a second. That's not an encyclopedia article, but why not? So hence was born Wikisource, which is where you put original text and things like that, out of copyright text. Because they said, no, an encyclopedia article about Hamlet, that's a perfectly valid thing, but the actual text of the play is not an encyclopedia article. So most of it's fairly obvious, but there are some interesting quirks and differences. So, for example, as I understand it, in French language encyclopedias, traditionally, it would be quite common to have recipes, which in English language that would be unusual. You wouldn't find a recipe for chocolate cake in Britannica. And so I actually don't know the current state, having thought about that for many, many years now.
State of cake recipes in Wikipedia, in English Wikipedia.
I wouldn't say there's chocolate cake recipes. I mean, you might find a sample recipe somewhere. I'm not saying there are none, but in general, no. Like, we wouldn't have recipes.
I told myself I would not get outraged in this conversation, but now I'm deeply upset.
It's actually very complicated. I love to cook. I'm actually quite a good cook. What's interesting is that it's very hard to have a neutral recipe, because
like a canonical recipe.
A canonical recipe is kind of difficult to come by, because there's so many variants and it's all debatable and interesting. For something like chocolate cake, you could probably say, here's one of the earliest recipes, or here's one of the most common recipes. But for many, many things, the variants are as interesting. Somebody said to me recently, 10 Spaniards, 12 paella recipes. So these are all matters of open discussion.
Well, just to throw some numbers, as of May 27, 2023, there are 6.66 million articles in the English Wikipedia containing over 4.3 billion words, including articles. The total number of pages is 58 million. Does that blow your mind?
I mean, yes, it does. I mean, it doesn't, because I know those numbers and see them from time to time, but in another sense, a deeper sense, yeah, it does. I mean, it's really remarkable. I remember when English Wikipedia passed 100,000 articles. I mean, German Wikipedia passed 100,000, because I happened to be in Germany with a bunch of Wikipedians that time. And, then it seemed quite big. I mean, we knew at that time that it was nowhere near complete. I remember at Wikimania in Harvard, when we did our annual conference there in Boston, someone who had come to the conference from Poland had brought along with them a small encyclopedia, a single volume encyclopedia of biographies. So short biographies, normally a paragraph or so, about famous people in Poland. And there were some 22,000 entries. And he pointed out that even then, 2006, Wikipedia felt quite big. And he said, in English Wikipedia, there's only a handful of these, less than 10%, I think he said. And so then you realize, yeah, actually, who was the mayor of Warsaw in 1873? Don't know. Probably not in English Wikipedia, but it probably might be today. But there's so much out there. And of course, what we get into when we're talking about how many entries there are and how many could there be, is this very deep philosophical issue of notability, which is the question of, well, how do you draw the limit? How do you draw, what is there? So sometimes people say, oh, there should be no limit, but I think that doesn't stand up to much scrutiny if you really pause and think about it. So I see in your hand there, you've got a big pen, pretty standard. Everybody's seen, billions of those in life. Classic. It's a classic, clear, big pen. So could we have an entry about that big pen? Well, I bet we do. That type of big pen, because it's classic. Everybody knows it, and it's got a history. And actually, there's something interesting about the big company. They make pens. They also make kayaks. And there's something else different. So basically, they're sort of a definition by an essentials company. Anything that's long
borrow your fucking
and plastic.
Wow.
So if you want to find the common ground.
The platonic form of a big.
But could we have an article about that very big pen in your hand? Lex Friedman's big pen as of this week.
The very
specific instance.
Dude, is this Jimmy Wales?
Lex Friedman's big pen as of this week.
The very
specific
It is.
instance.
You look better when you're
no,
asking for money, dog. I didn't think you were
They're sort of a definition of non-essential company. Anything that's long and plastic.
Wow.
So if you want to find
the platonic form of a big.
But could we have an article about that very big pen in your hand? Like Friedman's big pen as of this week.
The
very specific instance. The answer is no. There's not much known about it. I dare say.
Yo,
unless,
Jimmy, shut the fuck
it's
up.
very
Go back,
special.
dog. Go back.
Yeah, but
Back.
what is there? So sometimes people say, oh, there should be no limit, but I think that doesn't stand up to much scrutiny if you really pause and think about it. So I see in your hand there, you've got a big pen, pretty standard. Everybody's seen, billions of those in life. Classic. It's a classic, clear, big pen. So could we have an entry about that big pen? Well, I bet we do. That type of big pen, because it's classic. Everybody knows it, and it's got a history. And actually, there's something interesting about the big company. They make pens. They also make kayaks, and there's something else different. So basically, they're sort of a definition by non-essentials company. Anything that's long and plastic. That's what they make.
Wow.
So if you want to find
the platonic form of a big.
But could we have an article about that very big pen in your hand? Lex Friedman's big pen as of this week.
The
very specific instance. The answer is no. There's not much known about it. I dare say, unless it's very special to you and your great grandmother gave it to you or something. You probably know very little about it as a pen. It's just here in the office. So that's just to show there is a limit. And in German Wikipedia, they used to talk about the rear nut of the wheel of Uli Fuchs' bicycle. Uli Fuchs, the well-known Wikipedian of the time, to sort of illustrate that you can't have an article about literally everything. So then it raises the question, what can you have an article about, what can't you? And that can vary depending on the subject matter. One of the areas where we try to be much more careful would be biographies. The reason is, a biography of a living person, if you get it wrong, it can actually be quite hurtful, quite damaging. And so if someone is a private person, and someone tries to create a Wikipedia entry, there's no way to update it. There's not much known. So, for example, an encyclopedia article about my mother. My mother, school teacher, later pharmacist, wonderful woman, but never been in the news. I mean, other than me talking about why there shouldn't be a Wikipedia entry, it's probably made it in somewhere, standard example. But, there's not enough known. And you could sort of imagine a database of genealogy, having date of birth, date of death, some certain elements like that of other people, but you couldn't really write a biography. One of the areas this comes up quite often is what we call BLP1A. We've got lots of acronyms. Biography of a living person who's notable for only one event. It's a real sort of danger zone. The type of example would be a victim of a crime. So someone who's a victim of a famous serial killer, but about whom, like, really not much is known. They weren't a public person, they're just a victim of a crime. We really shouldn't have an article about that person. They'll be mentioned, of course, and maybe the specific crime might happen. But for that person, no, not really. It's not really something that makes any sense, because how can you write a biography about someone you don't know much about? And this is,
killed by a serial
it
killer.
varies from
They breathe air.
So, for example, for many academics, we will have an entry that we might not have in a different context, because for an academic, it's important to have sort of their career, what papers they've published, things like that. You may not know anything about their personal life, but that's actually not encyclopedically relevant in the same way that it is for a member of a royal family, where it's obviously all about the family. So, we're fairly nuanced about notability and where it comes in. And I've always thought that the term notability, I think, is a little problematic. We struggle about how to talk about it. The problem with notability is it can feel insulting. So I don't know that you're not noteworthy. My mother's noteworthy. She's a really important person in my life, right? So that's but it's more like verifiability. Is there a way to get information that actually makes an encyclopedia entry?
It so happens that there's a Wikipedia page about me, as I've learned recently. And the first thought I had when I saw that was, surely I'm not notable. So I was very surprised and grateful that such a page could exist. And actually just allow me to say thank you to all the incredible people that are part of creating and maintaining Wikipedia. It's my favorite website on the internet, the collection of articles that Wikipedia has created. It's just incredible. We'll talk about the various details of that, but the love and care that goes into creating pages for individuals, for Big Pen, for all this kind of stuff is just really incredible. So I just felt the love when I saw that page. But I also felt, just because I do this podcast, and I just through this podcast gotten to know a few individuals that are quite controversial. I've gotten to be on the receiving end of something quite, to me as a person who loves other human beings, I've gone to be at the receiving end of some kind of attacks through the Wikipedia form. Like you said, when you look at living individuals, it can be quite hurtful. The little details of information. And because I've become friends with Elon Musk and have interviewed him, but I've also interviewed people on the left, far left, people on the right, some people would say far right. And so now you take a step, you put your toe into the cold pool of politics, and the shark emerges from the depths and pulls you right in. Boiling hot. It's hot. And so I get to experience some of that. I think what you also realize is there has to be Wikipedia kind of credible sources, verifiable sources, and there's a dance there because some of the sources are pieces of journalism, and of course journalism operates under its own complicated incentives, such that people can write articles that are not factual or are cherry picking, all the flaws they can have in a journalistic article, and those can be used as sources. It's like they dance hand in hand, and so for me, sadly enough, there was a really kind of concerted attack to say that I was never at MIT, I never did anything at MIT. Just to clarify, I am a research scientist at MIT. I've been there since 2015. I'm there today. I'm at a prestigious, amazing laboratory called LIDS, and I hope to be there for a long time. I work in AI, robotics, machine learning. There's a lot of incredible people there, and by the way, MIT has been very kind to defend me. Unlike Wikipedia says, it is not an unpaid position. There was no controversy. It was all very calm. and happy, almost boring research that I've been doing there. And the other thing, because I am half Ukrainian, half Russian, and I've traveled to Ukraine, and I will travel to Ukraine again, and I will travel to Russia for some very difficult conversations. My heart's been broken by this war. I have family in both places. It's been a really difficult time. But the little battle about the biography there also starts becoming important for the first time for me. I also want to clarify, sort of personally, use this opportunity of some inaccuracies there. My father was not born in Chkalsk, Russia. He was born in Kiev, Ukraine. I was born in Chkalsk, which is a town not in Russia. There is a town called that in Russia. There's another town in Tajikistan, which is a former republic of the Soviet Union. That town is now called Buston, Buston, which is funny because we're now in Austin and also I'm in Boston. It seems like my whole life is surrounded by these kinds of towns. So I was born in Tajikistan, and the rest of the biography is interesting, but my family is very evenly distributed between their origins and where they grew up between Ukraine and Russia, which adds a whole beautiful complexity to this whole thing. So I want to just correct that. It's like the fascinating thing about Wikipedia is, in some sense, those little details don't matter. But in another sense, what I felt when I saw a Wikipedia page about me or anybody I know is this beautiful kind of saving that this person existed. Like a community that notices you. It says, like a little, you see like a butterfly that floats, and you're like, huh, it's not just any butterfly, it's that one. I like that one. Or you see a puppy or something, or it's this big pen. This one, I remember this one has this scratch, and you get noticed in that way. And I don't know, it's a beautiful thing, and maybe it's very silly of me and naive, but I feel like Wikipedia, in terms of individuals, is an opportunity to celebrate people, to celebrate ideas,
For sure.
and not a battleground of attacks, of the kind of stuff we might see on Twitter, like the mockery, the derision, this kind of stuff.
For sure.
And of course, you don't want to cherry pick. All of us have flaws and so on, but it just feels like to highlight a controversy of some sort. And that doesn't at all represent the entirety of the human. In most cases, it's sad.
Yeah. There's a few things to unpack in all that. So first, one of the things I always find very interesting is, your status with MIT. Okay, that's upsetting, and it's an argument and can be sorted out. But then what's interesting is you gave as much time to that, which is actually important and relevant to your career and so on, to also where your father was born, which most people would hardly notice, but is really meaningful to you. And I find that a lot when I talk to people about a biography of Wikipedia, is they're often as annoyed by a tiny error that no one's going to notice. Like this town in Tajikistan has got a new name and so on. Like nobody even knows what that means or whatever, but it can be super important. And so that's one of the reasons, for biographies, we say like human dignity really matters. And so, some of the things have to do with, and this is a common debate that goes on in Wikipedia, is what we call undue weight. So I'll give an example. There was an article I stumbled across many years ago about the mayor. Or no, he wasn't a mayor. He was a city council member. I think he was Peoria, Illinois, but some small town in the Midwest. And the entry, he's been on the city council for 30 years or whatever. He's frankly, pretty boring guy, and seems like a good local city politician. But in this very short article, there was a whole paragraph, a long paragraph, about his son being arrested for DUI. And it was clearly undue weight. It's like, what does this got to do with this guy, if it even deserves a mention? It wasn't even clear, had he done anything hypocritical? Had he done himself anything wrong? Even was his son got a DUI. That's never great. It happens to people. It doesn't seem like a massive scandal for your dad. So, of course, I just took that out immediately. This is a long, long time ago. And that's the sort of thing where, we have to really think about in a biography and about controversies to say, is this a real controversy? So in general, like one of the things we tend to say is like any section, if there's a biography and there's a section called controversies, that's actually poor practice because it just invites people to say, oh, I want to work on this issue. See, there's 7 sections. Oh, this one's quite short. Can I add some? Right. Go out and find some more controversies. No, that's nonsense, right? And in general, putting it separate from everything else kind of makes it seem worse and also doesn't put it in the right context. Whereas if it's sort of a life flow, and there is a controversy, there's always controversy for anyone, it should just be sort of worked into the overall article. See that it doesn't become a temptation, you can contextualize appropriately and so forth. So that's, that's part of the whole process. But I think for me, one of the most important things is what I call community health. So yeah, are we going to get it wrong sometimes? Yeah, of course. We're humans, and doing good quality, sort of reference material is hard. The real question is, how do people react, to a criticism or a complaint or a concern? And if the reaction is defensiveness or combativeness back, or if someone's really sort of in there being aggressive and in the wrong, like, no, hold on, we've got to do this the right way. You got to say, okay, hold on, are there good sources? Is this contextualized appropriately? Is it even important enough to mention? What does it mean? And sometimes one of the areas where I do think there is a very complicated flaw, and you've alluded to it a little bit, but it's like, we know the media is deeply flawed. We know that journalism can go wrong, and I would say particularly in the last 15 years, we've seen a real decimation of local media, local newspapers. We've seen a real rise in clickbait headlines and sort of eager focus on anything that might be controversial. We've always had that with us, of course. There's always been tabloid newspapers. But that makes it a little bit more challenging to say, okay, how do we sort things out when we have a pretty good sense that not every source is valid? So, as an example, a few years ago, it's been quite a while now, we deprecated the Mail Online as a source. And the Mail Online, the digital arm of the Daily Mail, it's a tabloid. It's not completely, it's not fake news, but it does tend to run very hyped up stories. They really love to attack people and go on the attack for political reasons and so on. And it just isn't great. And so by saying deprecated, and I think some people say, oh, you banned the Daily Mail. No, we didn't ban it. We just said, look, it's probably not a great source, right? You should probably look for better sources. Certainly, if the Daily Mail runs a headline saying, new cure for cancer, but, probably there's more serious sources than a tabloid newspaper. So, in an article about lung cancer, you probably wouldn't cite the Daily Mail. Right? That's kind of ridiculous. But also for celebrities and so forth, to sort of know, they do cover celebrity gossip a lot, but they also tend to have vendettas and so forth, and you really have to step back and go, is this really encyclopedic, or is this just the Daily Mail rant?
And some of that requires a great community help.
Like, it requires massive community help.
Even for me, for stuff I've seen that's kind of actually iffy about people I know, things I know about myself, I still feel like a love for knowledge emanating from the article. Like I feel the community help. So I will take all slight inaccuracies. I love it because that means there's people, for the most part, I feel a respect and love in this search for knowledge. Like sometimes, because I also love Stack Overflow and Stack Exchange for programming related things, and they can get a little cranky sometimes to a degree where it's like it's not as like you can feel the dynamics of the health of the particular community and sub communities too, like particularly C# or Java or Python or whatever. Like there's little like communities that emerge. You can feel the levels of toxicity because a little bit of strictness is good, but a little too much is bad.
Yeah.
Because of the defensiveness. Because when somebody writes an answer and then somebody else kind of says, well, modify it, and you get defensive, and there's this tension that's not conducive to like improving towards a more truthful depiction of like what that topic.
Yeah, a great example that I really loved this morning that I saw. Someone left a note on my user talk page in English Wikipedia saying, it was quite a dramatic headline, racist hook on the front page. We have on the front page of Wikipedia, we have a little section called Did You Know? It's just little tidbits and facts, just things being interesting. There's a whole process for how things get there. And the one that somebody was raising a question about is comparing a very well-known U.S. football player, black. There was a quote from another famous sport person comparing him to a Lamborghini, clearly a compliment. And so somebody said, actually, here's a study, here's some interesting information about how black sports people are far more often compared to inanimate objects and given that kind of analogy. And I think it's demeaning to compare a person to a car, etc., etc. But they said, I'm not deleting it, I'm not removing it, I just want to raise the question. And then there's this really interesting conversation that goes on where I think the general consensus was, you know what, this isn't like the alarming headline, racist thing on the front page of Wikipedia. That sounds, holy moly, that sounds, but it's sort of like, actually, yeah, this probably isn't the sort of analogy that we think is great. And so we should probably think about how to improve our language and not compare sports people to inanimate objects, and particularly be aware of certain racial sensitivities that there might be around that sort of thing if there is a disparity in the media of how people are called. I just thought, you know what, nothing for me to weigh in on. This is a good conversation. Like, nobody's saying, you know, people should be banned if they refer to, what was his name? The refrigerator Perry. You know, very famous comparison to an inanimate object of a Chicago Bears player many years ago. But they're just saying, hey, let's be careful about analogies that we just pick up from the media. You know, that's good.
On the sort of deprecation of news sources is really interesting because I think what you're saying is ultimately you want to make an article by article decision, kind of use your own judgment. And it's such a subtle thing because there's just a lot of hit pieces written about individuals like myself, for example, that masquerade as kind of an objective, thorough exploration of a human being. It's fascinating to watch because controversy and hit pieces just oh yeah, this is I guess as a Wikipedia contributor, you start to deeply become aware of that and start to have a sense, like a radar of clickbait versus truth. Like to pick out the truth from the clickbaity type of language.
Oh yeah, I mean it's really important, and you know we talk a lot about weasel words, you know, and you know actually I'm sure we'll end up talking about AI and ChatGPT, but just to quickly mention in this area, I think one of the potentially powerful tools, because it is quite good at this. I've played around with and practiced it quite a lot, but ChatGPT 4 is really quite able to take a passage and point out potentially biased terms, to rewrite it to be more neutral. Now, it is a bit anodyne, and it's a bit, you know, cliche. So sometimes it just takes the spirit out of something that's actually not bad. It's just like, you know, poetic language, and you're like, okay, that's not actually helping. But in many cases, I think that sort of thing is quite interesting. And I'm also interested in, you know, can you imagine where you feed in a Wikipedia entry and all the sources, and you say, help me find anything in the article that is not accurately reflecting what's in the sources. And that doesn't have to be perfect. It only has to be good enough to be useful to community. So if it scans an article and all the sources and you say, oh, it came back with 10 suggestions, and 7 of them were decent and 3 of them it just didn't understand, it's probably worth my time to do. And it can help us, you know, really more quickly get good people to sort of review obscure entries and things like that.
So just as a small aside on that, and we'll probably talk about language models a little bit, or a lot more, but one of the articles, one of the hit pieces about me, the journalist actually was very straightforward and honest about having used GPT to write part of the article,
Oh, interesting.
and then finding that they made an error and apologized for the error that GPT-4 generated, which has this kind of interesting loop, which
Yeah.
the articles are used to write Wikipedia pages.
Yeah.
GPT is trained on Wikipedia, and then there's like this interesting loop where the weasel words and nuances can get lost or can propagate even though they're not grounded in reality. Somehow, in the generation of the language model, new truths can be created and kind of linger.
Yeah, there's a famous webcomic that's titled Psychogenesis, which is about how an error is in Wikipedia and there's no source for it, and then a lazy journalist reads it and writes the source. And then some helpful Wikipedian spots that it has no source, finds the source and has it to Wikipedia. And voila, magic. This happened to me once. It nearly happened. There was this, it was really brief. I went back and researched it. I'm like, this is really odd. So Biography magazine, which is a magazine published by the Biography TV channel, had a personal profile of me, and it said, in his spare time, I'm not quoting it exactly, it's been many years, but in his spare time, he enjoys playing chess with friends. I thought, wow, that sounds great. I would like to be that guy, but actually, I mean, I play chess with my kids sometimes, but no, I'm not. It's not a hobby of mine. And I was like, where did you get that? And I contacted the magazine. I was like, where that comes from? This comes in Wikipedia. I looked in the history. There had been vandalism in Wikipedia, which was not, it's not damaging. It's false. So, and it had already been removed. But then I thought, oh gosh, well, I better mention this to people because otherwise, if somebody's going to read that and they're going to add it to the history, it's going to take a life of its own. And then sometimes I wonder if it has, because I was invited a few years ago to do the ceremonial first move in the World Chess Championship. And I thought, I wonder if they think I'm a really big chess enthusiast because I read this Biography magazine article. So, but that problem, when we think about large language models and the ability to quickly generate very plausible but not true content, I think it's something that there's going to be a lot of shakeout, a lot of implications.
What would be hilarious is because of the social pressure of Wikipedia and the momentum, you would actually start playing a lot more chess. Just not only the articles are written based on Wikipedia, but your own life trajectory changes because of Wikipedia. Just to make it more convenient.
Yeah,
aspire to,
yes, aspirations.
What if we just talk about that before we jump back to some other interesting topics on Wikipedia? Let's talk about GPT-4 and large language models. So they are in part trained on Wikipedia content.
Yeah.
What are the pros and cons of these language models? What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. Obviously, the technology has moved very quickly in the last 6 months and looks poised to do so for some time to come. So, first things first, I mean, part of our philosophy is the open licensing, the free licensing, the idea that, this is what we're here for. We are a volunteer community and we write this encyclopedia. We give it to the world to do what you like with it. You can modify it, redistribute modified versions, commercially, non-commercially. This is the licensing. So in that sense, of course, it's completely fine. Now, we do worry a bit about attribution because it is a Creative Commons attribution share-alike license. So attribution is important, not just because of our licensing model and things like that, but it's just proper attribution is just good intellectual practice. And so, and that's a really hard, complicated question. If I were to write something about my visit here, I might say in a blog post, I was in Austin, which is a city in Texas. I'm not going to put a source for Austin as a city in Texas. That's just general law. I learned it somewhere. I can't tell you where. So you don't have to cite and reference every single thing. But, if I actually did research and I use something very heavily, it's just morally proper to give your sources. So we would like to see that, and obviously, the whole grounding. So particularly people at Google are really keen on figuring out grounding.
Specific term. So ground any text that's generated, trying to ground it to the Wikipedia quality
a source.
source. I mean, like
Yeah.
the same kind of standard of what a source means that Wikipedia uses.
Mhm.
The same kind of
The same
source that we
kind of,
generated.
the same kind of thing. And of course, one of the biggest flaws in ChatGPT right now is that it just literally will make things up just to be amiable. I think it's programmed to be very helpful and amiable and doesn't really know or care about the truth.
And get bullied into
Yeah,
you can kind of be convinced into it.
well, but like this morning, the story I was telling earlier about comparing a football player to a Lamborghini. And I thought, well, is that really racial? I don't know. I'm mulling it over. I'm going to go to ChatGPT. So I sent to ChatGPT 4. I said, this happened in Wikipedia. Can you think of examples where a white athlete has been compared to a fast car inanimate object? And it comes up with a very plausible essay where it tells why these analogies are common in sport. I said, no, I really could you give me some specific examples? So it gives me 3 specific examples, very plausible, correct names of athletes and contemporaries and all that. Could have been true. Googled every single quote and none of them existed. And so I'm like, well, that's really not good. Like, I wanted to explore a thought process I was in. And first I thought, how do I Google? And it's kind of a hard thing to Google because unless somebody's written about this specific topic, it's, it's a large language model. It's processed all this data. It can probably piece that together for it, but it just can't do that. So I think, I hope that ChatGPT 5, 6, 7, 3 to 5 years, I'm hoping we'll see a much higher, level of accuracy, where when you ask a question like that, I think instead of being quite so eager to please by giving you a plausible sounding answer, it's just like, I don't know.
Or maybe display the how much bullshit might be in this generated text. Like,
Yeah.
I really would like to make you happy right now, but I'm really stretched
Yeah.
thin with this generation.
Well, it's one of the things I've said for a long time. So in Wikipedia, one of the great things we do may not be great for our reputation, except in a deeper sense for the long term, I think it is. But we'll be a notice that says the neutrality of this section has been disputed, or the following section doesn't cite any sources. And I always joke, sometimes I wish the New York Times would run a banner saying the neutrality of this has been disputed. We had a big fight in the newsroom as to whether to run this or not. And we thought it's important enough to bring it to, but just be aware that not all the journalists are on board with it. That's actually interesting, and that's fine. I would trust them more for that level of transparency. So yeah, similarly, ChatGPT should say, 87% bullshit.
Well, the neutrality one is really interesting because that's basically a summary of the discussions that are going on underneath. It would be amazing if, I should be honest, I don't look at the top page often. I don't. It would be nice somehow if there was a kind of a summary in this banner way of like this. Lots of wars have been fought on this here land for this here paragraph.
It's really interesting. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Because one of the things I do spend a lot of time thinking about these days, and people have found that we're moving slowly, but we are moving. Thinking about, okay, these tools exist. Are there ways that this stuff can be useful to our community? Because a part of it is we do approach things in a non-commercial way, in a really deep sense. It's like it's been great that Wikipedia has become very popular, but really we're a community who's happy is writing an encyclopedia. That's first, and if it's popular, great. If it's not, okay, we might have trouble paying for more servers, but it'll be fine. And so, how do we help the community use these tools? What are the ways that these tools can support them? One example I never thought about, I'm going to start playing with it, is feed in the article and feed in the talk page, and say, can you suggest some warnings in the article based on the conversations in the talk page? I think it might be good at that. It might get it wrong sometimes, but again, if it's reasonably successful at doing that, you can say, oh, actually, yeah, it does suggest, the neutrality of this has been disputed on a section that has a 7-page discussion in the back. It might be useful.
I mean, some more color to the, not neutrality, but also the amount of emotion laden in the exploration of this particular part of the topic.
Yeah.
It might actually help you look at more controversial pages, a page on the war in Ukraine or a page on Israel and Palestine. there could be parts that everyone agrees on, and there's parts that are just like tough.
Hard parts.
And it would be nice to, when looking at those beautiful long articles, to know, like, all right, let me just take in some stuff where everybody agrees on.
I can give an example that I haven't looked at in a long time, but I was really pleased with what I saw at the time. So the discussion was that they're building something in Israel, and for their own political reasons, one side calls it a wall, harkening back to Berlin Wall, apartheid. The other calls it a security fence. So we can understand quite quickly, if we give it a moment's thought, like, okay, I understand why people would have this grappling over the language. Like, okay, you want to highlight the negative aspects of this, and you want to highlight the positive aspects, and you're going to try and choose a different name. And so there was this really fantastic Wikipedia discussion on the talk page. How do we word that paragraph to talk about the different naming? It's called this by Israelis, called this by Palestinians. And that, how you explain that to people could be quite charged, right? You can easily explain that there's this difference. It's because this side's good and this side's bad, and that's when there's a difference. Or you could say, actually, let's try and really stay as neutral as we can and try to explain the reasons. So you may come away from it with a concept. Oh, okay, I understand what this debate is about.
And just the term Israel-Palestine conflict is still the title of a page of Wikipedia, but the word conflict is something that is a charged word.
Of course, yeah.
Because from the Palestinian side or from certain sides, the word conflict doesn't accurately describe the situation, because if you see it as a genocide, one-way genocide, it's not a conflict. Because to people that discuss that challenge the word conflict, they see, conflict is when there's two equal and powerful sides fighting.
Yeah. No, it's hard, and in a number of cases. So this actually speaks to a slightly broader phenomenon, which is there are a number of cases where there is no one word that can give you consensus, and in the body of an article, that's usually okay because we can explain the conflict. We can come away with an understanding of why each side wants to use a certain word. But there are some aspects of, like, page has to have a title. So there's that. Same thing with certain things like photos. It's like, well, there's different photos. Which one's best? A lot of different views on that. But at the end of the day, you need the lead photo because there's one slot for a lead photo. Categories is another. So at one point, I have no idea if it's in there today. I don't think so. I was listed in, American viewers, like American atheists, and I said, that doesn't feel right to me. Like, just personally, it's true. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with the objective fact of it. But when you click the category and you see sort of a lot of people who are, you might say, American atheist activists, because that's their big issue. So Madeline Murray O'Hare and various famous people who, Richard Dawkins, who make it a big part of their public argument and persona. But that's not true. I mean, it's just like my private personal belief. It's not something I campaign about. So it felt weird to put me in the category, but what category would you, and do you need that? In this case, I argued, does need that kind of, that's not, I don't speak about it publicly except incidentally from time to time. I don't campaign about it, so it's weird to put me with this group of people. And that argument here today, I hope not just because it was me, but categories can be like that, where you're either in the category or you're not, and sometimes it's a lot more complicated than that. And is it, again, we go back to, is it undue weight? If someone who is now prominent in public life and generally considered to be a good person was convicted of something, let's say DUI, when they were young, we normally, in normal sort of discourse, we don't think, oh, this person should be in the category of American criminals. Because you think, oh, criminal, technically speaking, it's against the law to drive under the influence of alcohol, and you were arrested, and you spent a month in prison or whatever. But it's odd to say that's a criminal. So, just as an example in this area is Mark Wahlberg, Marky Mark. that's what I was thinking of Mask, because that's his first sort of famous name, who I wouldn't think should be listed as in the category American criminal, even though he was convicted of quite a bad crime when he was a young person, but we don't think of him as a criminal. Should the entry talk about that? Yeah, that's actually an important part of his life story. That he had a very rough youth and he could have, gone down a really dark path and he turned his life around. That's actually interesting. So categories are tricky.
especially with people, because we like to assign labels to people and to ideas somehow, and those labels stick.
Yeah.
And there's certain words that have a lot of power, like criminal, like political, left, right, center, anarchist, objectivist. What other philosophies are there? Marxist, communist, social democrat, democratic socialist, socialist. And like if you add that as a category, all of a sudden it's like, oh boy, you're that guy now.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you want to be
Well,
that guy.
there's definitely some really charged ones. Alt-right, I think it's quite complicated and tough. Like, I mean, it's not a completely meaningless label. Oh boy, I think you really have to pause before you actually put that label on someone. Partly because now you're putting them in a group of people, some of them are quite, you wouldn't want to be grouped with. So it's, yeah.
Let's go into some. You mentioned the hot water of the pool that we're both dipping a toe in. Do you think Wikipedia has a left-leaning political bias, which is something that is sometimes accused of?
Yeah, so I don't think so, not broadly. And, I think you can always point to specific entries and talk about specific biases, but that's part of the process of Wikipedia. Anyone can come and challenge and to warn about that. But, I see fairly often on Twitter, some, sort of quite extreme accusations of bias. And I think, actually, I don't see it. I don't buy that. We've asked people for an example. They normally struggle. And depending on who they are and what it's about. So it's certainly true that some people who have quite fringe viewpoints, and who knows, the full rush of history in 500 years, they might be considered to be path-breaking geniuses, but at the moment, quite fringe views, and they're just unhappy that Wikipedia doesn't report on their fringe views as being mainstream. And that, by the way, goes across all kinds of fields. I mean, I was once accosted on the street outside the TED conference in Vancouver by a guy who's a homeopath who was very upset that Wikipedia's entry on homeopathy basically says it's pseudoscience. And he felt that was biased. So they help you. We cite good quality sources to talk about the scientific status, and it's not very good. So, it depends. And, I think it's something that we should always be vigilant about. But it's, in general, I think we're pretty good. And I think any time you go to any serious political controversy, we should have a pretty balanced perspective on who's saying what the views are, and so forth. I would actually argue that the areas where we are more likely to have bias that persists for a long period of time are actually fairly obscure things, or maybe fairly non-political things. It's kind of a humorous example, but it's meaningful. If you read our entries about Japanese anime, they tend to be very, very positive and very favorable, because almost no one knows about Japanese anime except for fans. And so the people who come and spend their days writing Japanese anime articles, they love it. They kind of have an inherent love for the whole area. And they'll, of course, being human beings, have their internal debates and disputes about what's better or not. But in general, they're quite positive because nobody actually cares. And anything that people are quite passionate about, then hopefully, there's quite a lot of interesting stuff. So I'll give an example, a contemporary example, where I think we've done a good job as of my most recent sort of look at it. And that is the question about the efficacy of masks during the COVID pandemic. And that's an area where I would say the public authorities really kind of jerked us all around a bit. In the very first days, they said, whatever you do, don't rush out and buy masks. And their concern was shortages in hospitals. Okay. fair enough. Later, so everybody's got to wear a mask everywhere. It really works really well, and Then now I think the evidence is mixed. Right, masks seem to help. In my personal view, masks seem to help. They're no huge burden. You might as well wear a mask in any environment where you're with a giant crowd of people and so forth. But it's very politicized. It's very politicized where certainly in the U.S., much more so. I mean, I live in the UK. I live in London. I've never seen on the streets sort of the kind of thing that there's a lot of reports of people actively angry because someone else is wearing a mask, that sort of thing, in public. And so, because it became very politicized, and clearly, if Wikipedia, no, I mean, if you go to Wikipedia and you research this topic, I think you'll find more or less what I've just said. Actually, after it's all, to this point in history, it's mixed evidence. Like, masks seem to help, but maybe not as much as some of the authorities said, and here we are. And that's kind of an example where I think, okay, we've done a good job, but I suspect there are people on both sides of that very emotional debate who think this is ridiculous. Hopefully we've got quality sources, so then hopefully those people who read this can say, oh, actually, it is complicated. You can get to the point of saying, okay, I have my view, I understand other views, and I do think it's a complicated question. Right now we're a little bit more mature as a society.
Well, that one is an interesting one because I hope that article also contains the meta conversation about the politicization of that topic.
Yeah.
To me, it's almost more interesting than whether masks work or not, at least at this point. It's like why masks became a symbol of the oppression of a centralized government. If you wear them, you're a sheep that follows the mass control, the mass hysteria of an authoritarian regime. And if you don't wear a mask, then you are a science denier, anti-vaxxer, a alt-right, probably a Nazi.
So, exactly. And that whole politicization of society is just so damaging. And I don't know in the broader world, like how do we start to fix that? That's a really hard question.
At every moment, because you mentioned mainstream and fringe, there seems to be a tension here, and I wonder what your philosophy is on it. Because there's mainstream ideas and there's fringe ideas. You look at lab leak theory for this virus. There could be other things we can discuss where there's a mainstream narrative. Well, if you just look at the percent of the population or the population with platforms, what they say, and then what is a small percentage in opposition to that, and what is Wikipedia's responsibility to accurately represent both the mainstream and fringe, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think we have to try to do our best to recognize both, but also to appropriately contextualize. And so this can be quite hard, particularly when emotions are high. That's just a fact about human beings. I'll give a simpler example because there's not a lot of emotion around it. I mean, our entry on the moon doesn't say, some say the moon's made of rocks, some say cheese. Who knows? That kind of false neutrality is not what we want to get to. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But that one's easy. Like, we all understand. I think there is a Wikipedia entry called something like the moon is made of cheese, where it talks about this is a common sort of joke or thing that children say or that people tell to children or whatever. It's just a thing. Everybody's heard the moon's made of cheese. But nobody thinks, wow, like Wikipedia is so one-sided, it doesn't even acknowledge the cheese theory. I say the same thing about flat Earth. Again,
it's exactly what I'm looking up right now.
Very little controversy. We will have an entry about flat Earth theorizing flat Earth people. My personal view is most of the people who claim to be flat Earthers are just having a laugh, trolling. And more power to them, have some fun, but let's not be ridiculous.
But of course, for most of human history, people believe that the Earth is flat. So the article I'm looking at is actually kind of focusing on this history. Flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of the Earth's shape, the plane or disk. Many ancient cultures subscribe to flat Earth cosmography with pretty cool pictures of what a flat Earth would look like. The dragon, is that dragon or angels on the edge? There's a lot of controversy about that. What is on the edge? Is it the wall? Is it angels? Is it dragons? Is there a dome?
And how can you fly from South Africa to Perth? Because the flat Earth view, that's really too far for any plane to make it.
But I want to know.
It's all spread out.
What I want to know is what's on the other side, Jimmy. What's on the other side? That's what all of us want to know.
Yeah.
So there's some. I presume there's probably a small section about conspiracy theory of flat Earth, because I think there's a sizable percent of the population who at least will say they believe in a flat Earth.
Yeah.
I think it is a movement that just says that the mainstream narrative. You have distrust and skepticism about the mainstream narrative, which to a very small degree is probably a very productive thing to do as part of the scientific process, but you can get a little silly and ridiculous with it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's exactly right. And so, I think I find on many cases, and of course, I, like anybody else, might know about this and that, but in general, I think there is a pretty good sort of willingness and indeed eagerness to say, oh, let's fairly represent all of the meaningfully important sides. So there's still a lot to unpack in that, right? So meaningfully important. So people who are raising questions about the efficacy of masks. Okay, that's actually a reasonable thing to have a discussion about, and hopefully we should treat that as a fair conversation to have, and actually address which authorities have said what, and so on and so forth. And then there are other cases where it's not meaningful opposition. Like you just wouldn't say. I doubt if the main article, Moon, it may mention cheese. Probably not even, because it's not credible and it's not even meant to be serious by anyone. Or the article on the Earth certainly won't have a paragraph that says, well, most scientists think it's round, but certain people think flat. Like, that's just a silly thing to put in that article. You would want to sort of address, that's an interesting cultural phenomenon. You want to put it somewhere. So this goes into all kinds of things about politics. You want to be really careful, really thoughtful about not getting caught up in the anger of our times, and really recognize. Yes, I always thought, I remember being really kind of proud of the U.S. at the time when it was McCain was running against Obama. Because I thought, I've got plenty of disagreements with both of them. And they both seemed like thoughtful and interesting people who I would have different disagreements with, but I always felt like, yeah, like that's good. Now we can have a debate. Now we can have an interesting debate, and it isn't just sort of people slamming each other, personal attacks, and so forth.
And you're saying Wikipedia also represented that?
I hope so. Yeah, and I think so. In the main, obviously, you can always find debate that went horribly wrong because there's humans involved.
But speaking of those humans, I would venture to guess. I don't know if the data maybe you can let me know, but the personal political leaning of the group of people who edit Wikipedia probably leans left, I would guess. So to me, the question there is, the same is true for Silicon Valley. The task for Silicon Valley is to create platforms that are not politically biased,
Right.
even though there is a bias for the engineers who created it. And I believe it's possible to do that. There's kind of conspiracy theories that it somehow is impossible, and there's this whole conspiracy where the left is controlling it and so on. I think engineers, for the most part, want to create platforms that are open and unbiased, that create all kinds of perspective, because that's super exciting to have all kinds of perspectives battle it out. But
yeah,
still, is there a degree to which the personal political bias of the editors might seep in silly ways and in big ways? Silly ways could be, I think, hopefully I'm correct in saying this, but the right will call it the Democrats Party, and the left will call it the Democratic Party. Right?
Yeah.
Like subtle, like it's my ear weird. Like, are we children here? We're literally taking words and like just jabbing at each other. Like, yeah, I could like capitalize a thing in a certain way, or I can like just just take a word and mess with them. You speak to, that's a small way of how you use words. But you can also, have a bigger way about beliefs about various perspectives on political events and Hunter Biden's laptop, how big of a story that is or not, how big the censorship of that story is or not, that kind of, and then there's these camps that take very strong points and construct big narratives around that, and it's a very sizable percent of the population believes the two narratives that compete with each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, and it feels it's hard to judge, the sweep of history within your own lifetime, but it feels like it's gotten much worse. That this idea of two parallel universes where people can agree on certain basic facts feels worse than it used to be, and I'm not sure if that's true or if it just feels that way. But also, I'm not sure what the causes are. I think I would lay a lot of the blame in recent years on social media algorithms, which reward clickbait headlines, which reward tweets that go viral, and they go viral because they're cute and clever. I mean, my most successful tweet ever, by a fairly wide margin, some reporter tweeted at Elon Musk because he was complaining about Wikipedia or something. You should buy Wikipedia, and I just wrote "not for sale," and 90 zillion retweets, and people liked it, and it was all very good. But I'm like, you know what? It's a cute line, right? And it's a good mic drop and all that, and I was pleased with myself. But it's not really discourse. Right? It's not really sort of what I like to do, but it's what social media really rewards, which is kind of a let's you and him have a fight, right? That's what we're saying. I mean, it's funny because at the time I was texting with Elon, who was very pleasant to me.
It's like he might have been a little bit shitty, the reporter might have been a little bit shitty, but you fed into the shitty with a snarky, funny response. Not for sale.
Yeah.
And where do you, what? So that's a funny little exchange, and you can probably after that laugh it off and fun. But that kind of mechanism that rewards the snark, can go into viciousness.
Yeah. Well, and we certainly see it online. A series of tweets, sort of a tweet thread of 15 tweets that assesses the quality of the evidence for masks, pros and cons, and sort of where this, that's not going to go viral, but a smackdown for a famous politician who was famously in favor of masks, who also went to a dinner and didn't wear a mask, that's going to go viral. And that's partly human nature. People love to call out hypocrisy and all that, but it's partly what these systems elevate automatically. I talk about this with respect to Facebook, for example. So I think Facebook has done a pretty good job, although it's taken longer than it should in some cases. But if you have a very large following and you're really spouting hatred or misinformation, disinformation, they've kicked people off. They've done some reasonable things there. But actually, the deeper issue is of this the anger we're talking about, of the contentiousness of everything. I make a family example with two great stereotypes. So one, the crackpot racist uncle, and one, the sweet grandma. And I always want to point out that all of my uncles in my family were wonderful people. So I have a crackpot racist. Everybody knows this stereotype. So grandma, she just posts sweet comments on the kids' pictures and congratulates people on their wedding anniversary. And crackpot uncle's posting his nonsense. And normally, sort of at Christmas dinner, everybody rolls their eyes. Oh, Uncle Frank's here. He's probably going to say some racist comment, and we're going to tell him to shut up, or maybe let's not invite him this year. Normal human drama. He's got his three mates down at the pub who listen to him and all that. But now, grandma's got 54 followers on Facebook, which is the intimate family, and racist uncle has 714. So he's not a massive influence or whatever. But how did that happen? It's because the algorithm notices, when she posts, nothing happens. He posts, and everybody jumps in to go, oh, shut up, Uncle Frank. That's outrageous. And it's there's engagement, there's page views, there's ads, right? And And those algorithms, I think they're working to improve that, but it's really hard for them. It's hard to improve that if that actually is working. If the people who are saying things that get engagement, if it's not too awful, it's just, like, maybe it's not a racist cycle, but maybe it's someone who posts a lot about what an idiot Biden is, right? Which isn't necessarily an offensive or blockable or bannable thing, and it shouldn't be. But if that's the discourse that gets elevated because it gets a rise out of people, then suddenly in a society, it's like, oh, we get more of what we reward. So I think that's a piece of what's going on.
Well, if we could just take that tangent, I'm having a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg second time. Is there something you can comment on how to decrease toxicity on that particular platform, Facebook? You also have worked on creating a social network that is less toxic yourself.
Yeah.
So can we just talk about the different ideas that these already big social networks can do and what you have been trying to do?
So a piece of it is it's hard. So the problem with making a recommendation to Facebook is that I actually believe their business model makes it really hard for them. And I'm not anti-capitalism. I'm not, right? Nobody's got business. They're making money. That's not where I come from. But certain business models mean you are going to prioritize things that maybe aren't that long-term healthy. And so that's a big piece of it. So certainly for Facebook, you could say, with vast resources, start to prioritize content that's higher quality, that's healing, that's kind. Try not to prioritize content that seems to be just getting a rise out of people. Now, those are vague human descriptions, right? But I do believe good machine learning algorithms you can optimize in slightly different ways. But to do that, you may have to say, actually, we're not necessarily going to increase page views to the maximum extent right now. And I've said this to people at Facebook. It's like, if your actions are, convincing people that you're breaking Western civilization, that's really bad for business in the long run. Certainly, these days, I'd say Twitter is the thing that's on people's minds as being more upsetting at the moment. But I think it's true. And so one of the things that's really interesting about Facebook compared to a lot of companies is that Mark has a pretty unprecedented amount of power. His ability to name members of the board, his control of the company is pretty hard to break. Even if financial results aren't as good as they could be, because he's taken a step back from the perfect optimization to say, actually, for the long-term health in the next 50 years of this organization, we need to rein in some of the things that are working for us and making money because they're actually giving us a bad reputation. So one of the recommendations I would say is, and this is not to do with the algorithms and all that, but how about just a moratorium on all political advertising? I don't think it's the most profitable segment, but it's given rise to a lot of deep, hard questions about dark money, about ads that are run by questionable people that push false narratives, or the classic kind of thing is you run. I saw a study about Brexit in the UK where people were talking about there were ads run to animal rights activists saying, finally, when we're out from under Europe, the UK can pass proper animal rights legislation. We're not constrained by the European process. Similarly, for people who are advocates of fox hunting, to say, finally, when we're out of Europe, we can re-implement. So you're telling people what they want to hear. And in some cases, it's really hard for journalists to see that. So it used to be that for political advertising, you really needed to find some kind of mainstream narrative. And this is still true to an extent. Mainstream narrative that 60% of people can say, oh, I can buy into that, which meant it pushed you to the center, it pushed you to sort of try and find some nuanced balance. But if your main method of recruiting people is a tiny little one-on-one conversation with them because you're able to target using targeted advertising, suddenly you don't need consistent, you just need a really good targeting operation, really good Cambridge Analytica style machine learning algorithm data to convince people. And that just feels really problematic. So, I mean, until they can think about how to solve that problem, I would just say, you know what, it's going to cost us X amount, but it's going to be worth it to kind of say, you know what, we actually think our political advertising policy hasn't really helped contribute to discourse and dialogue and finding reasoned, middle ground and compromise solutions. So let's just not do that for a while until we figure that out. So that's maybe.
And coupled with, as you were saying, recommender systems for the news feed and other contexts that don't always optimize engagement, but optimize the long-term mental well-being and balance and growth of a human being.
Yeah,
it's a very difficult problem.
It's a difficult problem. Yeah, and so in with Deputy Social, WikiTree Social, we're launching in a few months' time a completely new system, new domain, and new lots of things. But the idea is to say, let's focus on trust. People can rate each other as trustworthy, rate content as trustworthy. You have to start from somewhere, so let's start with the core base of our tiny community who I think are sensible, thoughtful people who will recruit more. But to say, you know what, actually, let's have that as a pretty strong element to say, let's not optimize based on what gets the most page views in this session. Let's optimize on what sort of the feedback from people is. This is meaningfully enhancing my life. And so part of that is, and it's probably not a good business model, but part of that is, okay, we're not going to pursue an advertising business model, but a membership model where you don't have to be a member, but you can pay to be a member. You maybe get some benefit from that, but in general, say actually the problem with actually the division I would say is, and the analogy I would give is broadcast television funded by advertising gives you a different result than paying for HBO, paying for Netflix, paying for whatever. And the reason is, if you think about it, what is your incentive as a TV producer? You're going to make a comedy for ABC network in the US. You basically say, I want something that almost everybody will like and listen to. So it tends to be a little blander, family friendly, whatever. Whereas if you say, oh, actually, I'm not going to use the HBO example, an old example, say, you know what, Sopranos isn't for everybody. Sex and the City isn't for everybody. But between the two shows, we've got something for everybody that they're willing to pay for. So you can get edgier, higher quality in content rather than saying it's got to not offend anybody in the world. It's got to be for everybody, which is really hard. So same thing, here in a social network, if your business model is advertising, it's going to drive you in one direction. If your business model is membership, I think it drives you in a different direction. Actually, and I've said this to Elon about Twitter Blue, which I think wasn't rolled out well and so forth, but it's like, the piece of that I like is to say, look, actually, if there's a model where your revenue is coming from people who are willing to pay for the service, even if it's only part of your revenue, it's a substantial part, that does change your broader incentives to say, actually, are people going to be willing to pay for something that's actually just toxicity in their lives? Now, I'm not sure it's been rolled out well. I'm not sure how it's going, and maybe I'm wrong, but that's a plausible business model. But I do think it's interesting to think about, just in broad terms, business model drives outcomes in sometimes surprising ways, unless you really pause to think.
So if we can just linger on Twitter and Elon, before I would love to talk to you about the underlying business model of Wikipedia, which was this brilliant, bold move at the very beginning. But since you mentioned Twitter, what do you think works? What do you think is broken about Twitter?
It's a long conversation, but to start with, one of the things that I always say is it's a really hard problem. I can see that right up front. I said this about the old ownership of Twitter and the new ownership of Twitter, because unlike Wikipedia, and this is true actually for all social media, there's a box, and the box basically says, what do you think? What's on your mind? You can write whatever the hell you want, right? This is true, by the way, even for YouTube. I mean, the box is to upload a video, but again, it's just like an open-ended invitation to express yourself. And what makes that hard is some people have a really toxic, really bad, some people are very aggressive, they're actually stalking, they're actually, abusive. and suddenly you deal with a lot of problems. Whereas at Wikipedia, there is no box that says what's on your mind. There's a box that says this is an entry about the moon. Please be neutral. Please cite your facts. Then there's a talk page, which is not coming rant about Donald Trump. If you go on the talk page of the Donald Trump entry and you just start ranting about Donald Trump, people will say, "What are you doing? Like, stop doing that. Like, we're not here to discuss. Like, there's a whole world of the internet out there for you to go and rant about Trump."
It's just not fun to do on Wikipedia. Somehow it's fun up with.
Well, also on Wikipedia, people are going to say, "Stop." And actually, are you here to tell us, like, how can we improve the article, or are you just here to rant about Trump? Because that's not actually interesting. So because the goal is different, so that's just admitting and saying upfront, this is a hard problem. Certainly, I'm writing a book on trust. So the idea is, in the last 20 years, we've lost trust, in all kinds of institutions in politics. The Edelman Trust Barometer survey has been done for a long time. And, trust in politicians, trust in journalism, it's declined substantially. And I think in many cases, deservedly. So how do we restore trust, and how do we think about that?
And does that also include trust in the idea of truth?
Trust in the idea of truth. Even the concept of facts and truth is really, really important. And the idea of uncomfortable truths is really important. So when we look at Twitter, we can see that this is regard. So here's my story about it. It's a two-part story, and it's all pre-Elon Musk ownership. So many years back, somebody accused me of horrible crimes on Twitter, and I, like anybody would, I'm in the public eye. People say bad things. I don't really, I brush it off, whatever. This is actually really bad. Like, accusing me of pedophilia, that's just not okay. So I thought, I'm going to report this. So I click report. I report the tweet, and there's 5 others, and I go through the process, and then I get an email that says, a couple hours later saying, thank you for reporting anything into this. Okay. And several hours further, I get an email back saying, sorry, we don't see anything here in violate terms of use. So I email Jack, and I say, Jack, come on, this is ridiculous. And he emails back roughly saying, yeah, sorry, Jimmy, don't worry, we'll sort this out. And I just thought to myself, you know what? That's not the point. Right? I'm Jimmy Wales. I know Jack Dorsey. I can email Jack Dorsey. He'll listen to me because he's got an email from me and sorts it out for me. What about the teenager who's being bullied and is getting abuse, right? And getting accusations that aren't true? Are they getting the same kind of really poor result in that case? So fast forward a few years, same thing happens. The exact quote was, please help me. I'm only 10 years old and Jimmy Wales raped me last week. But come on, fuck off. That's ridiculous. So I report, I'm like, this time I'm reporting, but I'm thinking, see what happens. This one gets even worse because then I get the same result, back saying, sorry, we don't see any problems. I start raising with other members of the board who I know and Jack. And, this is really ridiculous. This is outrageous. And some of the board members, friends of mine, sympathetic, and so good for them. But I actually got an email back then from the general counsel, head of trust and safety, saying, actually, there's nothing in this tweet that violates our terms of service. We don't regard, and then gave reference to the Me Too movement. We didn't allow accusations. Me Too movement is an important thing. And I was like, you know what? Actually, if someone says, I'm 10 years old and someone raped me last week, I think the advice should be, here's the phone number of the police. You need to get the police involved. They're not the place for that accusation. So even back then, by the way, they did delete those tweets, but the rationale they gave is spammy behavior. Right? So completely separate from abusing me, it was just they were retweeting tweets. So that's just broken. That's a system that it's not working for people in the public eye. I'm sure it's not working for private people who get abuse. Really horrible abuse can happen. So how is that today? Well, it hasn't happened to me since Elon took over, but I don't see why it couldn't. And I suspect now if I send a report and email someone, there's no one there to email me back because he's gotten rid of a lot of the trust and safety staff. So I suspect that problem is still really hard.
just content moderation at huge scales.
At huge scales is really something. And I don't know the full answer to this. I mean, a piece of it could be, just actually making specific allegations of crimes. This isn't the place to do that. We've got a huge database. If you've got an accusation of crime, here's who you should call: the police, whatever it is. It's not to be done in public. And then you do face really complicated questions about Me Too movement and people coming forward in public and all of that. But it's like, probably you should talk to a journalist, right? Probably there are better avenues than just tweeting from an account that was created 10 days ago and obviously set up to abuse someone. So I think they could do a lot better. But I also admit it's a hard part.
And there's also ways to indirectly or more humorously or more mocking way to make the same kinds of accusations. Like the accusations you mentioned, if I were to guess, don't go that viral because they're not funny enough or cutting enough. But if you make it witty and cutting and meme it somehow, sometimes actually indirectly make an accusation versus directly make an accusation. That can go viral and that can destroy reputations. And you get to watch yourself.
100%. You got it.
Just all kinds of narratives take hold.
Yeah. No, I mean, I remember another case that didn't involve me because it wasn't of that nature.
No, I mean,
but somebody was saying, I'm sure you're making millions off of Wikipedia. And I'm like, no, actually, I don't even work there. I have no salary. And they're like, you're lying. I'm going to check your 990 form, which is the U.S. form for tax reporting for charities. Here's the link. Go read it. You'll see. I'm listed as a board member, and my salary is listed as zero. So, things like that. It's like, okay, that one feels like you're wrong, but I can take that. And we can have that debate quite quickly. And again, it didn't go viral because it was kind of silly. If anything would have gone viral, it was me responding. But that's one where it's like, actually, I'm happy to respond because a lot of people don't know that I don't work there and that I don't make millions and I'm not doing all that. They mess my agency of news media about me. But the other one I didn't respond to publicly because it's like Barbara Streisand effect. Sometimes calling attention to someone who's abusing you who basically has no followers.
Whenever you're bored, we'll become good friends.
And everything you're describing now is just something that all of us have to kind of know.
I watch documentaries and podcasts all the time. We've always got something good going on. Last night we sang karaoke and had a bunch of people in here, just friends of mine from another community. And just tell your friends that, hey, there's somebody who's online all the time. Today, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They stream their life to world peace. Their stream goes back to the pandemic. They've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And whenever you need anything, if you need positivity in your life or an optimistic outlook, I'm your person to help you. Absolutely. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. And just know that I'm here to support you with any of your endeavors. Okay, Robert? Beautiful. No, that's me. Very good thinking of Roscoe. I can see the jumper. No, that's my picture. I appreciate it. Thank you. So we're just watching we're watching a podcast with Jimmy Wales on Jimmy Wales, the founder of Wikipedia. I love Wikipedia, and so just learning about how Wikipedia works. So feel free to enjoy and kick back, relax whenever you're bored. This is the place to be, and we'll become good friends, and I'll learn about your life, you'll learn about my life, and you'll meet my friends, and we'll play games together, and sing karaoke, and watch movies, and watch sports. And we watch basically football, soccer, the World Cup, the Olympics, you name a sport, we watch it. So, very, very athletic. And, so with that, enjoy yourself. Feel free to take a look around the Discord and see what we've got going on. Feel free to click on the chat and you'll see little items on everything. And if you have any questions, I'm here for Take your water.
Everybody's in the public eye. I think when you have just 2 followers and you get bullied by one of the followers, it hurts just as much as when you have a large number. So it's not your situation. I think is echoed in the situations of millions of other, especially teenagers and kids.
Yeah, no, I mean it's actually an example. So we don't generally use my picture in the videos anymore on Wikipedia, but we did. And then we did an experiment one year where we tried other people's pictures, so one of our developers. And, you know, we got incredibly sweet guy, and he doesn't look like your immediate thought of a nerdy Silicon Valley developer. He looks like a heavy metal. He's cool. And so suddenly hearing this with long hair and tattoos, and there's...
And let me just say this, it was like a voluntary decision. I created robots that spam kick all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so that people find out about me. And so I sacrificed one of the platforms to get more publicity on for all my other ones. So I mean, yeah, technically I'm on Kick right now, but they'll ban my account every like 10 minutes or so, and I just have a robot that creates a new one. And I've been doing that for about 6 months, and everybody on Kick knows me. So you ask anybody on Kick, you know the Rabbi Rothschild is like on. But yeah, I'm on Twitch, I'm on Twitter. I'm on YouTube. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts. I'm live on Instagram. I have over 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So I have more social media than any person ever. Yeah, so it's a big deal. Well, that's what you got to do in order to make sure that you have a time capsule for the world. You need as much data as possible. You take care of yourself. Blessings to you. Take care.
It is sort of saying, here's what the money is for, here's my letter asking for massive abuse from Wikipedia, like calling him creepy and like really massive. And this was being shown to 80 million people a day. His picture, not the abuse. Like, the abuse was elsewhere on the internet. And he was bothered by it. And I thought, you know what? There is a difference. I actually am in the public eye. I get huge benefits from being in the public eye. I go around and make public speeches. Any random thing I think of, I can write and publish in the New York Times, and I have this interesting life. He's not a public figure, and so actually, he wasn't mad at us. He wasn't mad. It was just like, yeah, actually, suddenly being thrust in the public eye, and you get suddenly lots of abuse, which normally, if you're a teenager and somebody in your class is abusing you, it's not going to go viral. So you're only getting, it's going to be hurtful. It's local, it's classmates or whatever. But when sort of ordinary people go viral in some abusive way, it's really, really quite.
I don't know. I mean, even on a small scale, it is viral. When five people at your school, and there's a rumor, and there's this feeling like you're surrounded, and nobody. And the feeling of loneliness, I think, which you're speaking to, when you don't have a when you at least feel like you don't have a platform to defend yourself. Yeah. And then this powerlessness that I think a lot of teenagers definitely feel, and a lot of people.
I think you're right.
And that, I think even when just like 2 people make up stuff about you, or lie about you, or say mean things about you, or bully you, that can feel like a crowd. But that's it, and it's I mean, whatever that is in our genetics and our biology and the way our brain works, it just can be a terrifying experience. And somehow to correct that, I mean, I think because everybody feels the pain of that, everybody suffers the pain of that, I think we'll be forced to fix that as a society, to figure out a way around it.
I think it's really hard to fix, because I don't think that problem isn't necessarily new. Someone in a high school who writes graffiti that says Becky is a slut and spreads a rumor about what Becky did last weekend. It's always been damaging. It's always been hurtful, and
that's really hard. Those kinds of attacks is fun stuff that you see the internet. Now, what do you think about this technology that feels Wikipedia-like, which is community notes on Twitter? Do you like it?
Yeah,
Pros and cons. Do you think it's scalable?
I do like it. I don't know enough about specifically how it's implemented to really have a very deep view, but I do think it's quite. It's the uses I've seen of it. I found quite good, and in some cases, changed my mind. It's like I see something. And of course, the sort of human tendency is to retweet something that you hope is true or that you are afraid is true. Or, it's like that kind of quick mental action. And then, I saw something that I liked and agreed with, and then a community note under it that made me think, oh, actually, this is a more nuanced issue. And so I like that. I think that's really important. Now, how is it specifically implemented? Is it scalable? That I don't really know how they've done it, so I can't really comment on that. But in general, I do think it's when your only mechanisms on Twitter, and you're a big Twitter user, we know the platform and plenty of followers and all that. The only mechanisms are retweeting, replying, blocking. It's pretty limited scope, and it's kind of good if there's a way to elevate a specific thoughtful response. And it kind of goes to, again, like, does the algorithm just pick the retweet or retweeting? Not even the algorithm makes it viral. If Paulo Coelho, very famous author, I think he used to have 8 million Twitter followers. I think I looked, he's got 16 million. Well, if he retweets something, it's going to get seen a lot. Elon Musk retweets something that's going to get seen a lot. That's not an algorithm. That's just the way the platform works. But it's kind of nice if you have something else, and how that something else is designed. That's obviously a complicated question.
Well, there's this interesting thing that I think Twitter is doing, but I know Facebook is doing for sure, which is really interesting. So you have, what are the signals that a human can provide at scale? Like, and Twitter's retweet. In Facebook, I think you can share. I forget, but there's basic interaction. You can have comments and so on.
Yeah.
But there's also in Facebook, and YouTube has this too, is would you like to see more of this, or would you like to see less of this?
Mm-hmm.
They post that sometimes. And the thing that the neural net that's learning from that has to figure out is the intent behind you saying, I want to see less of this. Because you see too much of this content already. You like it, but you don't want to see so much of it. You already figured it out. Great. Or does this content not make you feel good? There's so many interpretations that I'd like to see less of this. But if you get that kind of signal, it actually can create a really powerfully curated list of content that is fed to you every day. That doesn't create an echo chamber or a silo. It actually just makes you feel good, in the good way, which is like it challenges you, but it doesn't exhaust you. It makes you kind of this weird animal.
I've been saying for a long time, if I went on Facebook one morning and they said, oh, we're testing a new option, rather than showing you things we think you're going to like, we want to show you some things that we think you will disagree with, but which we have some signals that suggest it's of quality. Like, well, that sounds interesting. I want to see something where, like, oh, I don't agree. So Larry Lessig is a good friend of mine, founder of Creative Commons, and he's moved on to doing stuff about corruption and politics and so on. And I don't always agree with Larry, but I always grapple with Larry because he's so interesting and he's so thoughtful that even when we don't agree, I'm like, actually, I want to hear him out because I'm going to learn from it. And that doesn't mean I always come around to agreeing with him, but I'm going to understand the perspective of it. And that's really great feeling.
Yeah, there's this interesting thing on social media where people kind of accuse others of saying, well, you don't want to hear opinions that you disagree with or ideas you disagree with. I think this is something that's thrown at me all the time. The reality is there's literally almost nothing I enjoy.
It's a odd thing to accuse you of because you have a wide range of long conversations with very diverse people.
But there is a very harsh drop off. Because what I like is high quality disagreement. I really can't think. And at a certain point, there's a threshold, it's kind of a gray area when the quality of the disagreement just sounds like mocking and you're not really interested in a deep understanding of the topic, or you yourself don't seem to carry a deep understanding of the topic. Like there's something called intelligence squared debates. The main one is the British version. The British accent, everything always sounds better, and the Brits seem to argue more intensely. Like they're invigorated, they're energized by the debate. Those people, I often disagree with basically everybody involved, and it's so fun. I learned something. That's high quality. If we could do that, there's some way for me to click a button that says filter out lower quality just today. Sometimes show it to me because I want to be able to. Today, I'm just not in the mood for the mockery.
Yeah.
Just high quality stuff. Even flat earth. I want to get high quality arguments for the flat earth. It would make me feel good because I'll see, oh, that's really interesting. Like I never really thought in my mind to challenge the mainstream narrative of general relativity, right? Of a perception of physics. Maybe all of reality. Maybe all of space time is an illusion. That's really interesting. I never really thought about them to consider that fully. Okay, what's the evidence? How do you test that? What are the alternatives? How would you be able to have such consistent perception of a physical reality if it's all of it's an illusion? All of us seem to share the same kind of perception of reality. That's the kind of stuff I love, but not like the mockery of it. That it seems that social media can kind of inspire.
Yeah, I talk sometimes about how people assume that like the big debates in Wikipedia, the sort of arguments are between the party of the left and the party of the right. And I say, no, it's actually the party of the kind and thoughtful and the party of the jerks is really it. And left and right, like, yeah, bring me somebody I disagree with politically as long as they're thoughtful, kind. We're gonna have a real discussion. I give an example of our article on abortion. So, if you can bring together a kind and thoughtful Catholic priest and a kind and thoughtful Planned Parenthood activist, and they're going to work together on the article on abortion, that can be a really great thing if they're both kind and thoughtful. That's the important part. They're never going to agree on the topic, but they will understand, okay, like, Wikipedia is not going to take a side. Wikipedia is going to explain what the debate is about. We're going to try to characterize it fairly. And it turns out, like, your kind and thoughtful people, even if they're quite ideological, like a Catholic priest is generally going to be quite ideological on the subject of abortion, but they can grapple with ideas and they can discuss, and they may feel very proud of the entry at the end of the day, not because they suppress the other side's views, but because they think the case has been stated very well that other people can come to understand it. And if you're highly ideological, you assume, I think naturally, if people understood as much about this as I do, they'll probably agree with me. I'm wrong about that, but that's often the case. So that's where, that's what I think we need to encourage more of in society generally, is grappling with ideas in a really, thoughtful way.
So is it possible if the majority of volunteers, editors of Wikipedia, really dislike Donald Trump? Are they still able to write an article that empathizes with the perspective of, for a time at least, a very large percentage of the United States that would support Donald Trump, and to have a full, broad representation of him as a human being, him as a political leader, him as a set of policies promised and implemented, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think so. And I think if you read the article, it's pretty good. And I think a piece of that is within our community, if people have the self-awareness to understand stuff. I personally wouldn't go and edit the entry on Donald Trump. I get emotional about it, and I'm like, I'm not good at this. And if I tried to do it, I would fail. I wouldn't be a good Wikipedia. It's better if I just step back and let people who are more dispassionate on this topic edit it. Whereas there are other topics that are incredibly emotional to some people where I can actually do quite well. I'm going to be okay. Maybe we were discussing earlier the efficacy of masks. I'm like, oh, I think that's an interesting problem. I don't know the answer, but I can help kind of catalog what's the best evidence, so I'm not going to get upset. I'm not going to get angry. I'm able to be a good Wikipedian. So I think that's important. And I do think, though, in a related framework, that the composition of the community is really important. Not because Wikipedia is or should be a battleground, but because blind spots. Like maybe I don't even realize what's biased. If I'm particularly of a certain point of view, and I've never thought much about it. So one of the things we focus on a lot, the Wikipedia volunteers are, we don't know the exact number, but let's say 80% plus male. And they're of a certain demographic that tend to be college educated, heavier on tech geeks than not, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a demographic to the community, and that's pretty much global. I mean, somebody said to me once, why is it only white men who edit Wikipedia? You've obviously not enough Japanese Wikipedia community. It's kind of a joke because the broader principle still stands. Who edits Japanese Wikipedia? A bunch of geeky men, right? And women as well. So we do have women in the community, and that's very important. But we do think, okay, you know what? That does lead to some problems. It leads to some content issues simply because people write more about what they know and what they're interested in. They'll tend to be dismissive of things as being unimportant if it's not something that they personally have an interest in. I like the example as a parent. I would say our entries on early childhood development probably aren't as good as they should be. Because a lot of the Wikipedia volunteers, actually, we're getting older, the Wikipedians, so the demographic has changed a bit. But it's like if you've got a bunch of 25-year-old tech geek dudes who don't have kids, they're just not going to be interested in early childhood development. And if they tried to write about it, they probably wouldn't do a good job because they don't read about it. And somebody did a look at our entries on novelists who've won a major literary prize. And they looked at the male novelist versus the female. And the male novelists had longer and higher quality. And why is that? Well, it's not because I know hundreds of Wikipedians. It's not because these are a bunch of biased, sexist men who are like, books by women are not important. It's like, no, actually there is a gender kind of breakdown of readership. There are books, like hard science fiction is a classic example. Hard science fiction, mostly read by men. Other types of novels, more read by women. And if we don't have women in the community, then these award-winning, clearly important novelists may have less coverage. And not because anybody consciously thinks, oh, we don't like what a book by Maya Angelou, like who cares? She's a poet, like that's not interesting. No, but just because people write what they know, they write what they're interested in. So we do think diversity in the community is really important, and that's one area where I do think it's really clear. But I can also say, you know what, actually, that also applies in the political sphere. Like, to say, actually, we do want kind and thoughtful Catholic priests, kind and thoughtful conservatives, kind and thoughtful libertarians, kind and thoughtful Marxists, to come in. But the key is the kind and thoughtful piece. So when people sometimes come to Wikipedia outraged by some, dramatic things happened on Twitter, they come to Wikipedia with a chip on their shoulder, ready to do battle. It just doesn't work out right,
And there's tribes in general where I think there's a responsibility on the larger group to be even kinder and more welcoming to the smaller group.
Yeah, we think that's really important. And so, oftentimes people come in and, there's a lot, when I talk about community health, one of the aspects of that we do think about a lot, that I think about a lot, is not about politics. It's just like, how are we treating newcomers in the community? And so I can tell you what our ideals are, what our philosophy is, but do we live up to them? So, the ideal is you come to Wikipedia, we have rules, like one of our fundamental rules is ignore all rules, which is probably written that way because it piques people's attention. Like, what the hell kind of rule is that, But basically says, look, don't get nervous and depressed about a bunch of, what's the formatting of your footnote, right? So you shouldn't come to Wikipedia, add a link, and then get banned or yelled at because it's not the right format. Instead, somebody should go, oh, hey, yeah, thanks for helping, but, here's the link to how to format if you want to keep going, you might want to learn how to format a footnote. And to be friendly and to be open and to say, oh, right, oh, you're new, and you clearly don't know everything about Wikipedia. And, sometimes in any community that can be quite hard. So people come in and they've got a great big idea and they're going to propose this to the Wikipedia community and they have no idea. That's basically a perennial discussion we've had 7,000 times before. And so then ideally you would say to the person, oh, yeah, great, thanks. Like a lot of people have, and here's where we got to, and here's the nuanced conversation we've had about that in the past that I think you'll find interesting. And sometimes people are just like, oh God, another one, who's come in with this idea which doesn't work and they don't understand why.
You can lose patience. But
yeah, and that's kind of human, But I think it just does require really thinking, in a self-aware manner. Like, oh, I was once a newbie. Actually, we have great. I just did an interview with Emily Templewoods, she was Wikipedia of the Year. She's just like a great, well-known Wikipedian, and I interviewed her for my book, and she told me something I never knew. Apparently, it's not a secret. Like she didn't reveal it to me, but is that when she started Wikipedia, she was a vandal. She came in and vandalized Wikipedia, and then basically what happened was she'd done some sort of vandalized a couple of articles, and then somebody popped up on her blog page and said, hey, like, why are you doing this? Like, we're trying to make an encyclopedia here, and this wasn't very kind. And she felt so bad. She's like, oh, right, I didn't really think of it that way. She just was coming in as like 15 years old, combative and, like having fun and trolling a bit. And then she's like, oh, actually, I see your point, and became a great Wikipedian. So that's the ideal, really, is that you don't just go troll, block, fuck off.
Yeah.
You go, hey, like, what gives, which is, I think, the way we tend to treat things in real life. If you've got somebody who's doing something obnoxious in your friend group, you probably go, hey, like, really, I don't know if you've noticed, but I think this person is actually quite hurt that you keep making that joke about them. And then they usually go, oh, you know what, I thought that was okay, I didn't, and then they stop. Or they keep it up and then everybody goes, but you're the asshole.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just an example. It gives me faith in humanity. Like, we're all capable of wanting to be kind to each other. And in general, the fact that there's a small group of volunteers that are able to contribute so much to the organization, the collection, the discussion of all of human knowledge. It makes me so grateful to be part of this whole human project. That's one of the reasons I love Wikipedia. It gives me faith.
Yeah. No, I once was at Wikimania, our annual conference, and people come from all around the world, and they're really active volunteers. And I was at the dinner. We were in Egypt, Wikimania in Alexandria, the sort of closing dinner or whatever. And a friend of mine came and sat at the table, and she's sort of been in the movement more broadly, Creative Commons. She's not really Wikipedia. She'd come to the conference because she's into Creative Commons and all that. So we have dinner, and it just turned out I sat down at the table with most of the members of the English Language Arbitration Committee. And they're a bunch of very sweet, geeky Wikipedians. And as we left the table, I said to her, it's really like, I still find this kind of sense of amazement. Like, we just had dinner with some of the most powerful people in English language media. Because they're the people who are like the final court of appeal in English Wikipedia. And thank goodness they're not media moguls, right? They're just a bunch of geeks who are just like well liked in the community because they're kind and they're thoughtful and they really, sort of think about things.
It's like, to the degree that geeks run the best aspect of human civilization, brings me joy in all aspects. And this is true programming, like Linux, like programmers, like people that kind of specialize in a thing, and they don't really get caught up into the mess of the bickering of society. They just kind of do their thing, and they value the craftsmanship of it, the confidence of it.
If you've never heard of this or looked into it, you'll enjoy it. I read something recently that I didn't even know about, but like the fundamental like time zones, and they change from time to time. Sometimes a country will pass daylight savings or move it by a week, whatever. There's a file that's an old, sort of Unix-based computers, and basically all computers end up using this file. It's the official time zone file. But why is it official? It's just this one guy, like this guy, and a community around him. And basically, something weird happened. It broke something because he was on vacation, and I'm just like, isn't that wild, right? That you would think. I mean, first of all, most people never even think about like how do computers know about time zones. Well, they know because they just use this file which tells all the time zones and which dates they change and all of that. But there's just one guy and he doesn't get paid for it. It's just he's like, with all the billions of people on the planet, he's going to put his hand up and goes, "Yeah, well, I'll take care of the time zone."
And there's a lot of programmers listening to this right now with PTSD about time zones.
Yeah.
And then there's on top of this one guy, there's other libraries, the different programming languages that help manage the time zones for you. But still, it's just within those, it's amazing just the packages, the libraries, how few people build.
Oh yeah,
out of their own love for building, for creating, for community, and all of that.
Yeah.
It's I almost don't want to interfere with natural habitat at the peak. Right? Like when you spot them in the wild, you just want to be more careful.
Yeah.
That thing.
No, I met a guy many years ago. Lovely, really sweet guy. And he was running a bot on English Wikipedia that I thought, wow, that's actually super clever. What he had done is his bot was like spell checking, but rather than simple spell checking, what he had done is create a database of words that are commonly mistaken for other words. They're spelled wrong. So I can give an example. And so the word is, people often spell it wrong, but no spell checker catches it because it is another word. And so what he did is he wrote a bot that looks for these words and then checks the sentence around it for certain keywords. So in some context, this isn't correct, but buoy and boy. People sometimes type B-O-Y when they mean B-O-U-Y. So if he sees the word boy, B-O-Y in an article, he would look in the context and see, is this a nautical reference? And if it was, he didn't autocorrect, he just would flag it up for himself to go, oh, check this one out. And that's not a great example, but he has thousands of examples. So, I would have never thought to do that, and I'm glad that we did. And that's also part of the openness of the system, and also I think being a charity, being this idea of like actually this is a gift to the world that makes someone go, oh well, I'll put my hand up. Like I see a little piece of things that I can make better because I'm a good programmer and I can write this script to do this thing, and I'll find it fun. Amazing.
I gotta ask about this big bold decision at the very beginning to not do advertisements on the website, and just in general the philosophy of the business. What do you do?
Yeah. So I think most people know this, but we're a charity. So in the U.S., registered as a charity, and we don't have any ads on the site, and the vast majority of the money is from donations, but the vast majority from small donors, so people giving $25 or whatever.
If you're listening to this, go donate.
Go donate.
Donate now. I've donated so many times.
And we have, millions of donors every year, but it's like a small percentage of people. I would say in the early days, a big part of it was aesthetic almost as much as anything else. It was just like, I just think I don't really want ads to make people. I just think it would be, there's a lot of reasons why it might not be good. And even back then, I didn't think as much as I have since about a business model can tend to drive you in a certain place. And really thinking that through in advance is really important. Because you might say, yeah, we're really, really keen on community control and neutrality. But if we had an advertising-based business model, probably that would begin to erode. Even if I believe in it very strongly, organizations tend to follow the money in the DNA in the long run. And so things like, it's easy to think about some of the immediate problems. So like if you go to read about, Nissan car company, and if you saw an ad for the new Nissan at the top of the page, you might be like, did they pay for this? Or like, do the advertisers have influence with the content? Because you kind of wonder about that for all kinds of media, and that undermines trust, right? But also things like, we don't have clickbait headlines on Wikipedia. You've never seen, you know, Wikipedia entries with all this kind of listicles, sort of the 10 funniest cat pictures, number 7 make you cry, none of that kind of stuff, because there's no incentive, no reason to do that. Also, there's no reason to have an algorithm to say, actually, we're going to use our algorithm to drive you to stay on the website. We're going to use the algorithm to drive you to, it's like, oh, you're reading about Queen Victoria. There's nothing to sell you when you're reading about Queen Victoria. Let's move you on to Las Vegas, because actually the ad revenue around hotels in Las Vegas is quite good. So we don't have that sort of, there's no incentive for the organization to go, oh, let's move people around to things that have better ad revenue. Instead, it's just like, oh, well, what's most interesting to the community, just to make those links. So that decision just seemed obvious to me. But as I say, it was less of a business decision and more of an aesthetic. It's like, oh, like, this is how I like Wikipedia. It doesn't have ads. I don't really want, in these early days, like a lot of the ads, that was well before the era of really quality ad targeting and all that. So you get a lot of banners, punch the monkey ads and all that kind of nonsense. And so, but there was no guarantee. It was not really clear how could we fund this. Like, it was pretty cheap. It still is quite cheap compared to, most, you don't have 100,000 employees and all that. But would we be able to raise money through donations? And so I remember the first time that we really did a donation campaign was on a Christmas day in 2003, I think it was. There was, we had 3 servers, database servers and 2 front-end servers, and they were all the same size or whatever. And 2 of them crashed. They broke. I don't even remember now, like the hard drive. It was like, it's Christmas Day. So I scrambled on Christmas Day to sort of go onto the database server, which fortunately survived, and have it become a front-end server as well. And the site was really slow. It wasn't working very well. And I was like, okay, it's time. We need to do a fundraiser. And so I was hoping to raise $20,000 in a month's time. But we raised nearly $30,000 within 2-3 weeks. So that was the first proof point of like, oh, like, we put a banner up and people will donate. Like, we just explain we need the money, and people are like, already, we were very small back then. Like, oh yeah, like, I love this, I want to contribute. And over the years, we've become more sophisticated about the fundraising campaigns, and we've tested a lot of different messaging and so forth. What we used to think, I remember one year we really went heavy with, we have great ambitions to, the idea of Wikipedia is a free encyclopedia for every single person on the planet. So what about the languages of sub-Saharan Africa? I thought, okay, we're trying to raise money, we need to talk about that, because it's really important and near and dear to my heart. And just instinctively, knowing nothing about charity fundraising, see it all around, it's like, oh, charities always mention, like, the poor people they're helping, so let's talk about that. Didn't really work as well. The pitch that, this is very vague and very sort of broad, but the pitch that works better than any other in general is a fairness pitch of like, you use it all the time, you should probably chip in. And most people are like, yeah, you know what? My life would suck. Wikipedia, I use it constantly. And whatever, I should chip in. Like, it just seems like the right thing to do. And there's many variants on that, obviously. And that really, it works. And like, people are like, oh yeah, like, Wikipedia, I love Wikipedia, and I shouldn't. And so sometimes people say, why are you always begging for money on the website? And it's not that often. It's not that much, but it does happen. They're like, why don't you just get Google and Facebook and Microsoft? Why don't they pay for it? And I'm like, I don't think that's really the right answer. Influence starts to creep in, and questions start to creep in. Like, the best funding for Wikipedia is the small donors. We also have major donors, right? We have high net worth people who donate. But we always are very careful about that sort of thing, to say, wow, that's really great and really important. but we can't let that become influence because that would just be really quite good for Wikipedia.
I would love to know how many times I've visited Wikipedia because I have a general sense that it's the most useless site I've ever used, competing maybe with Google search.
Yeah.
Which ultimately lands.
Yeah.
If I were just reminded of, hey, remember all those times your life was made better because of the site? I think I would be much more like, why did I waste money on site XYZ when I could be like, I should be giving a lot of here.
Well, the Guardian newspaper has a similar model. They have ads, but they also, there's no paywall, but they just encourage people to do it. And they do that. Like, I've sometimes seen a banner saying, no, this is your 134th article you've read this year. Would you like to donate? And I think it's effective. I mean, they're testing. But also, I wonder, just for some people, if they just don't feel guilty or I shouldn't bother them so much. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know the answer.
I guess that's the thing I could also turn on because that'll make me. I feel like legitimately there's some sites. This speaks to our social media discussion. Wikipedia unquestionably makes me feel better about myself if I spend time on it. Like, there's some websites where I'm like, if I spend time on Twitter, sometimes I'm like, I regret. There's, I think Elon talks about this, minimize the number of regretted minutes.
Yeah.
My number of regretted minutes on Wikipedia is zero. Like, I don't remember a time, I've just discovered this, I started following on Instagram the page Depth of Wikipedia.
Oh, yeah.
There's crazy Wikipedia pages. There's no Wikipedia page.
Yeah, I gave her a Media Contributor of the Year award this year because she's so great. Depth of Wikipedia is so fun.
So that's a kind of interesting point that I don't even know if there's a competitor there. Maybe this sort of programming Stack Overflow type of website, but everything else there's always a trade-off. It's probably because of the ad-driven model, because there's an incentive to pull you under clickbait.
Yeah.
And Wikipedia has no clickbait. It's all about the quality of the knowledge and the wisdom.
Yeah, that's right. And I also like Stack Overflow. I wonder what you think of this. So I only program for fun as a hobby, and I don't have enough time to do it, but I do, and I'm not very good at it. So therefore, I end up on Stack Overflow quite a lot, trying to figure out what's going wrong. And I have really transitioned to using ChatGPT much more for that, because I can often find the answer clearly explained, and it works better than sifting through threads. And I kind of feel bad about that, because I do love Stack Overflow, and they can really, I mean, I'm assuming, I haven't read anything in the news about it, I'm assuming they are keenly aware of this, and they're thinking about how can we sort of use this chunk of knowledge that we've got here and provide a new type of interface where you can query it with a question and actually get an answer that's based on the answers that we've had. I don't know.
I think Stack Overflow currently has policies against using GPT. Like, there's a contentious kind of tension.
Of course, yeah.
But they're trying to still figure that out.
And so we are similar in that regard. Like, obviously, all the things you've talked about, like ChatGPT makes stuff up and it makes up references. So our community has already put into place some policies about it. But roughly speaking, there's always more nuance. But roughly speaking, it's sort of like you, the human, are responsible for what you put into Wikipedia. So if you use ChatGPT, you better check it. There's a lot of great use cases. I'm not a native speaker of German, but I kind of am pretty good. I'm not going to let myself hypothetical mean it's pretty good. And I kind of just want to run my edit through ChatGPT in German to go make sure my grammar is okay. That's actually cool.
Does it make you sad that people might increasingly use ChatGPT for something where they would previously use Wikipedia? So basically, use it to answer basic questions about the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, no.
And where the answer really comes at the source of it from Wikipedia, but they're using this as an interface.
Yeah, no, that's completely fine. I mean, part of it is our ethos has always been, here's our gift to the world. So if the knowledge is more accessible to people, even if they're not coming through us, that's fine. obviously we do have certain business model concerns, right? Like, and we've got where we've had more conversation about this. This whole GPT thing is new. Things like if you ask Alexa, um, you know, what is the Eiffel Tower, and she reads you the first two sentences from Wikipedia and doesn't say it's from Wikipedia, and they've recently started citing Wikipedia, then we worry like, oh, if people don't know they're getting the knowledge from us, are they going to donate money? Or do they just think, oh, what's Wikipedia for? I can just ask Alexa. It's like, well, Alexa only knows anything because she read Wikipedia. And we do think about that, but it doesn't bother me in the sense of like, oh, I want to always come to Wikipedia first. But we're also, at a great demo, we literally just hacked together over the weekend by our head of machine learning, where he did this little thing to say, you could ask any question. He was just knocking it together. So he used the OpenAI's API just to make a demo. Ask a question, why do ducks fly south for winter? Mm-hmm. It's the kind of thing you think, oh, I might just Google for that. I might start looking in Wikipedia. And so what he did is he asked ChatGPT, what are some Wikipedia entries that might answer this? Then he grabbed those Wikipedia entries, said, here's some Wikipedia entries, answer this question based only on the information he had. He had pretty good results, and it kind of prevented them making stuff up. Now, it's just he hacked together a weekend, but what it made me think about was, oh, okay, so now we've got this huge body of knowledge that in many cases, you're like, oh, I want to know about Queen Victoria. I'm just going to go read the Wikipedia entry. It's going to take me through her life and so forth. But other times you've got a specific question, and maybe we could have a better search experience where you can come to Wikipedia, ask your specific question, get your specific answer that's from Wikipedia, including links to the articles you might want to read next. And that's just a step forward. Like, that's just using a new type of technology to make the extraction of information from this body of text into my brain faster and easier. So I think that's kind of cool.
I would love to see a ChatGPT grounding into websites like Wikipedia, and the other comparable website to me would be like Wolfram Alpha for more mathematical knowledge, that kind of stuff. So grounding, taking you to a page that is really crafted, as opposed to like the moment you start actually taking you to like journalist websites, like news websites, that's getting a little iffy. Getting a little because they have you're now in a land that has a strong incentive.
Right. Yeah. And you need somebody to help you through that and sort of try to knock off the rough edges. Yeah. No, it's very. I think that's exactly right, and I think, I think that kind of grounding is. I think they're working really hard on it. I think that's really important. And that actually, if you ask me to step back and be like very business-like about our business model and where's it going to go for us, and are we going to lose half our donations because everybody's just going to stop coming and going to ChatGPT? I think the grounding will help a lot because, frankly, most questions people have, if they provide proper links, we're going to be at the top of that just like we are in Google. So we're still going to get tons of recognition and tons of traffic just from, even if it's just the moral properness of saying, here's my source. So I think we're going to be all right.
Yeah, and the close partnership of if the model is fine-tuned, it's constantly trained, and Wikipedia is one of the primary places where if you want to change what the model knows, one of the things you should do is contribute to Wikipedia or clarify Wikipedia.
Yeah.
So elaborate, expand.
Yeah.
You mentioned all of us have controversies. I have to ask. Do you find the controversy of whether you are the sole founder or the co-founder of Wikipedia ironic, absurd, interesting, important? What are your comments?
I would say unimportant, not that interesting. I mean, one of the things that people are sometimes surprised to hear me say is I actually think Larry Sanger doesn't get enough credit for his early work in Wikipedia, even though I think co-founder is not the right title for that. So, like he had a lot of impact and a lot of great work, and I disagree on a lot of things since and all that, and that's fine. So, to me, that's like, it's one of these things that the media love a falling out story, and so they want to make a big deal out of it, and I'm just like,
So there's a lot of interesting engineering contributions in the early days. Like you were saying, there's debates about how to structure it, what the heck is this thing that we're doing, and there's important people that contributed to that.
Yeah, definitely.
So he said you had some disagreements. Larry Sanger said that nobody should trust Wikipedia, and that Wikipedia seems to assume that there's only one legitimate defensible version of the truth on any controversial question. That's not how Wikipedia used to be. I presume you disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, just straight up, I disagree. Like, go and read any Wikipedia entry on a controversial topic, and what you see is a really diligent effort to explain all the relevant sides. So, yeah, just disagree.
So, on controversial questions, do you think perspectives are generally represented?
Yeah.
Because it has to do with the kind of the tension between the mainstream and the non-mainstream groups.
Yeah, no, I mean, for sure. Like, to take this area of discussion seriously is to say, yeah, you know what? Actually, that is a big part of what Wikipedia is spending time grappling. Is to say, you know, how do we figure out whether a less popular view is pseudoscience? Is it just a less popular view that's gaining acceptance in the mainstream? Is it fringe versus crackpot, et cetera, et cetera? And that debate is what you've got to do. There's no choice about having that debate, grappling with something. And I think we do. And I think that's really important. And I think if anybody said to the Wikipedia community, gee, you should stop, you know, sort of covering minority viewpoints on this issue, I think they would say, I don't even understand why you would say that. Like, we have to sort of grapple with minority viewpoints in science and politics and so on. But it's and like, this is one of the reasons why, you know, there is no magic simple answer to all these things. It's really contextual, it's case by case. It's like, you know, you've got to really say, okay, what is the context here? How do you do it? And you've always got to be open to correction, to change, and to sort of challenge, and always be sort of serious.
I think what happens, again, with social media is when there is that grappling process in Wikipedia and a decision is made to remove a paragraph, or to remove a thing, or say a thing, you're going to notice the one direction of the oscillation of the grappling, not the correction.
Yeah.
And you're going to highlight that and say, how come this person, I don't know, I want maybe legitimacy of election, if that's the thing that comes up. Donald Trump maybe.
I can give a really good example, which is there was this dust up about the definition of recession in Wikipedia. So the accusation was, and the accusation was often quite ridiculous and extreme, which is, under pressure from the Biden administration, Wikipedia changed the definition of recession to make Biden look good. Or we did it not under pressure, but because we're a bunch of lunatic leftists and so on. And then, you know, when I see something like that in the press, I'm like, oh dear, like, what's happened here? How did we do that? Because I always just accept things for 5 seconds first. And then I go and I look and I'm like, you know what? That's literally completely not what happened. What happened was one editor thought the article needed restructuring. So the article, as I said, so the traditional kind of loose definition of recession is 2 quarters of negative growth. But there's always been, within economics, within important agencies in different countries around the world, a lot of nuance around that. And there's other like factors that go into it. And so it's just an interesting, complicated topic. And so the article has always had the definition of 2 quarters. The only thing that really changed was moving that from the lead, from the top paragraph, to further down. And then news stories appeared saying, Wikipedia's changed the definition of recession. And then we got a huge rush of trolls coming in. So the article was temporarily protected, I think only semi-protected. And people were told, go to the talk page to discuss. Anyway, it was the stuff that was, you know, when you look at it as a Wikipedia, you're like, oh, this is a really routine kind of editorial debate. Another example, which unfortunately our friend Elon fell for, I would say, is the Twitter files. So there was an article called The Twitter Files, which is about these files that were released once Elon took control of Twitter and he released internal documents. And what happened was somebody nominated it for deletion, but even the nomination said, this is mainly about the Hunter Biden laptop controversy. shouldn't this information be there instead? So anyone can, like, it takes exactly one human being anywhere on the planet to propose something for deletion. And that triggers a process where people discuss it, which within a few hours, it was what we call a snowball close, i.e., this doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of passing. So an admin goes, yeah, wrong, and closed the debate, and that was it. That was the whole thing that happened. And so nobody proposed suppressing the information. Nobody proposed it wasn't important. It was just like editorially boring internal question. So sometimes people read stuff like that and they're like, oh, you see, look at these leftists. They're trying to suppress the truth again. It's like, well, slow down a second and come and look. Like, literally, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, so I think the right is more sensitive to censorship. And so they will more likely highlight, there's more virality to highlighting something that looks like censorship in any walks of life. And this moving a paragraph from one place to another, or removing it and so on as part of the regular grappling with Wikipedia can make a hell of a good article.
Oh, yeah. So it sounds really enticing and intriguing and surprising to most people because they're like, I'm reading Wikipedia. It doesn't seem like a crackpot leftist website. It seems pretty dull, really, in its own geeky way.
Well, that's
so that makes a good story. It's like, oh, am I being misled because there's a shadowy cabal of Jimmy Wales?
I read political stuff, like I mentioned to you, traveling to have some very difficult conversation with high-profile figures, both in the war in Ukraine and in Israel and Palestine. And I read the Wikipedia articles around that, and I also read books on the conflict and the history of the different regions. And I find the Wikipedia articles to be very balanced, and there's many perspectives being represented. But then I ask myself, well, am I one of them leftist crackpots? They can't see the truth. I mean, it's something I ask myself all the time. To get the leftist is crackpot. Am I just being a sheep and accepting it? And I think that's an important question to always ask, but not too much.
Yeah, a little bit, but not too much. No, I think we always have to challenge ourselves of like, what do I potentially have wrong?
Well, you mentioned pressure from government. You've criticized Twitter for giving in to Turkey's government censorship. There's also conspiracy theories or accusations of Wikipedia being open to pressure from government or government organizations, FBI, and all this kind of stuff. Is that right? What is the philosophy about pressure from government and censorship?
So we're super hardcore on this. We've never bowed down to government pressure anywhere in the world, and we never will. And we understand that we're hardcore, and actually there is a bit of nuance about how different companies respond to this, but our response has always been just to say no. And if they threaten to block, we'll knock yourself out, you'll lose Wikipedia. And that's been very successful for us as a strategy, because governments know they can't just casually threaten to block Wikipedia or block us for 2 days and we're going to cave in immediately to get back into the market. And that's what a lot of companies have done, and I don't think that's good. We can go one level deeper and say, I'm actually quite sympathetic. Like, if you have staff members in a certain country and they are at physical risk, you've got to put that into your equation. So I understand that. Like, if Elon said, actually, I've got 100 staff members on the ground in such and such a country, and if we don't comply, somebody's going to get arrested and it could be quite serious. Okay, that's a tough one, right? That's actually really hard. But yeah, no, and then the FBI one, we like the criticism I saw. I kind of prepared for this because I saw people responding to your request for questions, and I was like, somebody's like, oh, well, don't you think it was really bad that you da 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 da? And I actually reached out to staff and just make sure I got my facts right. And the answer is we received 0 requests of any kind from the FBI or any of the other government agencies for any changes to content in Wikipedia. And hadn't received those requests at the level of the Wikimedia Foundation, we would have said, it's not we can't do anything because Wikipedia is written by the community. And so the Wikimedia Foundation can't change the content of Wikipedia without causing, God, that would be a massive controversy, you can imagine. what we did do, and this is what I've done, I've been to China and met the Minister of Propaganda. We've had discussions with governments all around the world, not because we want to do their bidding, but because we don't want to do their bidding, and we also don't want to be blocked. And think actually having these conversations are really important. Now, there's no threat of being blocked in the U.S. Like, that's just never going to happen. It's the First Amendment. But in other countries around the world, it's like, okay, what are you upset about? Let's have the conversation. Like, let's understand, and let's have a dialogue about it so that you can understand where we come from and what we're doing and why. And then, sometimes it's like, gee, like, if somebody complains that something's bad in Wikipedia, whoever they are, I don't care who they are, it could be you, it could be the government, it could be the Pope, I don't care who they are. It's like, oh, okay, well, our responsibility as Wikipedia is to go, oh, hold on, let's check. Right? Is that right or wrong? Is there something that we've got wrong in Wikipedia? Not because you're threatening to block us, but because we want Wikipedia to be correct. So we do have these dialogues with people. And, a big part of like what was going on with, you might call it pressure on social media companies or dialogue with, depending on, as we talked earlier, grapple with the language, depending on what your view is. In our case, it was really just about, oh, okay, right, they want to have a dialogue about COVID information, misinformation. We're this enormous source of information which the world depends on. We're going to have that conversation, right? We're happy to say, here's, if they say, how do you know that Wikipedia is not going to be pushing some crazy anti-vax narrative? First, I think it's somewhat inappropriate for a government to be asking pointed questions in a way that implies possible penalty. I'm not sure that ever happened because we would just go, I don't know, the Chinese blocked us, and so it goes, right? We're not going to cave into any kind of government pressure, but whatever the appropriateness of what they were doing, I think there is a role for government in just saying, let's understand the information ecosystem. Let's think about the problem of misinformation, disinformation in society, particularly around election security, all these kinds of things. So, I think it would be irresponsible of us to get a call from a government agency and say, yeah, why don't you just fuck off? You're the government. But it would also be irresponsible to go, oh dear, government agents not happy. Let's fix Wikipedia as an FBI level.
So when you say you want to have discussions with the Chinese government or with organizations like CDC and WHO, it's to thoroughly understand what the mainstream narrative is so that it can be properly represented but not drive what the articles are.
Well, it's actually important to say, like, whatever the Wikimedia Foundation thinks has no impact on what's in Wikipedia. So it's more about saying to them, right, we understand you're the World Health Organization or you're whoever, and part of your job is to sort of public health, it's about communications. You want to understand the world. So it's more about, oh, well, let's explain how Wikipedia works.
So it's more about explaining how Wikipedia works and like, hey, it's the volunteers.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a battle of ideas, and here's how the sources are used.
Yeah, exactly.
What a legitimate source is and what not a legitimate source is.
Yeah, exactly.
I suppose there's some battle about what is a legitimate source. There could be statements made that CDC. There's government organizations in general have sold themselves to be the place where you go for expertise.
Mm-hmm.
And some of that has been, to a small degree, raised in question with the response to the pandemic.
Well, I think in many cases, and this goes back to my topic of trust. So there were definitely cases of public officials, public organizations, where I felt like they lost the trust of the public because they didn't trust the public.
Yeah.
And so the idea is like, we really need people to take this seriously and take actions. Therefore, we're going to put out some overblown claims because it's going to scare people into behaving correctly. You know what? That might work for a little while, but it doesn't work in the long run because suddenly people go from a default stance of like the Center for Disease Control, very well respected scientific organization, sort of, I don't know, they've got alternate layering of the last vial of smallpox or whatever it is that people think about them, and to go, oh right, these are scientists we should actually take seriously and listen to, and they're not politicized, and they're, it's like, okay. And if you put out statements, I don't know if the CDC did, but health organization, whoever, that are provably false, and also provably you kind of knew they were false, but you did it to scare people because you wanted them to do the right thing. No, you know what? That's not going to work. Like, you're going to lose people, and now you've got a bigger problem, which is a lack of trust in science, a lack of trust in authorities, who are, by and large, they're like boring government bureaucrat scientists who just trying to help the world.
Well, I have been criticized, and I've been torn on this. I've been criticized for criticizing Anthony Fauci too hard. The degree to which I criticized him is because he's a leader, and I'm just observing the effect in the loss of trust in institutions like the NIH, where I personally know there's a lot of incredible scientists doing incredible work.
Yeah.
And I have to blame the leaders for the effects on the distrust in the scientific work that they're doing, because of what I perceive as basic human flaws of communication, of arrogance, of ego, of politics, all those kinds of things. Now, you could say you're being too harsh, possible, but I think that's the whole point of free speech, is you can criticize the people who lead. Leaders, unfortunately or fortunately, are responsible for the effects on society. To me, Anthony Fauci, or whoever in the scientific position or on the pandemic, had an opportunity to have a FDR moment, or to get everybody together, inspire about the power of science to rapidly develop a vaccine that saves us from this pandemic and future pandemic that can threaten the well-being of human civilization. This was epic and awesome and sexy. And to me, when I talk to people about science, it's anything but sexy in terms of the virology and biology development. Because it's politicized, it's icky, and people just don't want to, don't talk to me about the vaccine. I understand everything. I got vaccinated. It's just, let's switch topics.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because I live in the UK, and I think it's all these things are a little less politicized. And I haven't paid close enough attention to Fauci to have a really strong view. I'm sure I would disagree with some things. I definitely, I remember hearing at the beginning of the pandemic, as I'm unwrapping my Amazon package with the masks I bought, because I heard there's a pandemic, and I just was like, I want some N95 mask, please. And they were saying, don't buy masks. And the motivation was because they didn't want there to be shortages in hospitals. Fine. But they were also statements of masks are not effective and they won't help you. And then the complete about face to you're ridiculous if you're not wearing them. It's just like, no, like that about face just lost people from day one.
The distrust in the intelligence of the public to deal with nuance, to deal with the uncertainty.
This is exactly what, I think this is where the Wikipedia neutral point of view is at, and should be an ideal. And obviously, every article and everything, you know me now, and you know how I am about these things. But like, ideally, is to say, look, we're happy to show you all the perspectives. This is Planned Parenthood's view, and this is Catholic Church view, and we're going to explain that, and we're going to try to be thoughtful and put in the best arguments from all sides. Because I trust you. Like, you read that, and you're going to be more educated, and you're going to begin to make a decision. I mean, I can just talk in the UK, the government, when we found out in the UK that very high-level government officials were not following the rules they put on everyone else, I had just become a UK citizen just a little while before the pandemic. And, it's kind of emotional. Like, you get a passport in a new country, and you feel quite good. And I did my oath to the Queen, and then they dragged the poor old lady out to tell us all to be good. And I was like, we're British, and we're going to do the right things. And it's going to be tough, but we're going to, So you have that kind of Dunkirk spirit moment. And you're like following the rules to a T. And then suddenly it's like, well, they're not following the rules. And so suddenly I shifted personally from, I'm going to follow the rules, even if I don't completely agree with them. I'll still follow because I think we've got all children together. So like, you know what? I'm going to make wise and thoughtful decisions for myself and my family. and that generally is going to mean following the rules. But it's basically, when they're, at certain moments in time, like you're not allowed to be in an outside space unless you're exercising. I'm like, I can sit in a park and read a book. Like, it's going to be fine. Like, that's the irrational rule, which I would have been following personally. Of like, oh, I'm just going to do the right.
And the loss of trust at the scale was probably harmful to science. And to me, the scientific method and the scientific community is one of the biggest hopes, at least to me, for the survival and the thriving of human civilization.
Absolutely. And I think you see some of the ramifications of this. There's always been like pretty anti-science, anti-vax people. Okay, that's always been a thing, but I feel like it's bigger now, simply because of that lowering of trust. So a lot of people, yeah, maybe it's like you say, a lot of people are like, yeah, I got vaccinated, I really don't care about this because it's so toxic, and that's unfortunate, because I think people should say, what an amazing thing. And there's also a whole range of discourse around, if this were a disease that was primarily killing babies, I think people's emotions about it would have been very different, right or wrong. And the fact that when you really looked at the sort of death rate of getting COVID, it's really dramatically different. If you're late in life, this was really dangerous. And if you're 23 years old, yeah, well, it's not great. Like, and long COVID's a thing and all of that, and I think some of the public communications, again, were failing to properly contextualize it. Not all of it, it's a complicated matter, but yeah.
Let me read your Reddit comment that received 2 likes. And
2 people liked it.
Yeah, 2 people liked it. And I don't know, maybe you can comment on whether there's truth to it, but I just found it interesting because I've been doing a lot of research on World War II recently. So this is about Hitler. It's a long statement. I was there when a big push was made to fight bias at Wikipedia. Our target became getting the Hitler article to be Wiki's featured article. The idea was that the voting body only wanted articles that were good PR, and especially articles about socially liberal topics. So the Hitler article had to be 2 to 3 times better and more academically researched to beat the competition. This bias seems to hold today. For example, the current list of political featured articles at a glance seems to have only 2 books, one on anarchism and one on Karl Marx. Surely we're not going to say there have only ever been 2 articles about political non-biography books worth being featured, especially compared to 200 plus video games. That's the only topics with good books are socialism and anarchy. Do you have any interesting comments on this kind of featured, how the featured is selected? Maybe Hitler because he's a special figure.
I love that. No, I love the comparison to how many video games, and that definitely speaks to my earlier, as like, if you've got a lot of young geeky men who really like video games, that doesn't necessarily get you the right place in every respect. Certainly, yeah. So here's a funny story. I woke up one morning to a bunch of journalists in Germany trying to get in touch with me, because German language Wikipedia chose to have as the featured article of the day swastika. And people were going crazy about it. And some people were saying it's illegal. Has German Wikipedia been taken over by Nazi sympathizers and so on? And it turned out it's not illegal. Like, discussing the swastika, using the swastika as a political campaign and using it in certain ways is illegal in Germany in a way that it wouldn't be in the US because of the First Amendment. But in this case, it was like, actually, part of the point is the swastika symbol is from other cultures as well, and they just thought it was interesting. And I did joke to the comedian, like, please don't put the swastika on the front page without warning me, because I'm going to get now it wouldn't be me, it's the foundation. I put that much in the front lines. And so I would say that to put Hitler on the front page of Wikipedia, it is a special topic, and you would want to say, yeah, let's be really careful that it's really, really good before we do that, because if we put it on the front page and it's not good enough, that could be a problem. There's no inherent reason. Like clearly, World War II is a very popular topic in Wikipedia. It's like on the History Channel, like people, it's a fascinating period of history that people are very interested in. And then on the other piece, like anarchism and Karl Marx are not. Oh yeah, and that's interesting. I'm surprised to hear that not more political books or topics have made it to the front page.
Now we're taking this rather comment.
I mean, as it's
That's
completely
as it's
yeah, but I'm trusting, so I think that's probably is right. They probably did have to list that. No, I think that piece, the piece about how many of those featured articles have been video games, and if it's disproportionate, I think the community should go, actually, what's going, like, that doesn't seem quite right. You know, I mean, you can imagine that because you're looking for an article to be on the front page of Wikipedia, you want to have a bit of diversity in it. You want it to be not always something that's really popular that week. So, like, I don't know, the last couple of weeks, maybe Succession, big finale of Succession, might lead you to think, oh, let's put Succession on. That's going to be popular. In other cases, you kind of want something super obscure and quirky because people also find that interesting. So, yeah, I don't know, but you don't want it to be video games most of the time. That sounds quite bad.
Well, let me ask you, just for as somebody who's seen the whole thing, the development of the millions of articles, big impossible question. What's your favorite article?
My favorite article. Well, I've got an amusing answer, which is possibly also true. There's an article in Wikipedia called Inherently Funny Words. And one of the reasons I love it is when it was created early in the history of Wikipedia, it kind of became like a dumping ground. People would just come by and write in any word that they thought sounded funny. And then it was nominated for deletion because somebody's like, this is just a dumbing ground. Like, people are putting all kinds of nonsense in. And in that deletion debate, somebody came forward and said, essentially, wait a second, hold on. This is actually a legitimate concept in the theory of humor and comedy. And a lot of famous comedians and humorists have written about that. And it's, it's actually a legitimate topic. So then they went through and they meticulously referenced every word that was in there and threw out a bunch that weren't. And so it becomes this really interesting. Now, my biggest disappointment, and it's the right decision to make, because there was no source, but it was a picture of a cow, but there was a rope around its head tying on some horns onto the cow. So it was kind of a funny looking picture. It looked like, a bull, horns, but it's just a normal milk cow. And below it, the caption said, according to some, cow is an inherently funny word, which is just hilarious to me. Partly because the according to some sounds a lot like Wikipedia. But there was no source, so it went away. I feel very sad about that. But I've always liked that. And actually, the reason depth of Wikipedia amuses me so greatly is because it does highlight really interesting, obscure stuff. And you're like, wow, I can't believe somebody wrote about that in Wikipedia. It's quite amusing. And sometimes there's a bit of wry humor in Wikipedia. There's always a struggle. You're not trying to be funny, but occasionally a little inside humor can be quite healthy.
Apparently, words with the letter K are funny. Yeah, there's a lot of really well researched stuff on the page.
Yeah,
exactly. I should mention for Wikipedia, it's run by Annie Rawarda.
That's right.
And let me just read off some of the pages. Octopolis and Octalantis are two separate non-human underwater settlements built by the gloomy octopuses in Jervis Bay, East Australia. The first settlement, named Octopolis by biologists, was founded in 2009. The individual structures in Octopolis consist of burrows around a piece of human detritus believed to be scrap metal, and goes on in this way. Satiric misspelling. Least concerned species. Humans were formally assessed as a species of least concern in 2008. I think Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I completely disagree. Right. And last one, let me just say, friendship paradox is the phenomena first observed by the sociologist Scott Feld in 1991 that on average, the individual's friends have more friends than that.
Oh, that's weird.
And
That's the kind of thing that makes you want to, like, it sounds implausible at first, because shouldn't everybody have, on average, about the same number of friends as all their friends? So you really want to dig into the math of that and really think, well, why would that be true?
And one way I feel more lonely in a mathematically rigorous way. Somebody else on Reddit asks, I would love to hear some war stories from behind the scenes. Is there something that we haven't mentioned that was particularly difficult in this entire journey?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, so part of what I always say about myself is that I'm a pathological optimist. So I always think everything is fine. And so things that other people might find a struggle, I'm just like, oh, well, this is the thing we're doing today. So that's kind of about me. And it's actually, I'm aware of this about myself. So I do like to have a few pessimistic people around me to keep me a bit on balance. Yeah, I mean, I would say some of the hard things. I mean, there were hard moments, like when 2 out of 3 servers crashed on Christmas Day, and then we needed to do a fundraiser, and no idea what was going to happen. I would say as well, the like in that early period of time, the growth of the website, the traffic to the website was phenomenal and great. The growth of the community, and in fact, the healthy growth of the community was fine. And then the Wikimedia Foundation, the nonprofit I set up to own and operate Wikipedia as a small organization, it had a lot of growing pains. And that was the piece that's just like many companies or many organizations that are in fast growth. It's like you've hired the wrong people, or there's this conflict that's arisen and nobody's got experience to do this and all that. So no specific stories to tell, but like I would say growing the organization is harder than growing community and growing the website, which is interesting.
Oh yeah, it's kind of miraculous and inspiring that a community can emerge and be stable, and that yes, it has so much kind of productive, positive output. It kind of makes me think. I mean, I don't. It's one of those things you don't want to analyze too much. It's like you don't want to mess with a beautiful thing, but it gives me faith in communities.
Yeah.
They can spring up in other domains as well.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And at Fandom, my for-profit media company, where it's like all these communities about pop culture, mainly sort of entertainment, gaming, and so on. There's a lot of small communities, and so I went last year to our Community Connect conference and just met some of these people. And here's one of the leaders of the Star Wars wiki, which is called Wikipedia, which I think is great. And he's telling me about his community and all that, and I'm like, oh right, yeah, I love it. It's like, so it's not the same purpose as Wikipedia of a neutral, high quality encyclopedia, but a lot of the same values are there. Like, oh, people should be nice to each other. It's like when people get upset, it's like, just remember we're working on Star Wars. Like, there's no reason to get too outraged, and just kind people, just like keep people up.
Where do you see Wikipedia in 10 years, 100 years, and 1,000?
Right. So 10 years, I would say pretty much the same. Like we're not gonna become TikTok, with entertainment, scroll by video, humor, and blah blah blah. An encyclopedia. I think in 10 years we probably will have a lot more AI supporting tools like I've talked about. And probably your search experience would be you can ask a question and get the answer rather than from our body of work.
So search and discovery would improve.
Yeah, all that. I always say one of the things that most people won't notice, because already they don't notice it, is the growth of Wikipedia in the languages of the developing world. So you probably don't speak Swahili, so you're probably not checking out that Swahili Wikipedia is doing very well. And it is doing very well. and I think that kind of growth is actually super important, super interesting. But most people won't notice that.
It's looking interesting. On that,
Yeah.
if we could, do you think there's so much incredible translation work is being done with AI, with language models? Do you think that can accelerate with Wikipedia? So you start with the basic draft of the translation of articles. And
Yeah. So what I used to say is like machine translation for many years wasn't much use to people. It just wasn't good. As it's gotten better, it's tended to be a lot better in what we might call economically important languages. That's because the corpus that they train on and all of that. So to translate from English to Spanish, if you've tried Google Translate recently, Spanish to English is what I would do. It's pretty good. Like, it's actually not bad. It used to be half a joke, and then for a while it was kind of like, well, you can get the gist of something. And now it's like, actually, it's pretty good. However, we've got a huge Spanish community who write in native Spanish. So they're able to use it, and they find it useful, but they're writing. But if you try to do English to Zulu, where there's not that much investment, like there's loads of reasons to invest in English to Spanish because they're both huge economically important languages. Zulu, not so much. So for those smaller languages, it was just still terrible. My understanding is it's improved dramatically, and also because the new methods of training don't necessarily involve identical corpuses to try to match things up, but rather reading and understanding with tokens and large language models, and then reading and understanding, and then you get a much richer. Apparently it's quite improved. So I think that now it is quite possible that these smaller language communities are going to say, oh, well, finally, I can put something in English, and I can get out Zulu that I feel comfortable sharing with my community because it's actually good enough, or I can edit it a bit here. So I think that's huge. So I do think that's going to happen. And that's going to accelerate, again, what will remain to most people an invisible trend, but that's the growth in all these other languages. So then move on to 100 years.
It's starting to get scary.
Well, the only thing I'll say about 100 years is like we've built the Wikimedia Foundation, and we run it in a quite cautious and financially conservative and careful way. So every year we build our reserves. Every year we put aside a little bit of money. We also have the endowment fund, which we just passed 100 million. That's a completely separate fund with a separate board, so that it's not just a big fat bank account for some future profligate CEO to blow through. The foundation will have to get the approval of a second order board to be able to access that money, and that board can make other grants to the community and things like that. So the point of all that is, I hope and believe that we're building, in a financially stable way, that we can weather various storms along the way, so that hopefully we're not taking the kind of risks. And by the way, we're not taking too few risks either. That's always hard. I think the Wikimedia Foundation will exist in 100 years. If anybody exists in 100 years, it will be there.
Do you think the internet just looks unpredictably different than just the web?
I do. I mean, I think right now, this sort of enormous step forward we've seen has become public in the last year of the large language models really is something else, right? It's really interesting. You and I both talked today about the flaws and the limitations, but still, it's, as someone who's been around technology for a long time, it's sort of that feeling of the first time I saw a web browser, the first time I saw the iPhone, like the first time the internet was actually really usable on a phone. It's like, wow, that's a step change difference. But there's a few other,
Google search.
right? Search was actually the first thing. Because I remember Alta Vista was kind of cool for a while, then it just got more and more useless because the algorithm wasn't good. And it's like, oh, Google search now, like the internet works again. And so large language model, it feels like that to me. Like, oh wow, this is something new and like really pretty remarkable. And it's going to have some downsides, like, the negative use case. And, people in the area who are experts, they're giving a lot of warnings. I don't know enough to. I'm not that worried about optimism. But I do see some like really low hanging fruit bad things that can happen. So my example is how about some highly customized spam where the email that you receive isn't just like misspelled words and like trying to get through filters, but actually is a targeted email to you that knows something about you by reading your LinkedIn profile and writes a plausible email and get through the filters, and it's like suddenly, oh, that's a new problem that's going to be interesting.
Is there a, just on the Wikipedia editing side, does it make the job of the volunteer or the editor more difficult if in a world where larger and larger percentage of the internet is written by
But one of my predictions, and we'll see, ask me again in 5 years how this panned out, is that in a way this will strengthen the value and importance of some traditional brands. So if I see a news story and it's from the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, Fox News, I know what I'm getting. I trust it to whatever extent I might have, trust or distrust in any of those. And if I see a brand new website that looks plausible, but I've never heard of it, and it could be machine-generated content that may be full of errors, I think I'll be more cautious. I'm more interested. We can also talk about this around photographic evidence. So obviously, there will be scandals where major media organizations get fooled by fake photos. However, if I see a photo of the recent was the Pope wearing an expensive puffer jacket, I'm gonna go, yeah, that's amazing that fake Pope that can be generated. But my immediate thought is not, oh, so the Pope's dipping into the money, eh? Probably because this particular Pope doesn't seem like he'd be the type.
My favorite is extensive pictures of Joe Biden and Donald Trump hanging out and having fun together.
Brilliant. So I think people will care about the provenance of a photo, and if you show me a photo and say, yeah, this photo is from Fox News, even though I don't necessarily think that's the highest, but I'm like, it's a news organization, and they're going to have journalists, and they're going to make sure the photo is what it purports to be. That's very different from a photo randomly circulating on Twitter. Whereas I would say 15 years ago, photo randomly circulating on Twitter, in most cases, the worst you could do, and this did happen, is misrepresent the battlefield. So like, oh, here's a bunch of injured children. Look what Israel's done, but actually it wasn't Israel. It was another case 10 years ago. And that has happened. That has always been around. And now we can have much more specifically constructed, plausible-looking photos that if I just see them circulating on Twitter, I'm going to go, just don't know, not sure. Like, I can make that in 5 minutes. So
I also hope that it's kind of like what you're writing about in your book, that you could also have citizen journalists that have a stable, verifiable trust that builds up.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be New York Times, this organization. It could be an organization of one, as long as it's stable and carries through time and it builds up.
No, I agree. But the one thing I've said in the past, and this depends on who that person is and what they're doing, but like I think my credibility, my general credibility in the world, should be the equal of a New York Times reporter. So if something happens and I witness it and I write about it, people are going to go, well, Jimmy Wales said it. That's just like if a New York Times reporter said it. Like I'm going to tend to think he didn't just make it up. The truth is, nothing interesting ever happens around me. I don't go to war zones. I don't go to big press conferences. I don't interview Putin and Zelensky, right? So, just to an extent, yes. Whereas I do think for other people, those traditional models of credibility are really, really important. And then there is this sort of citizen journalism. I don't know if you think of what you do as journalism. Kind of think it is.
Yeah.
You do interviews. You do long-form interviews. And I think people, like if you come and you say, right, here's my tape, wouldn't hand out the tape, I just gesture to you as if I'm handing you a cassette tape. But if you put it into your podcast, here's my interview with Zelensky, and people are going to go, yeah, how do we know? That could be a deep fake. Like you could have faked that. Because people are like, well, like you're a well-known podcaster and you do interview interesting people, and you wouldn't think that. So that your brand becomes really important. Whereas if suddenly, I've seen this already, I've seen a video with subtitles in English, and apparently the Ukrainian was the same, and it was Zelensky saying something really outrageous. And I'm like, yeah, don't believe that. Like, I don't think he said that in a meeting with, whatever. I think that's Russian propaganda or probably just trolls.
Yeah, and then building platforms and mechanisms of how that trust can be verified.
Yeah.
If something appears on a Wikipedia page, that means something. If something appears on, like, say, my Twitter account, that means something. That means this particular human, have signed off on it.
Yeah.
And then you, the trust you have in this particular human transfers to the piece of content. And then hopefully there's millions of people with different metrics of trust. And then you could see that there's sort of kind of bias in the set of conversations you're having. And maybe, okay, I trust this person to have this kind of bias, and I'll go to this other person with this other kind of bias that I can integrate them in this kind of way. Just like you said with Fox News and
Wall Street Journal and these reports, like, they've all got their, like, where they sit.
Do you have built, I would say, one of, if not the most impactful website in the history of human civilization? So let me ask for you to give advice to young people how to have impact in this world. High schoolers, college students, wanting to have a big positive impact.
Yeah, great. If you want to be successful, do something you're really passionate about rather than some kind of cold calculation of what can make you the most money. Because if you go and try to do something and you're like, I'm not that interested, but I'm going to make a lot of money doing it, probably not going to be that good at it. And so that is a big piece of it. I also like, so for startups, I give this advice. So young, and this is career startup, any kind of like young person just starting out, is like, be persistent, right? There'll be moments when it's not working out and you can't just give up too easily. You've got to persist through some hard times. Maybe 2 servers crash on the Sunday. You've got to sort of scramble to figure it out, but persist through that. And then also be prepared to pivot. That's a newer word, new for me. But when I pivoted from Newpedia to Wikipedia, it's like, this isn't working. I've got to completely change. So be willing to completely change direction when something's not working. The problem with these 2 wonderful pieces of advice is, which situation am I in today? Right? Is this a moment when I need to just power through and persist because I'm going to find a way to make this work? Or is this a moment where I need to go, actually, this is totally not working and I need to change direction? But also, I think for me, that always gives me a framework of like, okay, here's a problem. Do we need to change direction or do we need to kind of power through it? And just knowing, like, those are the choices. Not always the only choices, but it's just, I think, it can be helpful to say, okay, am I checking it out? Like, because I'm having a little bump and I'm feeling emotional, I'm just going to give up too soon? Okay, ask yourself that question. And also, it's like, am I being pig-headed and trying to do something that actually doesn't make sense? Okay, ask yourself that question too, even though they're contradictory questions. Sometimes it'll be one, sometimes it'll be the other. You got to really think it through.
I think persisting with the business model behind Wikipedia is such an inspiring story, because we live in a capitalist world. We live in a scary world, I think, for an internet business. So,
Yeah.
And so, like, to do things differently than a lot of websites are doing. Like, what Wikipedia has lived through the successive explosion of many websites that are basically ad-driven. Google is ad-driven. Facebook, Twitter, all of these websites are ad-driven. And to see them succeed, become these, like, incredibly rich, powerful companies that, if I could just have that money, you would think, as somebody running Wikipedia, I could do so much positive stuff, right? So to persist through that is, I think, is, from my perspective now, Monday night quarterback or whatever, I think it's the right decision.
It seemed easy to tolerate, so.
And then you just kind of stay.
Yeah.
Sticks. It's working. On that one, you chose persistence.
Well, yeah. I mean, I always like to give an example of MySpace, because I just think it's an amusing story. So MySpace was poised, I would say, to be Facebook, right? It was huge. It was viral. It was lots of things. Kind of foreshadowed a bit of maybe even TikTok, because it was like a lot of entertainment content, casual. And then Rupert Murdoch bought it, and it collapsed within a few And part of that, I think, was because they were really, really heavy on ads and less heavy on customer experience. So I remember to accept a friend request was like 3 clicks where you saw 3 ads. And on Facebook, accept the friend request, you didn't even leave the page, just accept it. But what is interesting, so I used to give this example of like, yeah, well, Rupert Murdoch really screwed that one up. And in a sense, maybe he did, but somebody said, you know what, actually, he got it for, I don't remember the numbers, he got it for 800 million, and it was very profitable through its decline. He actually made his money back and more. It wasn't, like, from a financial point of view, it was a bad investment in the sense of you could have been Facebook, but on sort of more mundane metrics, it's like, actually, we're done carefully.
All matters made the class.
It does. And that is also advice to young people. One of the things I say, like, when we have our mental models of success as an entrepreneur, for example, and your examples in your mind are Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, so people who at a very young age had one really great idea that just went straight to the moon and became one of the richest people in the world. That is really unusual, like really, really rare. And for most entrepreneurs, that is not a life path. You're going to fail, you're going to reboot, you're going to learn from what you failed at, you're going to try something different. And that is really important because if your standard of success is, well, I feel sad because I'm not as rich as Elon Musk, it's like, well, so should almost everyone, possibly everyone except Elon Musk is not as rich as Elon Musk. And so that, like realistically, you can set a standard of success, even in a really narrow system. I don't recommend of thinking about your financial success. Like if you measure your financial success by thinking about billionaires, like that's heavy. Like that's probably not good. I don't recommend it. Whereas, like I personally, like for me, when when journalists say, "Oh, how does it feel to not be a billionaire?" I usually say, "I don't know. How does it feel to you?" Because they're not. But also, I'm like, I live in London. The number of bankers that no one's ever heard of who live in London make far more money than I ever will. It's quite a large number. And I wouldn't trade my life for theirs at all, right? Mine is so interesting. Like, oh, right, Jimmy, we need you to go and meet the Chinese propaganda minister. Oh, okay, that's super interesting. Like, yeah, Jimmy, like, here's the situation. Like, you can go to this country, and while you're there, the president is asked to see you. That's super interesting. Jimmy, you're going to this place, and there's a local Wikipedian who said, "Do you want to stay with me and my family?" And I'm like, "Yeah, like that's really cool. Like, I would like to do that. That's really interesting." Don't do that all the time, but I've done it, and it's great. So, like, for me, that's like arranging your life so that you have interesting experiences. It's just great.
Well, this is more to the question of what Wikipedia looks like in 1,000 years. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? Why are we here? Human civilization. What's the meaning of life?
I don't think there is an external answer to that question.
And I should mention that there's a very good Wikipedia page on the different philosophies of the meaning of life.
Oh, interesting.
With
It's neutral. It gives a wide.
Well, it's a really good reference to a lot of different philosophies about meaning. The 20th century philosophy in general, from Nietzsche to the existentialists to all Simone de Beauvoir, all of them have an idea of meaning that really struggle with systematically, rigorously with the page. And obviously, a shout out to the Hitchhiker's Guide and all that.
Yeah. No, so I think there's no external answer to that. I think it's internal. I think we decide what meaning we will have in our lives and we're going to do with ourselves. And so when I think, we're talking about 1,000 years, millions of years, Yuri Milner wrote, well, he's a big internet investor guy. He wrote a book advocating quite strongly for humans exploring the universe and getting off the planet. And he funds projects to send using lasers to send little cameras and interesting stuff. And he talks a lot in the book about meaning. It's like his view is that the purpose of the human species is to broadly survive and get off the planet. Well, I don't agree with everything he has to say because I think that's not a meaning that can motivate most people in their own lives. It's like, okay, great, like the distances of space are absolutely enormous. So I don't know should we build generation ships to start flying places? Well, I can't do that, and I'm not. Even if I could, even if I'm Elon Musk and I could devote all my wealth to them, I'll be dead on the ship on the way. So is that really? I think it's really interesting to think about, and reading his little book. This is a short little book. Reading his book, it did make me think about, wow, like this is big. Like this is not what you think about in your day-to-day life. Is like, where is the human species going to be in 10 million years? And it does make you sort of turn back to Earth and say, gee, let's not destroy the planet. Like we're stuck here for at least a while, and therefore we should really think about sustainability, and I mean 1 million year sustainability. And we don't have all the answers. We have nothing close to it. I'm actually excited about AI in this regard. Also bracketing, yeah, I understand there's also risk. People are terrified of AI. But I actually think it is quite interesting at this moment in time that we may have in the next 50 years to really, really solve some really long-term human problems, for example, in health. I think that the progress that's been made in cancer treatment, because we were able to, at scale, model molecules and genetics and things like this, it's huge. It's really exciting. So if we can hang on for a little while, and certain problems that seem completely intractable today, like climate change, may end up being
And you might be able to alleviate the full diversity of human suffering.
for sure. Yeah,
And in so doing, help increase the chance that we can propagate the flame of human consciousness out into the stars. And I think another important one, if we fail to do that, for me, is propagating, maintaining the full diversity and richness and complexity and expansiveness of human knowledge. So if we destroy ourselves, it would make me feel a little bit okay.
Yeah,
If the human knowledge
just triggered me to say something really interesting, which is when we talked earlier about translating and using machines to translate, we mostly talked about small languages and translating into English. But I always like to tell the story of it's something inconsequential, really. But I was in Norway, in Bergen, Norway, where every year they've got this annual festival called Guekor, which is young groups drumming. They have a drumming competition. The 17 sectors of the city, and they've been doing it for a couple of years or whatever. They wrote about it in the 3 languages of Norway, and then from there it was translated into English, into German, etc., etc. And so what I love about that story is what it reminds me is, like, this machine translation goes both ways. And like when you talk about the richness and broadness of human culture, we're already seeing some really great pieces of this. So like Korean soap operas, really popular, not with me, but with people. And the ability to, imagine taking a very famous, very popular, very well-known Korean drama, and now, and I literally mean now, we're just about there technologically, where we use a machine to redub it in English in an automated way, including digitally editing the faces so it doesn't look dubbed. And so suddenly you say, oh wow, like here's a piece of, it's the Korean equivalent of, maybe it's Friends as a comedy, or maybe it's Succession, just to be very contemporary. It's something that really impacted a lot of people, and they really loved it, and you have literally no idea what it's about. And suddenly it's like, wow, like music, street music from wherever in the world can suddenly become accessible to us all in new ways. It's so cool.
It's really exciting to get access to the richness of culture in China, in the many different subcultures of Africa, South America.
One of my unsuccessful arguments with the Chinese government is by blocking Wikipedia, right? You aren't just stopping people in China from reading Chinese Wikipedia and other language versions of Wikipedia, you're also preventing the Chinese people from telling their story. So, is there a small festival in a small town in China like Guinness? I don't know. But by the way, the people who live in that village, that small town of 50,000, they can't put that in Wikipedia and get it translated into other places. They can't share their culture and their knowledge. And I think for China, this should be a somewhat influential argument because China does feel misunderstood in the world. It's like, okay, well, there's one way. If you want to help people understand, put it in Wikipedia. That's what people go to when they want to understand.
And give the amazing, incredible people of China a voice.
Exactly.
Jimmy, thank you so much. I'm such a huge fan of everything you've done.
Oh, thank you.
No,
it's really great.
Deeply, 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 deeply grateful for Wikipedia. I love it. It brings me joy. I donate all the time. You should donate too. It's a huge honor to finally talk with you. This is amazing. Thank you so much for doing that.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jimmy Wales. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. Now, let me leave you with some words from the world historian Daniel Gorski. The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance. It is the illusion of knowledge. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. If you really want to give a character an obstacle to overcome, a need, the base one is life and death. The following is a conversation with Matthew McConaughey, a legendary Oscar-winning actor and one of the most unique, charismatic, inspiring humans and Texans who walk this earth. He starred in films and shows like Me and millions of others, including Interstellar, Disney Confused, Dallas Buyers Club, Killer Joe, Mud, True Detective, and soon a spin-off of Yellowstone. Off-screen, his words carry wisdom and power in his book called Green Lights and his new video course called Road Trip, where Matthew expands on the philosophy in his book and shows how to apply it to your life in order to find more happiness, success, and love. This is a Let's Read Me podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Matthew McConaughey. Let's start with love. Your parents had a complicated love story. Divorced twice, married 3 times. What did you learn about love from your mom and dad in their love story? That it's messy, that it takes work, that it's ugly, that no matter how ugly or messy it is, don't go to bed until you've come back together to either embrace or admit that you truly love each other, even if you haven't solved what the hell you're bitching about. That love will win in the end, literally 3-2 with my mom and dad. Yeah. And that even in the 2 divorces and in the 2 times where they couldn't live with each other, they still loved each other. Just couldn't live with each other at that time for whatever reason they needed. And I don't know the details. They needed their space, freedom, or what, but they were never at love with each other. And that as a parent, if you just, when we're not sure what to do, and people give you 1,000 bucks advice, as a parent, your kid knows you love. You're in the black. That's the main thing. It won't work without that. And it can work and will usually can work with that. They just know that. So it's not just love for each other, it's love for the bigger family that ultimately helps you persist the ups and downs?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much, particularly my mom and dad, were staying together at times, maybe when they didn't want to, because they had children. I don't actually think they considered that. I think they were much less conscientious than, say, I am today. I think my mom and dad were more like, they'll be fine. We love them. They'll be fine, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, they were, let's work it out between you and I. So I think my mom and dad were saying to each other, or not. They wanted and needed a relationship that was a tidal wave, rocky, right angles, tsunamis. And to this day, in my life with Camilla, which I don't, I like a river, has some swerves and some streams and some rapids, but I'm not looking for a tidal wave. My mom's like, what's all this? Everything's so smooth. Yeah, stuff. Come on. And so she challenges like vitality. That's what my mom needed to communicate. I don't think my dad needed it as much. The hard angles that their relationship around. My dad needed as much as my mom.
But the clashes demonstrated the passion that underlies them all.
Yes, and that's I've always been asked, when I talk about my parents' love relationship, I tell stories that are actually sometimes quite violent. And there's some good stories there. They're beautiful. I think they're beautiful. Yeah, I think they're beautiful too. But I've had people go, well, wait a minute, that was unhealthy. You can't. And I was like, no, that's, again, back to the beginning, love's messy. And that, what I love about those stories is that's where the love was actually. It was tested. And it could have broke and been over. It never was. Again, love won. In the kitchen floor, blood's drawn, knives are pulled, ketchup all over. But we make love on the kitchen floor, and it become beautiful.
So as romantic as it gets.
Whoa.
What's a memory from childhood that helped set you on the trajectory of becoming the man you are today?
Standing on the corner with Mr. Mayor, the principal of St. Philip's School. I was in kindergarten. And I looked up and there was a cloud in the sky. And I said, Mr. Mayor, is that cloud as big as the world? And he paused for a minute. And he goes, well, yes, it is. Now in my 7-year-old mind, I went, okay, so I can see the outlines of it. And that must mean it is so far away. Because that's as big as the world. I remember it took 15 hours to drive from Longview to Florida last year, and I can't see that far. So that cloud must be so far off that it's not worth me even considering. Space, dreams. And I was like, Army, I'm looking down. I'm going to put my head to the ground, look right in front of me, and deal with what's in front of me, because dealing with dreams and what's out there and not on this earth that gravity holds down, not worth considering. You never make it. It's not even worth imagining. It's fairy dust. So I think I learned a lot of self-reliance from that. I think I got a work ethic from that. I think I got a focus on what's right in front of you. Do the deed. Take care of what's in front of you one at a time and slowly notch up your way. And hopefully there's some ascension to that. And it wasn't until quite years later, in some ways decades later, that I started to go, oh, I can project, I can dream. Why? Because literally the first time I got a plane, and in 30 seconds I was in a cloud. I'm like, whoa, we must be going 1 trillion miles an hour because we're already in that cloud that was as big as the world that I saw the edge of. And then I grew and learned enough to go, well, that's not true. Planes don't go that fast. Oh, what Mr. Mayor said was really true. That cloud is not the world, and it's not near as far away as I thought. But I'm glad he did.
What do you think about that tension of a way of living life, in being a dreamer and a pragmatist? Which is a better way?
The Tony holds the reciprocity of the two of them. I mean, I can't be present unless I got plans. I want to have a big picture in mind, but I got to go a day at a time. I like to write the headline or think we need to have a North Star, something to look forward to. But we all know that if we're staring at it, we're tripping on the way. If we're just, the old, you read the Hallmark cards, take Irk me, dream it, you can do it. I think that's a half-assed horrible thing to tell somebody.
Yeah.
Because when you're talking it on the other side, things like, people say hope means nothing. Yes, it does. That's the dream. You just don't stop there. It's not a period after that word. Now, what do we do practically? And I think that constant tension, when that tension's a dance, it's when it's beautiful. There's not as much, but to see those as contradictions, I think is where we're just falling short. So, one on their own, if we silo the two, if you silo the two, I guess the pragmatic's the one to go with, because at least you get something done. But if you only silo the dream and don't do anything about it, you're kind of living in an illusion. You're kind of living in a virtual reality.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, the people you love can sometimes suffocate the dream, can make you believe that it's not possible. It feels like a lot of parents kind of want you to be safe, want you to be stable, want you to have a plan so that everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
And the dream feels like a threat to that.
Yeah. How much of that, though, I wonder, is proper initiation? Because if you're throwing dreams out, I call it conservative or liberal late. Let's learn to block and tackle. Let's learn to work ethic, those things, those pragmatics first. Learn the rules of the road, the rules of the game, things that we can all kind of rely on. This is how the world's supposed to work. Now, it doesn't always work that way. You teach a child to drive. It's like, yeah, you stay in the lane, you go speed limit. That doesn't guarantee that no one else is running the red light, but you learn that later. There's an initiation, I think, that's proper with the dream. I mean, I think my parents were very much that way. The idea of going to chase an acting career or something was, what? That was a different vernacular. That was like not in our. I would talk to work your way up a company ladder, and 9 to 5, do your job. But the day I brought it up and said I want to go to film school, and I thought my dad was going to go, you want to do what, boy? He was like, gave me some of the best advice ever, and not to half-ass it, and to go. In between the lines, what he heard from me was that made him so happy as a father, I believe, it makes any parent happy, is when our child doesn't ask us permission to go chase a dream. I mean, when they're going, I'm bringing it up to you with full respect, but I'm doing this without you. That's when a parent goes, oh, yes, I've done something right enough. I helped my child be secure enough in the pragmatic, have a foundation enough where they have the courage to go, I'm flying the nest,
To take the leap. You wrote, after my dad died, I had a dream that left me with a statement. Less impressed, more involved. What do those words mean to you?
We got to be more than just happy. I'm big on gratitude, but we got to be more than just thankful to be here. Or dream it, you can do it. got to be more than just a dream. You can do it. That's impressed. The dream is still other than. And if I'm here and so impressed talking to you today, out of reverence to an extent, I will not be able to be involved in this conversation. I'll be too impressed. I'll be anticipating, oh, what's the question he's going to ask? Oh, I think I know where he's going. Oh, I think I know what answer he'd love to hear. Oh, yeah. I'm not involved in the conversation. To impress. So I'm removed from the present. For me, what that literally meant to me when that came to me in a dream, I carved it in the tree. It took a couple hours. Still want to know where that tree is. Santa Monica. It was, my father had moved on. He'd left this life. All of a sudden, it hit me. Oh, I don't have a safety net. My dad was above law and above religion to me. He had me. If I really was in the shit, I really needed him. I trusted him. Yeah. Above law, above anything. All of a sudden, he's gone. I'm going, okay. It hit me how much I've been pretending to be the young man I was trying to be and not actually put my ass on the line and have enough courage to take risk and actually own up to the man that he was trying to be. He was teaching me. And I remember the world got flat. That cloud, Mr. Merrick, that I saw, was not way up there. It was fog in front of me. And let's go into it. It was, I'd say I probably gained even more respect for people and things, but I lost a certain amount of reverence that was keeping me from feeling like I deserved or I earned things or looking out for myself or holding myself to task. And I remember all the things that I was just getting, in Hollywood at the time, so I was getting famous out there as one of those clouds, with being an actor, all of a sudden celebrity and becoming famous. The reverence I had, I remember it lowered down to eye level. They were realizing that's not fairy dust. And don't give it so much credit to make it fairy dust. Like, oh, boy, not me. No, I can never. No, look that in the eye with full respect, but less reverence. And at the same time, equidistant, almost equal sublimation, I've noticed where I've been condescending people, things, patronizing, and slushing things off as like less than me and not worthy of my time. It raised up high level. And so they were all flat in front of me, and the world was flat. And I was able to, shoulders went back, my heart rose up, chin lifted up. I looked things in the eye. I became probably less sentimental. Hopefully not to a level that I got callous. I now became less sentimental. I became more courageous because, when you have someone pass in your life, or maybe it's similar to a situation you're going on in your own life, your homeland, you sober up on these mendacities that we deal with every day, and this bullshit that we give too much credit or too much significance to. And you're like, what am I doing? Why am I'm not even going to let myself emotionally get brought down or overrelated by this situation. It doesn't really matter in the big scheme. And so we certain things that I found reverence for and hesitated from in my life, I was now engaging with because I was like, oh, it's live. This life is live. Let's look at the eye and go forward through it and deal with the consequences. What do you make of that? Does it scare you? I'm not looking forward to it, but it does not scare me. If you think about it,
Do you visualize it?
I do. And it's a beautiful visualization and a beautiful dream when I go as part of the food chain. It's not a good visualization when I go as part of a random act of violence in a freaking drive-by or something. Because the second, the accident, it breaks a story that I believe has already been written. At least I don't have the capacity yet to put it into a story, a divine story of the lives that we live. And so there's something ugly and gross about it. And it happens all the time. And, to people all the time. I just feel like when it's part of the food chain, when I go as part of the food chain, I'm like, that's poetry.
Part of the flow of nature, you return to nature.
Yeah, there's grace and poetry in that.
You missed your phone? Think about it.
When I think about him, I do. Now, when do I think about it? I thought about him yesterday. Working through a script I'm working on right now. Working on scene. And I just had that quick little reaction of wanting to show him, hey, check this thing. It's right here. And then I get sad. I go, yeah, he would have loved this. Whereas my mom wants to be on the stage, my dad would have been on the front row.
He's more fun to show stuff too.
Yeah, and he would have, as what he was a character. He knew characters. I faced parts of all kinds of characters I played, and the man that I am on people that he introduced me to and who he was. He would have loved the creative process of working on a script, or we're talking about, hey, movie. That's why I always say I love the movie Mud, because it's the one that I visualized and seeing my dad come to me so many times as a 12-year-old and put his arm around me and go, hey, you seen this movie called Mud? Damn, it's a good one. Let's go watch it. That. Now, my dad never got to see me start a career in film, but he was alive 5 days into he overlapped the first 5 days of me working on my first film, Days Confused. Now that, I think there's something beautiful about that. He didn't ever come to the set. We didn't talk about it, but he was alive for me to start something that was more than a fact. That was something that I could become, something that I love to do. And I do miss, and then I go out of that. We talked about him 2 nights ago with our daughter. I was rubbing my daughter's feet. And my mom was looking at this 9-year-old and goes, oh, look at you, just like your pop. He's like, what? He goes, oh, so Dad loved to rub somebody's feet, rub my mom's feet, rubbed all of me and my brother's girlfriend's feet. When we would have a date, they would come over early because they knew they were going to get a foot rub from Jim McConaughey. And then we'd come out, me and my two older brothers, this has been on for decades. We'd come out, shout, ready to go, buttoned up, and they're looking at me like, we ain't going anywhere right now. And so we told the story, to my daughter, and I was like, oh yeah, my dad said his hands, and this is hands. His hands could heal. And you carry him with you. I hope so. I hope so. And it's a challenge for me, and I suppose it's like this for any son. How much do we hang on to, and how much do we let go and evolve and update the LS and try to make it better, different? It's that there's certain things that I know that I fully believe in. It's like, when do we cast away our Father? When do we say, no, I'm going after the dream. I'm not asking your permission. I question that from time to time for myself, because it almost feels blasphemic, if that's a word. Sometimes I feel like, what are you doing? You can't check that. And you're like, well, no, I'm not sure if I want to do it. And then I immediately kind of let myself off, because I believe where he is, he's going, go.
Yeah.
You're free, man. I'm not going to hold you back. If you misread that, or I didn't teach you that as well as maybe I wish I could have, go. You're free. You're not going to lose. Trust that you're not going to lose. It's in your DNA. It's in your lineage.
Still, it's scary to not have a safety net. Losing your father is scary in that way. You realize this world is just you. In some deep, fundamental way, it's just you.
Yeah.
You're alone.
Yes. But also not having that. It's such a gift of deliverance, though, as well. Because it's an awesome feeling to know we're alone. To know we don't have that. To know you don't have to take two. You take three. That it's one take. The peripheral vision improves. The link and understanding with our past improves. Because I know for me, I was not ever considered with my past at all. Because my dad had that. I needed it. He was my well for that. Well, he's gone. Like I said, he had they have our back. Well, then when they no longer have our back, all of a sudden, maybe I need to look back and start giving some credit to how I got here, what I'm doing, and where I'm heading. It gave me the first time courage to even look over my shoulder. But again, I didn't have to, because I don't have to look. Dad's got my back. No, Dad's gone from this life. Okay. So, I don't know, me, because it's inevitable, I very quickly go to, in the pain, the loss, and yes, even loneliness, which is different from being alone, and loss. Pretty immediately part and parcel with the pain.
In the pain, you saw the gift, the red light of losing your father.
Pretty immediately, less impressed, more involved. Like a couple weeks after moving on.
Is there a trick to that? Do you see the gift in the pain?
That's a good question. Is there a trick to it? Not that I know of. I don't. I have to catch myself from trying to intellectualize my way into the reasoning and not skip over real feelings and discomfort. I did get that from my mom, and I have to watch it. That so resilient that we just dust ourselves off and get up and go.
You want to study the feeling. You want to feel it. You want to deeply feel the pain.
I want to deeply feel it. I want to look at the eye and deeply feel it, but I don't want to wallow. Now, I was raised where you skip the deeply feel and let's go. And I've said it before, but that will lead to having turned into a person who is a repeat offender of the same crimes, because you just get up and you don't have a winter in your life. You know what I mean? There's no introspective time. You don't look over your shoulder in the past. So you just get up and you're like, all right, I've stepped in the same pile of whatever 100 times, and I'm fine, I'll do it 101st. Doesn't hurt. Hell, it's good luck. Well, hang on a minute, maybe we want to stop and go, what can I learn from that? But it I don't know the trick. I think if there's any trick, I would say it's just how quickly can we admit the inevitable. That's what I'm talking about. Once you know it's inevitable, how do we get relative? Not skip it, not throw it to the side, not deny it, which I'd love to talk about that here sometimes too, about the value of denial sometimes.
The value of denial.
Yeah. But how quickly do we once something's inevitable go, okay, any mind and heart time I'm spending without going, no, I can't believe that happened. No, did that really happen? Anytime I'm spending trying to deny that what has already happened, that seems to me to be, I'm not sure the value of that time. But if there's any trick, I would say, once you know something's inevitable, even though how painful it is or how awesome it is, start getting relative with that. And in the relativity, you see, there's a gift here. And if I realize that gift, I'm honoring. Now I'm on to building up the beautiful passage of my Father living this life. Now I'm on the march to go, yes, let's let the legacy, let's become omnipresent. Let him live through me. Let me become more him.
Transformed. So what value is there then to denial?
And I think there's value if you really commit to it. I get this from my mother. Yeah.
So it's a very pragmatic value.
Whoa.
To the denial.
Okay. and my mom does it to an extent that I'm like, Mom, do you have any consideration for context of situations? And she does. This is the thing. Every time I go, she's not a shallow woman. But if it is something happens in her life that is keeping her from going where she wants to go, or having a joy in her life that she does, she'll straight ass deny it. Didn't happen. No, it didn't. Mom, we're right here. I heard what you said. No, I didn't. You heard something else. Mom. Now, she gets some amnesty on that. She's 91. Hell yeah, she gets some amnesty on that. But she's not. Yeah, does she repeat offend? Yeah, but it's misdemeanors. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like it's part of that thing when you got a family member, you're like, yeah, that's what they do. Just go with it. You know, and it's ingenious. It's a tool. She does. I think it is more of a trick. But she would be so ingrained there, it's not a trick. It's just do it. Done. And another reason I bring this up, it's outside of just my mother, is I did this road trip course in this Art of Living a few weeks ago. Out of the hundreds of thousands of checks that came in, responses that came in, it seemed to me that about 80% of people's challenges and problems even in their life were something in the past that they were hung up on, that they could not seem to get past, and it was holding them from going where they wanted to in the future. And so I thought that was real. I would have thought that, I don't know, going in 40%. It was 80. It seemed to be 80%. And then I thought about it. Okay, if you're here in the live show, of course you're into some sort of therapy or education, your development, self-help, whatever. Okay. And I have a lot of friends, and I know a lot of people that are in weekly, daily therapy. And then I know there's a lot of people that have prescriptions, drugs. And while the therapy and the right prescription to the right person, to the right diagnosis is necessary. I'm questioning, is there a value to going, if you're not getting past this today, this week, this month, this year, all of a sudden a decade goes by and you're still on up, and you can't get rid of that thing in your memory where you, and it's got you paralyzed and you're a victim of it. Is there, and you're doing the therapy and you're doing the work and you're taking a prescription, if that's what you think, is there a value of going, if it's holding you back from going where you want to go, maybe you should just deny the fucking thing ever fucking happened. Kick it in the head. Kick it off the curb. I'm done with you. I'm sick of you. I'm tired of hanging out. I'm tired of that thing, whatever it is, holds me back from where I want to go. So if I can't wax the car, and get past this thing, kick it.
That's so powerful. So one thing to do, like with the loss of your father, is to try to transform it, to discover the gift in it, the gift in the pain. But if you can't, keep looking, you can't find the gift in the pain, deny that.
You could call that a trick, but I think it's more than a trick, because let me say this. My mom, after my father died, went on and found the second love of her life. For 19 years they were together. CJ called me. Thanks, buddy. He's moved on now. Did she check with us a little bit? Like, is this okay? She gave us a little lingering half a second look that we knew that maybe was what she was asking, and we came to her and was like, yes, it's okay. And you know who else is saying it's okay? Who's dancing up there for you? Dad. So, was that her denying that the man she was divorced from twice, and married to 3 times, and had 3 children with, had moved on? No. But she didn't say, I'm not, well, what's the book on how long I'm supposed to stay single before I can be interested in another? There's not a book on these things. How do you feel? Is loving CJ mean you love Dad less? No. Is finding a new life, a new dance partner in this life, is CJ mean that Dad wasn't your dance partner? Dad wasn't the love of your life? No. So I don't know. In there, maybe there's another word. I think it's denial, but it's not really denial, because it's not like it didn't happen. That's an earlier example I was giving Mom. She will ask, let me go, that light's not on. Mom, the light's on. That light's not on if I say it's not on. Sometimes you're just like, that makes no sense. You're just absolutely denying what just happened. We even have it recorded, and she'll get both the recordings. Yeah. That's part of a coping deal with her, but I think it's more important or more valuable is to talk about this. She didn't deny my dad dying. I didn't, but she sure as hell turned the page and said, I can still start a whole new category, a new life, a new love. Let my heart love and be loved by someone living in this life today that I'm still living in, and that will not trespass on my love for my husband, your father. And I think, we were just thought that was beautiful. Yes, Mom, go. I've got a green light, go. Now, if we're hung up going, can't have one or the other, can't have them both. Gotta have one or the other. Now we start to make a contradiction of the two ideas again. Which, darn, contradictions get us in trouble all the time.
That's life, though. The contradictions, right?
But is it life if we just admit the contradictions so much, don't they become paradox? We just admit that that's part of it. Yeah. If the contradictions are inevitable, eventually they do become paradox, don't they? Then we're in the honeymoon. Then we're singing and dancing and have leniency with ourselves while still holding ourselves to task. think it's holding on to know each contradiction. Oh, here it is again. But it's a one-off. It lives on its own, separate from the last one. No, it doesn't. They're connected. That's why they are a paradox. And then I think that's where life really is.
In the paradox.
Yes.
The dance of it. I think the metaphor of red, yellow, green lights is just so simple and so powerful. You write about some green lights being engineered and some being mystical, which I love the difference of that. What's the difference of the engineered green lights and the mystical? Such a cool word, mystical.
Yeah. Well, the engineered ones have reason, and the mystical ones have rhyme.
Yeah.
You know, life's a mystery going forward, but it's a science looking back. I've prepared, I've had ideas, written headlines, and had goals, and as soon as an athlete gets in shape for an event, and I get in shape for a role, I read, I study, I work, I prepare, and I go, I'm prepared, and I behave, and I do it. And I look at it and go, yes, that's what I'm going to do. It's engineering. It's a conscious gratification. It's that if I do it today, that pragmatic head down, believe there's no cloud out there, but then I trust that there is one out there. If I do keep my head down and do it, I'll get that dream. We can engineer those habits, work ethic, prep, expertise, education. And the mystical ones, though, don't make any sense. They're not supposed to make sense. They only make sense after, right when they happen, you backlog. And you connect the dots with how you got there. That red light you ran into that made you 30 seconds later to get to the restaurant. As you walked in, she walked out. And you went, good morning. And she went, good morning. And 2 months later, you're dating. 2 years later, you're married. You after that, you got a family. And then you're sitting here 40 years later going, I love you. I love you, Bill. And you go back and go, I wouldn't hit that red light.
Those 30 seconds
You know?
made all the difference.
And
So strange that this life is this way.
yeah, and that's just rhyme. I mean, we can't really add that up. It's a science when you look back. You see, why it was that you were upset and ticked off that you had to pick up the kids' toys before you left, and they were supposed to pick them up, and therefore you were late for the thing that maybe you ran into, and you ran into the person that was walking in the office. That the guy that gave the interview, that's the guy you looked for, the job you wanted, and you caught him because you were in the elevator with him, and that 90 seconds on that elevator got you that job and let you do what you do. I mean, the significance is there, but we have to. I think what we also got to watch is again in that balance. What do we chase? Because if we just chase the engineering, we miss that. If we just chase the mystical, we find ourselves caught up in trying to give meaning to the Lego set that was on the floor that the kids didn't pick up. And what color was it? And why did I walk out that door and see and almost step on the Legos? But if I had gone out the other door, I usually go out. If I would have gone there, I would have got there early and wouldn't run into the guy, the boss. And so you can start to get too much meaning on that as well. I think we can give significance in too many places, and all of a sudden, I think we've all been there where you're seeing art in every single thing. Man, that can be paralyzing. It's like it's hard to leave a room if everything's significant, or if everything's a sign.
How much of success in life do you think is engineered, and how much is mystical? And then how much does it differ from person to person? Because for me personally, maybe I enjoy it, maybe I'm genetically built that way, but I exist more in the mystical. So I don't make plans. I traveled last summer in Ukraine with no plan. I just went there, no plan. I didn't know how I'm going to meet the president of the country. I didn't know anybody. And so there's no plan, there's no clear thing. You're just roaming around. And that's how I've existed in life. And it, there's something about giving yourself over to the flow of nature that I just enjoy. It makes life so much fun.
It's awesome. You can do it. Did you engineer, though? I'm going to put myself in the place when you got on the plane to go to the destination. That was an engineered choice.
Yes,
With me in the
choice.
tent, and maybe I'll meet and I'll run into, and I can work up a sit down with. So the engineered choice was putting your shoes on, proverbially. You know, I always say this: the hardest part about going to gyms, putting your shoes on. Right? So getting on the plane, that was an engineered thought with the goal in mind, but I don't know how I'm going to do it.
Choice. Yeah. Put the shoes on. Yeah. But there's not a clear, it's a fog. What happens after the shoes go on?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to take that leap. So I wonder how much, for people who are successful in this world and finding what makes them truly happy and fulfilled, how much of it is engineer, how much is mystical? How much was it for you?
Well, I'll say this: like when I went to write the book Green Lights, which is basically the last 40 years of my life, I thought that 85, 90% of my successes were going to be obviously engineered. I could see the science, saw the habits. Here's what I did. Yep, that added up. Got the solution, got the conclusion. I was very surprised when I noticed it was probably less than 50%. And that most of the real success in life was when I trusted the mystery, when I trusted that I didn't have to define it, that I only trusted that I didn't have to go, well, what's the measurement? What's the score? This leads to what? What's next? And for me, like there's still a challenge for me daily. Now it's to trust and not be, because I think I can be overly practical, and I think I can overcompensate and miss out on magic because I'm still going. Wait, but are we giving enough? Are we giving enough measure and credit to actuality? Am I giving enough credit to these are the steps to take, and this is reality? I think I'm reminded when I trust, because that's going with the mystic, just to put yourself on the plane with the engineer, getting there, and as you say you roll in the mystical, it takes a lot of trust.
Yeah. Trust in the inevitable.
Amen on that.
But not knowing where it actually ends you. It's a feeling more than I don't think it's a clear vision. It's kind of like a feeling that guides you towards a place with without a clear name, without clear characteristics. It just kind of pulls you there.
Where do you get that courage and trust to go with your gut, your feeling? And is there, for instance, 3 days later you sit down, is there, if you did with that doesn't happen, is there a sense a week, 2 weeks later, now you come back to America, they're like, I failed?
Sort of looking back, try to analyze what went right, what went wrong, that kind of thing. Yeah, that engine is always there, but I think what pulls me forward in life, what makes me really grateful and fulfilled, is noticing the thing you mentioned, noticing the magic, and kind of going towards it. Sort of just sitting back, both in tragedy and in triumph. So in war, there's a lot of tragedy. There's somehow one of the things you see in war, this is the first war I've experienced and seen the front, is the loss. People lose their homes and all this kind of stuff. The thing that rises from that is the love for each other. So the people I've spoken with don't give a damn about the home, don't give a damn about the on farms and the animals they lost, don't give a damn about having to move and all this kind of stuff, as long as the family's still there, as long as the people they love are still there. And it's like, there's this melancholy smile down on their face. Like, yeah, this world is full of bullshit, it's full of tragedy. Life's fucking awesome. Yeah, and you just notice that in little ways everywhere. You just sit back and, yeah, notice the magic. And I want more of that. You just kind of follow along like a little ant, noticing that kind of thing. But I don't know. I hope, what I think it is other people notice that you're the kind of person that notices it. And they're like, I want to hang out with that person. He seems all right. Like he seems one of the good ones, one of the good ants.
Do you have any certain non-negotiable structure before that freedom to go with the feeling?
I think so. There's a set of principles of just basically integrity, being good to other people. Like, whatever that means for me. There's specific things. Like I'm really into loyalty above the law. There's kind of like there's a circle of friends I have, and that means everything. There's just a basic, deep kindness towards others. Empathy towards people that others might label as even evil. I have that kind of empathy. I believe all of us have the capacity to do good and evil. So I just kind of see everybody as little babies that grow up in different conditions, and so some do evil, some do good. And there's all kinds of other principles. I love the dynamic between the different humans and their full diversity. I love the dynamic between the masculine and feminine. I enjoy it. The dance of it. Yeah.
So you have a constitution with which you embark.
You do too.
Into chasing. Yes, I hope so. And for me, I'd like to. It's inspiring to hear someone like yourself go. I go and I just land and I just go and feel it. I can go back and go, yeah, my greatest truths have crossed. My greatest success in life or when I just trusted that and go, I'll take a one-way ticket. Amazon, Africa, yeah. And those were spiritual and very pragmatic because they led to dealing with succeeding in other ways that are more pragmatic, 100%, and gave much more meaning to those things. But that's to be able to go out and say that's how you do you have family?
I really want to get married and have kids, but I'm not married and I don't have kids yet.
Yeah.
So actually, one of the nice things about that is you can take bigger risks. So while I'm not married and don't have kids, I feel I owe it to myself to take just to go to the Amazon.
Throw that backpack on and one-way ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it does get harder to do. I miss that sometimes. The whim, a song that comes on, Yeah, where's that guy from? Oh, they're from the place that I want to go, that I dream about. I'll go there. One-way ticket. What do I got to do? I'll get a couple shots. Okay, go. That. There's that stuff. How do I do that?
Let's get up and go.
Yeah. And go, when are you back? When I get there? You
Maybe never.
Yeah. Have you be come to visit me in this new place, maybe? Yeah.
How did the trip there change you? What do you remember? Such a magical place.
I stripped a lot of my past. symbols and talismans while I was there. I remember getting there and just having so much adrenaline on the anticipation of getting to Amazon. In the first 10 days, I wasn't really enjoying the trip. I was just charging to get to the destination, to get to the banks of the river that I had dreamed about. And then it just humbled me. I got so fatigued on night, 12, and was so sick and tired of the internal dialogue I was having with myself. I'm not enjoying the company. That, I purged. And I remember and stripped off identity markers that I had sort of been hanging on to for like everything from what it means to be an American. My dad's ring, M for McConaughey, Meltdown. My mom and dad's class rings from the University of Kentucky with gold from her teeth. And his class ring melted down. Taking that off was really hard to go. Am I casting out my father? I wasn't casting out. I was just removing to say I don't have to rely on that being all my identity. So to pull that off, to strip down to where I was just a mammal. That next morning, I was light. I got present. I remember writing something down. It's like all that I want is what I can see, and what I can see is in front of me. That sense of I wasn't leaning around, looking around every corner to get there. And as soon as that hit me, you talk about mystical successes and realities and truth. As soon as that hit me, and for the first time in 12 days, I didn't care about getting there, what was around the corner. Guess what was around the next damn corner? Amazon. I mean, not around a few corners. The next corner, there it was. And that was just like a touche. Those times when the prime mover at the universe, God, what we want to name or believe in, says, ding, there you go. And that form of detachment from holding on for dear life to things in past, so hard that you're not letting the beauty that's right in front of you to feel correctly and follow our intuition. To have those, and I cast them out. I didn't burn them. I didn't get rid of those things. I just took them off. I could recognize you're still here. You are you. You're much more. That is a talisman. That's a symbol. That means something to you, and that's good. Don't cast out the meaning. It's not like when the ring's off and the hat's off and the crucifix is off your neck that you're like, oh, you're going to die. And I know. Those are reminders. Hang on to what they mean for you as we go forward. But as we go forward, we're worried about so much about. I was looking at the proverbial dream, the clouds, so much that I was tripping over myself to get there. And like clockwork, just amazing grace, boom, as soon as it hit me, I was like, oh, that's it. All I want is what I can see, and all I can see is in front of me. Literally looking down on the ground at what was a sea of 10,000 wild neon blue Amazonian butterflies on the ground. As soon as they fluttered up, my head came up. Took a few more steps, and there's the Amazon. That's what you came over here for. Oh, howdy. Those kind of that truth like that. Well, the Amazon is interesting too because it really has no past or future. It lives in the moment because how fast it churns and it just eats up life. If a thing dies, it just gets swallowed up. Because maybe because of the humidity, because of all that, because there's so many living creatures that cannot eat each other, live on each other. So it really exists in the moment.
and all this kind of diversity of life there. It's such an interesting place.
Talk about food chain.
Yeah, you're just part of it there. We humans somehow escaped that food chain, but the roots are still there.
I think we're a bit arrogant to think we can.
Yeah.
You think I'm being romantic in that notion?
Well, sometimes when you're in a big city, when you're in Austin, Texas, and LA, you can think like, oh, they rent a car, in the house, we're safe. But yeah, somehow nature still a part of us. Our roots are still a part of us.
I think it is more than we realize, more than we give credit for. I would believe that we are. That's a really arrogant notion to think that we are so. Meaning, people talk about pollution on a larger scale, the climate, what have you. I think Earth's going to be just fine. And we may not be here for it. But I think we have a bit of arrogance sometimes to think that we can trump Mother Nature. I think we have more of the natural law in us. And I sure hope so, if I'm wrong.
Well, there's an interesting. I've recently been. There's a guy named Max Tegmark at MIT who really worries about nuclear war, and he was part of constructing a simulation of what happens when a nuclear war happens. It's interesting to see that some very large percentage of humans on Earth starve to death because they don't die first from the explosion; they die from starvation. Because basically, dust covers the entire North America and the entirety of Europe. And so the crops all die, all the food sources all die, and people suffocate and starve to death. But, the lesson you learn from that over a period of a few months, even though most of the human population of Earth dies, Earth finds a way, life finds a way to adapt. And it's going to be just fine in terms of the big living ecosystem that is life on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's humbling to think about, well, maybe we're just a stepping stone. Same thing with talked offline about artificial intelligence. Maybe humans are just a stepping stone to the development of these other super intelligent entities.
Yeah. And is it unconsciously in our nature that that's just part of the evolution and adaptation of our species? And because we were talking about earlier, what AI becomes is completely 100% based on who we are.
And get to see it for some time, a mirror to ourselves. Okay, this is what human civilization is like. These AI systems, large language models, are trained on human communication. And you get to ask the questions, you get to have conversations with it. You get to realize, wow, this is what the collective intelligence of the human species, our collective wisdom and knowledge, is what it looks like. All the bias, the hate, the paradoxes, all that is in there.
Yeah.
The contradictions. You can even convince those models. You can tell them they're lying, and they're going to start changing their mind. It's interesting to play with them. And it's also interesting to consider that maybe they become smarter than us and become almost life forms that live among us, and maybe one day kind of merge with them. There's all kinds of possible trajectories we take here.
How much of that excites you? How much of it scares you?
Is it possible to exist in a place where it's both exciting and scary, or to exist in that dance? Mostly, I'm really excited because I see human beings as deeply lonely. Like there's a deep loneliness in all of us. That's how we seek connection. That's why we seek connection in others. That's why love is so beautiful when we find other people who we're connecting with. And I just think AI can add to that. Can add friends that you can have great conversations with. And then some of those friends would be AI. They'll call you out in your bullshit in the most fascinating and interesting ways, and challenge you and help you explore ideas together. I'm excited by that.
Is that different? And if so, how from the internet, and Facebooks, and these groups and communities that were, I think it's fair to say, set out to say this all access to information people will help us find more common denominators than divisive. Um, is it, you see it similar?
Yeah, it's similar but further into that direction. I think the internet has done an amazing thing in connecting us and expanding our minds and helping us find community. It feels like our community, and then the communities that are totally different. You can learn from them. I mean, Wikipedia alone, one of my favorite websites, just opens your mind to all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah,
it does. And
not doing yes, I'm listening.
and so I think AI just makes that even easier. Because Wikipedia, you have to like read, you have to do a lot of work. With an AI system, a large language model, you can just shoot the shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like drinking beer versus like doing homework.
Yeah. It's already happening. What do you think about that becoming a new family? Where, you said you're not married, you don't have kids. Could you see a future for yourself where you have a relationship with AI that is your family?
And that's the primary, like even a romantic relationship.
Yeah.
I can see it. That one worries me. I like to keep it with friends.
Right.
I think I'm not ready to commit to the romantic. I wonder how much that now that takes us back to the Amazon of nature, how much we still need the human touch and whatever magic there is between two humans, which takes the leap into the romantic versus just the intimacy of a good friendship. I don't know.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, you see AI as having a deep and meaningful friendship. And hopefully it will be a friend that will help you evolve and be able to love even more and be loved. And you can take that into humanity and find another Homo sapien. Yes. And thank you, AI, my great friend, for opening me up to this beauty that I have in myself. I can see in you, my fellow human. And let's come together and biologically create family if we want to. And let's all remain friends with my friend and make your own friends with my friend's friends on AI. And let's have these great neighbor. It's a good friend, a great friend that's a neighbor.
Mentor, your friend. Just like now there's AI systems that play chess far, far, far better than humans. We humans still play chess with each other. But chess is still a game that's fun for us humans. Right? And then we use the AI systems to get better at chess, to learn, to train, to discover new ideas, but ultimately we return to the chessboard between two humans.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, this world is full of dangerous people. So those same AI systems can be used to harm, to create false narratives, to do social engineering and manipulate the masses in terms of what they believe and all that kind of stuff. That's scary.
Well, and I get it. And I have my own fear and distrust of AI is based on my own fear and distrust of myself and others. There's something, it's very simple there. It's a really done sort of way to just set up this reality. It's kind of a duh, but it still needs to be said that AI is a prompt. So it doesn't do anything unless we ask it. So, what questions are we going to ask? Is a question is what we need to ask ourselves. Because we're going to be looking in the mirror at our digital God. We create from ourselves. just to know that that's that place where it's awesome and scary, exciting and scary. We go, oh, it's our creation, which is awesome. Same time, oh shit. But it's prompted by our questions and gives us patterns from that which we give it.
But that prompting, that's the art of life. Like we prompt each other in conversation, our loved ones. When you go about your day to day, the next word you say to me, the question I ask of you, that's prompting.
Yeah.
And it could change everything. I can say so many things right now that would completely just the set of possibilities that both of our lives can take, given a selection of words I use and you use. It is crazy. It makes conversation fun.
Yeah.
And the same thing with AI. Except the nice thing about AI is it's tireless.
Tireless. Right. Let me ask you this. If you can falsely condemn me right now, and I prove you falsely condemn me, I can forgive you. And we can march forward stronger than before. Yes. And AI's tirelessness and retention.
I can just tell this bitch crashed. Guaranteed, bitch. West
Can
side.
forgive? I mean, can it go, oh, okay. Yep. Sorry about that one. That was wrong. Can it amend?
Yes. Yeah, you could prompt it to ask for forgiveness and it'll forgive you.
Like when I talk it around with it, and you ask, what should I be afraid of? Or it's the doom story. Its answer was always, well, it's up to you. Which it was awesome, right?
Yeah,
There you go. Again, it's up to us. And it brought up, make me synonymous with your human values and ethics and responsibilities. But it doesn't deal with, I didn't find anyway, deal with defining or making choices on some of what those are.
Yeah, I think some of that is manually, those are constraints put on by the creators of those large language models. Basically, not letting the systems have an identity of their own. But some of it is just not engineered in yet. But I believe that we'll have systems that have an identity, have a belief, have a set of opinions that carry through time.
And will we go to them like certain states where we agree with the law and disagree with the law, or nations? I'm a member of this AI. Oh, you're from this AI tribe. Y'all believe this?
Yeah, there'll be an anarchist set of AIs, there'll be the communists, there'll be the Nazis, there'll be the Democrats and the Republicans, there'll be the people who are on the keto diet, and people that are on this other kind of diet, this other kind of lifestyle. It's just like we have now, there's little groups, and there'll be AI systems. They're going to be super sharp. Yeah. They'll be either the leaders of the foundation on which we built those groups, and it'll be the possibility of all the fun we can have is endless. Of course, the danger is always rise up there, because I mentioned the Nazis. I mentioned all the dangerous ideas. The set of ideas that humans have come up with, a lot of them are awesome. Most of them are awesome. Some of them are dangerous. The reason they're dangerous is because they become viral. There's something exciting about those ideas, but they also harm others a lot. Because that's who we are as humans. We're capable of envy and all the dark stuff. Hate.
Capable, yes. We also choose it.
Do you think most people are good?
Yes. But I also believe we got the good and evil in all this, and which will be.
You ask people to draw a distinction, to describe where are you acting and where are you being.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference? What's the difference in being fake? I mean, use that word, and being real.
Okay. Yeah, and the word authentic is thrown around a lot. And, you know, and I don't mean. I used to feel this way, but Bob Dylan loosened me up on this idea a little bit. I used to think it was all about get to be your only one and only true self. That's it. Everything else is fake. And then you're Bob goes, well, I mean, we are what we create ourselves to be. We are our own creations. Oh, yes. Yes, we are. Thank you. What? I'm all for bullshit and bullshitting. I'm not as big a fan of liars and lying.
What's the distinction? You're talking about the art form of bullshit?
A liar's faking it, but not admitting to themselves that, yeah, fucking creation, I'm faking it. A liar, I'm lying to your face right now, and I don't give you that hair of a wink out of my right eye to let you know, hey, go with me here. Yeah. Make the value of bullshit. Now, the lying becomes troublesome because, one, I duped you and I didn't let you know. Come on, I was telling the story about catching the fish. The fish always gets bigger every year we tell the story. Come on, go with it. But the lying, all of a sudden, I don't know my own. I don't know when I'm emanating something, creating something, telling the truth, being authentic, or lying. And I'm good. All of a sudden, I'm leaving crumbs with myself. That constitution gets blurry.
Lying to yourself and to others.
Yeah, when you start to lie to others, not you start to lie to yourself, you don't even know it. And that, I believe, is dangerous territory. That's why I want to push this admit, because that goes. I'm trying to come in at kindergarten because we immediately jump to, well, I'm gonna judge that. Boom, that's bad. That's wrong. No. Hold back on that. Let's go back to base level. Let's just admit that we all do it. Lies we tell others, lies we tell ourselves, lies we believe for convenience sake. I do it. I'm guilty of it. I try to catch myself on it. I can just call it and go, you're believing that lie out of convenience. I know. And I don't have to, whether I'm saying that in the mirror or writing it down or sharing with a friend, I go, okay, well, now I've inherently become a bullshitter then because I admitted it. That I can shake hands with. That's the little slight wink to ourselves, and someone else goes, come on, it's better story this way.
In the course road trip, you start with step one, admit. How do you do that? How do you kind of step back and
do that inventory?
Yeah. Is there a trick to that?
Oh, there's a trick to it. I think it's just about the courage of having it. Because I don't think any of us like to admit our lies or look deep enough in to go, I relied so much on that lie that it's become my reality. And I don't want to be so puritanical. As to say, again, that's why I say admit instead of judge. But I don't want to be so puritanical as to go and admit it and get rid of it. No, I'm just saying admit it. Just bring it to the surface. Yeah, I'm saying this, doing something different. I preach this, but I actually, my actions are just admit it. Just admit them. Just admit them. And I think that's the first step to where we begin to either forgive ourselves and give ourselves some amnesty and go, yeah, I mean, trying to make it through life the best I can. I'm going to let myself slide on that. Okay? And maybe I've been getting away with it for so long. Whole family, my whole network works well on it, okay? Forget this, get to the basic truth of the matter. Let me just admit it. And then it will also help. It'll be easier to then exposed to ourselves, which ones we go, no, I'm not letting myself slide on that anymore. That is actually a lie I've been believing that's been keeping me from getting what I want in life. That's actually a lie I've been living that I haven't admitted that is not allowing me to enjoy life as much as I damn well should be, deserve to be, or I've earned to be. I just sort of let myself. So, man, it's not all the hard stuff. Sometimes it can be a fun thing. Talk about how many times we major in our minors. Let's admit where we sit there and we go, all right, I give myself a 12-hour work day, but I notice I'm spending 8 on my hobbies and 4 on my career. I'm majoring in my minors. Let me admit that. There's the math. Why don't we invert that? How about 4 hours on my hobbies and 8 on my career? First off, just admitting it allows me to go now do the math, or rearrange the math by time of day. I just found a hobby, tennis. First hobby I've had in 25 years. I had to admit that I went to play tennis when I started to love it the first month. I started feeling guilty. I was like, I'm happy. Is it okay to have this much fun? I'm having so much fun. And I'm getting a great workout. And I was like, yes, it's okay. Congratulations. I found something that you're finding quite pleasurable, for straight pleasure. You don't have to forget all this other stuff at the gym and also get a workout. You're getting that too, but you don't have to excuse the pleasure based on, but it's good for you. Damn it. The real reason you love it is you're having so much damn fun at it. I had to admit that. Let myself go. Damn right, I'm going to play tennis again today, tomorrow. It was a simple fun thing. So it's not always about the hardcore stuff that we have to go. This is a deep, dark lie that I've been living by and having me live falsely, having harmful consequences on my loved ones. Some of those are probably arise when we admit. Or it's just having a look around and just saying. And when we admit it, then we go, when we admit a lie, then we become something much more valuable. A bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, the little wink in your eye. I love the distinction.
I'm bullshitting myself on that thing. Yeah, I'm lying. Therefore, if I call it a lie, admit a lie, yep, well, now, yep, I'm bullshitting. Yep. That's just how. Didn't judge it. But now I'm bullshitting. That, I think we can work.
Well, you're an interesting case study because you're one of the most famous, one of the most charismatic, successful humans in the world. There's millions of people love you, hang on every one of your words. That's a hard place to be. How do you call yourself? How do you admit that you've been living a lie? How do you admit yourself in big ways and small ways on lies at this point, given how many people love you, how famous you are?
10 years. I don't know. Someone was talking about yeah, they really admire this so-and-so person. They're not someone who looks in the mirror. And I was like, yeah. Also, I was like, I'll catch myself looking in the mirror a lot. And then I go in and I look at my wife's side of her bathroom. How many different creams and stuff she has out there. Look at my side. I got a lot more on my side. I'm like, oh. I notice how I look working out, maybe doing push-ups, do a few more. A group of people walking by that maybe I'd like to impress. Now maybe I'll do a few more than I'd do if I was on my own. I'm like, you are vain, McConaughey. Yeah. And the knee jerk is, oh, vanity bad. And also I'm like, all of a sudden I became bullshit. I admitted it. I was like, well, bravo, vanity. Let's go, vanity. Let's, instead of putting it in the cupboard, in the lie section, thing, that's it. No, admit it. And then go, what's the value in it? Well, look at it. Actually got in better shape. Actually, I eat better. it's better and have more energy. You know, and that led to being a better husband, better dad, doing something with my kids when I'd rather be over there writing. This work I'm working on, but I know that tomorrow, and when they leave town, they're going to remember this time together. That's a selfish act to go spend that time with your kids. Even though I'd rather not be doing that time, I'd rather be doing something myself. Because when they leave tomorrow, they'll have this great memory that they spent with their dad about where he went. That I could call that vanity. You could group that. You say, I was very vanity. I was for self. Yeah. Because it's also for someone I care about.
Are there people in your life that call you on your bullshit? Give me bad sense to bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it's either I got a pretty fixed threshold for how far I can go with my bullshit. Like what tickles me might bruise others. To watch it.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Because you like bruise others.
But I also talk about the bullshit. That's over there with these mystical successes. It's don't go with it. Don't pull a parachute yet. Let's see how far we can go. Let's see how high we can get. Let's try it one more time. Yeah. Yes, 2 more, please. Yeah. That's where a lot of great pleasure in stories of success. And those are mystical. They don't add up. We're not talking about reason right now. We're not talking logic. Just go. Let's talk about the virtue and making it real.
The old line of fake it till you make it. And what is that? There's something to that.
There's definitely something to it. But I would, where people go fake it, I would go back to Dylan and create it, recreate it, till it becomes, till you make it. So I'll have people call them on bullshit, and a lot of times they're right. I think when I handle it the most healthy way is I admit yes. And I'm aware. So I'm
So you're not like resisting it, denying it.
well, I will, and I have to watch that. I'm like, no, I'm not. That's not what I'm doing. And usually it's coming from people that are going, no, you are. So I wouldn't get it. And then that's where I'm going to lie. And that'll come up to you later, and I'll go, I didn't see it. I didn't see I was doing that. I was either unaware or wouldn't let myself be aware. I was denying that I was doing it.
Would you say that's ego? Has ego been bad or good for you?
Oh, I think I'm so thankful for ego. Does it get off the bridle for me sometimes and run loose and run places and where it's not of service to others and others are loved ones and even strangers? Yes. But I also, when my ego is really strong, it's in sync with serving. It's in sync with where I serve myself. Also serves. It's those two are part and parcel. They're intertwined, and that's eating ego. But I think that we all more of. That's what people talk about selfish. That we need to redefine that. The real truth that is not doing something for self at expense of your neighbor or harming others. For personal profit and pleasure, that also is profit and pleasure for a utilitarian sense more of others. And there's again, like the paradox that I think there's a place, I know there's a place, I believe there's a place where those are in sync. And when my ego's healthy, I'm able to say I'm sorry soon, or a lie, or a misdemeanor, or harm somebody, I'm able to be more empathetic because I got confidence to be so. I'm able to be more humble, but still at my chin high. No, and look in the eye and go, yep, my bad, bogey, guilty. I shanked that one out of bounds, man.
That's beautiful quote. So ego can be constructive, not destructive. You won an Oscar for your performance in Dallas Buyers Club. Can you tell the story of becoming that character, Ron Woodruff? What was the toughest part?
Toughest part, which was the most enlightening part, was getting to know who he was in between the lines. We're based on a life story in an hour and a half of film. And the script's great. But who was he in between the lines? Who was he before he started a business, before he was on the crusade, before he went to alternative medicine? You know, the obvious thing, well, I had to do this all right. That was not. That was just a militaristic decision. This is what I'm going to eat each day. And if I do this each day for a week, I'll lose 2.5 pounds a week. So I'm going to give myself 5 months to do that. 2.5 times out of 10, there's the others, 47 pounds. That was not clockwork. So that was easy. That decision was made. I didn't go to the Pizza Hut buffet and have temptation when I had certain meals. I ate that and the weight just went off my clock. It was the who is Ron Woodruff in between these, and what the gift I got given that gave me the insight to who that man was his. I went to see his family, and as far as I was leaving, his family offered me his diet. And I remember kind of hesitating, going, wow, yes, but I kind of hesitated because it felt maybe a little too intimate of a thing for me to have. I felt like it was kind of maybe infringing a bit, but I opened my hand and took it. And what I got in the diary was I got to know who Ron was before. In little things, the diary he was writing, the dreamer he was, getting all set on a Sunday night, laying his shirt out and ironing it the next morning, making sure there was little pager and had fresh batteries in it because tomorrow morning he was going across town to hook up some speakers. 30 bucks. And getting up that morning and writing about what kind of coffee you drank and how much gas it's going to take to get over across town to do that job and hook up those speakers. And then on the way over, Paige coming in to say, no, we don't need you. We found somebody else to hook up. And here he was all buttoned up, 2 cups of coffee in, hair slicked over, shirt on, a little less than half a tank of gas, enough to get back home. Now where's this Monday?
The hope and the disappointment. You have to take all that in. That's part of that man.
I'm just going to go to Sam and just double cheese bacon burger because Sheila over there, man, she's kind of cute. She always gives me half price on it. Which leads to Roland hanging on till Sheila gets off the work. Sneaking over to the local motel and shagging up room 16. The lucky number 16 with Sheila. Then wandering out that night. Getting home at 1 in the morning. No plans for Tuesday. Maybe later in the week, think about what I'm going to do at work, job. And these little dreams would peak, he'd want to, and then something would happen or he wouldn't follow through or the deal would go down. The deal would go. That, knowing that was in there was where I saw who he was a dreamer. And he just couldn't catch the break. He didn't pop. And then I remembered his family said, like, oh, yeah, he got patents on a whole bunch of things, but he never would. He had things to get patent, but never would follow through to get the government patents. And then later on, you see the product be made or sold on QVC or something, they'd be like, "Come on, that was yours. They stole your idea. You patented it." He'd be like, you know, I never would. There's something beautiful and sad about that let me inside who he was in his heart and who he wanted to be. When he was hoping to be and trying to be, he couldn't quite.
When you go that deep, does a part of him stay in you forever? Are you able to let go?
I hope so. I look. There's a tenacity to survive that I got from him. But look, hopefully I can try and find some of that in different ways and unique character that I go play, because that's if you really want to give a character an obstacle to overcome, a need. I mean, the base one is life and death. Whether that's the need to survive or the need to stave off extinction. I'm not talking about what the rules, the laws are, the social mores, the manners and graces. I'm fighting. You're going to fight for your own life in a world that's not supporting you to do so. There's a wonderful courage of, okay, watch this. What do I got to lose? My life? Or I'm in charge of extending it? Get out of the way. And I'll pick your pocket along, whatever it takes. So there's a tenacity to live by whatever means necessary to survive that I'm reminded of, that I learned from this.
So on that line of survival between life and death, you starred in True Detective, which I think explores some darker aspects of human nature. What did you take from that role, from that experience, philosophically, psychologically?
The freedom of being unknown. He was such a singular character and of a singular mind. And as you know, it wasn't a dance party up there in his mind. It was some heavy stuff. But also, existentially, for him, I was like, death would be deliverance for him. It'd also be a cop-out. It'd also be, he's not a man who's going to give himself amnesty and didn't allow it from the rest of the world. He wouldn't give himself an out. And while living in his head and heart and spirit was more of a hell than arguably dying, it was not no alternative. That's not negotiable for that man. And that's why he was that's why he's the best detective that ever walked the earth. That's why he was such a superhero in a way. To have that singular. You don't go, oh, I wish I was him. No, but you go like, wow. That constitution, that clarity of identity. Talk about a measure in a man's constitution. He didn't allow anybody else to go, especially himself. You wanted him to be a little bit, or give himself a little attitude. You wanted him to like, man, it's Saturday, bro. Can you go on bed? You wanted him to like enjoy, but he was connected to something in his DNA. It was who he was, and something much more baseline truth. And that's why he was such a good detective. So that, but there's an island. As much as that company can be, I said earlier, I'm an Amazon trip, I wasn't enjoying the company. There's parts I think that I maybe gave to myself to Rustin Cole, and also that Rustin Cole is giving back to me. Like, yeah, when you want to pull the parachute because you can't stand the company that you're in, the content in your own mind, it's dialogue, you're driving you crazy. Don't pull the parachute. Stick with it. Go through it.
So you were able to walk around with that tormenting mind.
Torment. I didn't have very much patience for mendacious thought. I didn't have as much patience for small thought. I wasn't tormented.
But the character was, and if you embody. So is that, I mean, does some of that bleed over? Are you able to separate the man you are from the character?
It's not. Look, am I able to separate? Yeah, I came home with my kids. And when they walk out the door and greet me and go, "What you do today?" When you got 3 kids and you're 10 years old, you don't tell them about the scene where you help someone commit suicide. It's just so you turn it into a parable. Actually, I've always said this: having kids has made me a better actor, a better storyteller. Because I have to parabolize certain scenes, and tell it in ways that they go, "Oh, neat," So did I bring it home? I didn't bring torment. Did I bring introspection? Characters for me, and I think this is true for a lot of actors and actresses. It's not a separation. We each have everyone else in us. It's just diving into Russell, knowing where his mind and heart is from the hand of Nick Pizzolatto, who wrote the character and wrote the whole series. Understanding, number one, what the hell am I saying? What's he talking about? Then going deeper into that, well, this person really believes that. What does that say about how they move? Then I'm going all of a sudden, well, who is that in me? What part of my left brain is locked into that? What part of my reptilian brain is latched onto that? This other stuff is non-negotiable. Then I just live in that, and I always call it like a 70s equalizer. Remember the old Latin Bronx equalizer? If you move up to 500 kz, you move up to 60. You just rebalance the equalizer. And we all have. So it's just going to those parts of me where I'll turn up the volume, some parts of the bass, treble on the equalizer, and turn down other parts of myself. And I'm not coming home tormented, as Rothschild called. Am I coming home seeing torment where it should be seen? Am I reading the news differently? Are things coming out of the news and catching my eye as being bullshit or lies or truth that is just hard? And going, yep, yeah. I'm seeing it through a different lens, but I'm seeing my own life through a different lens. A lens that was opened up and an aperture that was opened up through Rothschild.
I mean, the process of being an actor and actress, I guess, is a really interesting way to be a philosopher of human nature.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible.
Really in it.
Dive into the humanities and all the ologies and philosophy. And as I said, I go on to, as I opened up that question, like that, being on an island is a vacation. I am also conscious for 5 months when I'm playing Rust and Coal that this is interesting. I was as strong spiritually with my relationship with God when I did True Detective as I've ever been. Okay? Which you would say, wait a minute. In some ways, those are antonyms. No, but I pretty safely can say that my own strength of spirit in my own personal life and Matthew's life gave me the confidence to go further, deeper into the torture and deeper into the. But it was
This motherfucker barks.
That's the thing. He was not an evil man. I don't even know if you can call him a non-believer, but he was always going after the truth, and the truth burns. And he would take the star and get burned for it. He'd die for it. That something biblical about it. and so, but I don't think it's coincidence that I was had so much joie de vivre, of diving into the depths of that tortured character, because I trusted that when I go out, I'll come up the other side. It's always like jumping in a pool. And can you trust you'll come up the other side and not, you go play a criminal. You trust you're not going to come out the other side a tyrant in real life. You just go, oh, glad I got to go do that. Came out and I still alive, got all my faculties, I'm in jail, whatever it is. And so my own spirituality at that time definitely, I think, gave me a certain trust and confidence to go further into the dark.
It was announced that you'll be starring in the Yellowstone spin-off show. What do you think about the cowboy ethos that permeates Yellowstone and other shows created by Taylor Sheridan? You're a Texan.
I'm Texan. Yeah.
What do you think about that, like, philosophy and way of life?
I admire the simplicity of it. I mean, one way you could explain Yellowstone cost control is what we do to protect land.
Wow, history you're making here, kids.
In a world where
No, but for real, it's the NCC championship. And for as much as I think
there's a capital ethos that deems trespassing more clear earlier
Yeah.
than other hats. I admire that simplicity of right.
And that the simplicity of right and wrong doesn't always coincide with the law.
No, it's above the law. It's, you mentioned something earlier. I don't remember where it was in conversation. It's a little bit of like, okay, law ain't the only.
Suck his grandfather off,
I mean,
his
it
uncle
is.
off, suck his other uncle off, and why don't you just have sex with the young man at that point?
Therefore. And then it is
Yeah,
under law. Talk to them when you get to them. I mean,
There's an honesty to that. It just seems, of course, it's dangerous because it's a slippery slope. Because of the power that power corrupts, it can be a slippery slope where you completely disregard the law and you could hurt a lot of people. But when done right, there feels to be something really authentic and human about that. Protect family, protect land.
Stream sucks. It's the worst. Ever known any worst stream ever?
you know,
I don't even want to get on how it's the worst because it is.
this is a broader question. Piggybacking off of this. Back to the dreams and reality. Evolved species, we don't want to do in creating a digital god and AI, communities and friends that challenge us and things like this come back to hand. But do you think we're a less evolved species than we give ourselves credit for? Do you think we give ourselves credit for being more evolved than we actually are?
I think we do.
I think we need to admit that.
I think probably the cowboy ethos is a step towards admitting that. And that's why it's so
Hey
good.
guys, this is the worst stream
It
ever.
kind of wakes them up
Not even recording.
to realize that we are not so far from our ancestors. That the values of loyalty are really important. Trust on a basic human level.
This is the worst.
I don't know if you can trust others.
I don't know.
I like your little cow.
Well,
Terrible
I
cow.
don't know a trick to it. I do not know a trick to it.
No,
But I do come in,
what would you do? I blitz everybody.
as I believe you do with high trust.
I
come in,
myself
I'm told sometimes I'm told that I trust too much. Sometimes.
Have you been hurt?
Right.
Have you been betrayed?
Um,
And if you have, has that
Yeah.
hurt your willingness to trust?
it hurt, and I put that person and those people in another category back here, and do my best not to let them know that it bothered me at all. But I know when I'm with those people.
By a new person, you're still
No, I'm not going to do that. I think that's the beginning of cynicism, which I think is a horrible disease of getting older. I'm not going to do that.
you're fighting cynicism off as much as
No, no way, no way, no way. And there's no residuals. No win. It's easy, it's clever, it's the laugh, the party, but and if it sleeps well, it shouldn't be.
don't feel comfortable in cynicism. I have to ask you about being a Texan. You're like, well, I think Texas would take me. You were kind of, what's it mean to be a Texan for you? I recently moved to Austin, Texas. Some 2 years in.
All right, all right. Welcome.
What's it mean to be a Texan? Educated.
Texas is about independence. Politically, Texas is not about Republican and Democrat. It's about independence. Independence of spirit, sovereignty. Texas is about exploration. One of the things I love about Texas is I run into so many Texans around the world. Texans have talked to be Texas, conservative, or learn who we are, and go, explore, pioneer, journey, and hopefully you come on back with some goods.
That's nice.
Texas.
And underneath that is this freedom of being an individual and full meaning of that word.
Yeah, well, Texas is liberal on your entrance. Very liberal on your entrance. Less regulation. Hey, welcome. I trust. Sir. Welcome to our state. Come on in. Yes, yes, yes. But if you like cheap steel,
Yeah.
we're conservative on the Constitution.
Yeah, that's a good one. You've briefly pondered running for governor. I don't know if that's in your future. I hope it is. You had a few good lines about it. Do you think about that kind of stuff? About what the future holds in terms of
Yes.
Political office?
I don't think about it in terms of political office. I've graduated to a broader, larger thought of what my future holds and where and would I be most useful as a leader. I think that's a fair word. Whether that's thought, whether that's the leader of my family right now, parents, father, the leader of people that work with me. Politics, it's I'm not going to say it's because it's not small, and I don't. That's why I say that out loud. It's not small. I do think it needs to re-engineer, redefine what its purpose is before, because it's just chasing its own tail right now with the two parties that seem to me to be completely about just invalidation of the opposition instead of vision of themselves. So I think it needs redefinition of what it is, because it is important. That's what I mean. That's what I said. I don't mean small. It needs to think bigger about what it is and how it's useful.
When it seeks to invalidate, it's small. When it seeks vision, it can be big.
Yes. Well, one's affirmative, one's going into that cynicism we're talking about.
Yes.
And validation of any opposing thought, or maybe that we're even opposing. Opposition is an area of term that's too strong. A lot of times, it's not even opposition. Alternative, other than that, another way of thinking about it. Oh, could both be true. Oh, how can we parlay those two ideas? You know, one of the challenges with these ideas of a third party or reaching the middle, it's kind of got this historic notion of being, oh, well, come see, come ça. It's sort of Mr. In Between, kind of go which way. I think done the right way, and it doesn't have to be under a third party's name necessarily, but it's actually an incredibly rebellious position right now. And it's actually, and I love sports, it's tactically the place with which to move most advantageously. I think of a free safety in the game of football. They're in the middle of the field, you're deep. They choose to defend left or right according to the play that's been called by the offense. Similar to the offense, the run back, you read the defense, and then you go run right to run left to go away from that opposition. It's a tactical spot.
To be truly independent and respond. So do you think you have a role in that political office, or is...
I don't know. It's on mine. It's not out of my mental box. And I gave it real sincere thought and discernment for over a year. And it's a wonderful, whether I end up in politics or not, it was a wonderful exercise. One that if anyone else got time to do it. To ask yourself what you would do if you were CEO of the state, CEO, the nation, CEO of the world. That's a great thing to go. You want to get your values in line? Oh, you want to admit where you lie? And throw yourself some pop quizzes. And what if this phone call comes at 4 a.m.? What you got? Who you want to surround yourself with? It's really great questions to ask. And I think it's helped me more microload, be a better father, a better man. Taking considerations that I did not maybe take in as seriously before considering. I don't know if that's in the future. I got to, useful is a big word. I would have to be useful. I have to be useful in that way. And is that my lane to be most useful?
It's a good question for a leader to ask. How can I be useful? I have to ask you about Interstellar. So I think it's an incredible film. I've seen it inspire so many scientists and engineers. It's just philosophers, everybody, humans. It explores space travel, physics of space-time, human nature, human condition, human connection. How has that film expanded your understanding of the universe and our place in it?
Well, it's got the old Mr. Mayor on the corner, how big is that cloud metaphor in it? Because that was the character I played, Cooper. That was the existential question. Head down, practical, stay here, be a father to my children. His dreams, or his children, to go explore space. So he's taking that truck out and the countdown's going down. That's the hinge of the existential question that we all face in some form. The sense of time, which I think everyone loves, that sense of where time can run at different speeds. And there's an incredible scene where Cooper, as a father, is getting video feed from his children who age, and he's realizing he's missed all that.
Yeah.
Overall, that concept makes me consider and imagine. We talk about mystical successes instead of engineered ones, like the engineered ones. There's ethos from that film and what Nolan put into that film and theories that make me go, maybe we are, maybe we're. It makes me go, maybe this is all. It's already all been. It's already all been written. What's happening right now in this flip of time, you're here. 53 years so far. We'll see how many we get. What other parallel timelines are happening out there? Is it small-minded of us to define life on other planets as only something that can live within a climate that has water and this amount of O2? Those terms may be too small. Meaning, we're saying only life has to have water and this amount of oxygen and carbon dioxide. Maybe there's a whole redefinition of the ingredients that other life forms need. It's sure in a similar way to Contact, which is a movie I did, Bob Zemeckis.
Why don't they say end of overtime? Why don't they say
Inspires me that the universe is more active and lively and God's backyard's bigger than I thought. And wow, that's exciting. And people go, now, yeah, you believe in extraterrestrial life? I said, yes, man, I think it'd be arrogant not to. I sure hope so.
You think there's alien civilizations all out there, intelligent ones, just far on distant stars?
I hope so. And I think it's possible. We have many among us right here. Why? And I go for the why not in that, just to keep that train of thought open to learn and consider, those existential questions. I think it'd be arrogant not to.
There's so many hundreds of billions of planets just in our galaxy. I can't imagine there's not life out there. And but I suspect it's very different, like you said, than we are. And we have to have the humility to open our eyes to how different life could be.
And if and when we cross it, unlike we've had tendency to do when we try to go with some nation takeovers, I think it would be our inherent glitch to go in believing that any other life form civilization wants to take over territories. To go into it with thinking that, okay, this is an opposition. I think that's a human trait of ours. And to consider that another life form would have an interest that more land or more territory is good for them. I think it's a shallow idea. I think of it more like, when I think of heaven, those considerations are not in anyone's mind, heart, or intent in the heaven that I think of. So in other civilizations, these things, I hope that we would see and learn that would be the natural side of welcoming. It wouldn't be a primate response to, no, I have fire and you're coming over trying to put it out, or I have food and you're trying to steal my food. I think it would be, I think it's a shallow thought to think that, it's going to be about ownership and we'd be trespassing. I don't think they would have a sense of borders as we do.
I just hope we humans are smart enough to detect and to see aliens. Because of how different they are. We often have a very narrow definition of what is intelligence. It's very possible that trees are extremely intelligent if we kind of zoom out at a different time scale, just look at stuff from a bigger perspective that's outside of being so human-centric.
It's a great quote that someone told me, this astrophysicist told me this. How accurate it is or not, someone else can argue the validity of what I'm about to say or not, but I thought it really was a perspective with me. But look, the universe was created at midnight. Humans came around at 11:59 and 36 seconds. I love little analogies that put that frame, like that make it, oh, yeah, pale blue dot. There it is, that perspective. Something so relaxing and empowering about that at the same time. And humbling, but confidence boosting, allows forgiveness, allows ambition. I just love the perspective of that picture, to picture it that way in our timeline.
Do you hope humans become a multiplanetary species, as we're trying to do, as SpaceX is pushing forward, traveling out to Mars, potentially colonizing Mars, colonizing other planets?
Yeah. Go. I love the ambition of it. I love the pioneering nature of it. I love the extension of what we consider as our backyard becoming more four-dimensional like that. Not at the expense of, we still got stuff to take care of. We got gardens to tend right here. And sure as hell not to not to quit on us. To go, oh, let's get at it because this is really working. No. We got a tithe we're still supposed to pay here. No, that's part of this pressure testing us as a civilization and species. Whether you call that restoration order or whether you call that let's figure out how to adapt the best we can. No, I don't, not at the expense of quitting here on, but let a few select folks explore.
Yeah, because it's like
I say go for it. Please.
One of the coolest things that humans do is kind of embody the human spirit, reach out into the unknown. But it's hard. I mean, as interstellar shows and so on. It's
yeah.
It's
well, and Elon talked about it. It's not going to be a weekend daisy trip. And he's just speculating how hard it could be. Much harder in different ways than he does.
Yeah. But that dance between the impossible and the inevitable, that's definitely there with what SpaceX is doing with all the folks who are trying to become a multiplanetary species are doing. It's really hard. It's like build rockets that fight off gravity in a cost-effective way is really hard. SpaceX is close to being bankrupt several times. It's just hard. But it's also inspiring too. That some people are just crazy enough, bold enough to keep trying. Yeah. What advice would you give to young folks?
What advice would I give?
In high school and college that are thinking of how to make their way in this world?
If you haven't already, can you define what you have an innate ability for and match that with what you're willing to hustle to get? Sometimes we have an innate ability, but we don't want to work for it. We take it for granted. And we end up doing something that may work. May pay the bills. May get us by day to day. But we don't really like it. We have trouble finding a way to enjoy it. Definitely don't love it. And then sometimes we don't know what our innate ability is, and we're hustling and working our tail off and breaking the sweat to do something that we really aren't that good at on an innate level. And that's a good challenge. And you can work and become good at something that you don't have an innate ability for, but if you can match those two, what do you have an innate ability to do? Because what we have an innate ability to do, when we do that well, we do kind of enjoy it.
And one of the things that requires is to kind of be really honest with yourself and what your innate ability is. Because oftentimes there's a lot of noise when you're growing up, people telling you what you're good at, not good at. Like really have to look at yourself, listen to yourself, and inner, like a deep, rigorous self-analysis of what am I actually good at. Not what I hope to be good at, but what I'm actually.
Right. And then if you look at that, and you can define those two, hopefully, this is the worst stream activated in a way where there's a demand for what you supply.
The worst. If anybody's watching this,
You fell in love with the Elvis and
I'm
Cutting.
so lazy.
What advice would you give to people
It's not even
on how to
tweeted.
do
Yeah,
just
I don't know
that?
why they call it that.
How to find love?
And not only that, I don't even have yet hired.
That's one of the subjects being discussed in some
It's
good
one day I'm
time.
gonna have to build up.
Love it. So I can tell you what things I've kind of learned and I'm still learning.
Anyway,
You know, love's one of those mystical successes.
this is the
It
most
doesn't make
boring
sense.
radio station of all time. Really?
It,
This is sleep. This is
you know, when I was before I met Camilla, I was coming on to my late 30s. As much as I'm not a person as guided by timelines, my life did not really add up to what I thought it was going to be relationship wise. I thought by that time I was with a woman I loved, married, and started families. And I hadn't happened. And I did find myself doing that thing I was doing at the Amazon, looking around the corner. Any prospective possible female I met that I was attracted to, I was like, maybe this thing. I make the joke, but it's true. It's like at every red light, I'm like checking out who's next to me in the produce section at the supermarket. I'm like, check who's down in the produce.
That's how bad.
You know, it's like looking.
Everything.
When you're in that zone,
All right, it's 9.
you can also be a little intrusive. You can trespass on
I think I'm
people.
one of those.
You can get outside of yourself. You can be overly impressed and not as involved, and have your own constitution and sit back. Therefore, if you're outside of yourself, you're less attractive
9/11.
to your
People
possible
want to
mate.
sing karaoke at 9/11.
I've got a series of dreams that are written about, but I had one then that was very spiritual. That was me as a 88-year-old bachelor who never got married, and it was a beautiful dream. But on paper, I thought that should be a nightmare. It wasn't. What that dream did for me was allow me to go,
You can tell the difference between it.
find a woman
Yeah. Do it
for you
but don't
and get married. No life.
Well, you got to try.
That may not be.
It's like, it could be a lot of things.
And for the first time, I was okay. Right? More than intellectually, spiritually, I was like, okay. Then I'm moving through the world, and on this particular night, as myself, not intruding, I was inviting. I did see her move across the room. I did not say, who is that? I said, what is that? And then did move to call her across the room. So I did invite, but I was not outside. And I was able to be myself with her, what my eyes saw, everything that she turned out to be. When the lens got zoomed in, more details got known, we began to talk and got more intimate and closer together and spend more time. Became true and then some. And every single thing that I imagined when I saw her move across the room turned out to be true. And things. In the, just the image. We found at a similar moral bottom line about life, each other, how we treat ourselves, what we respect, what our own constitutions were. We had similar perspectives on raising children, which is very important to me. And then we just enjoyed each other's company. And we laughed. And we supported each other. We promoted more of each other. And we lit each other's fire. And if one was rolling, kept dishing. You go again. Take the next shot. More. This was a biggie too. Getting excited for each other's success. Yes. To be able, I think it's very important. We all have jealousy. I get it. It's very important to be able, if you can, be happy for your lover when they succeed or are succeeding or are across the room at the party laughing. with
Hello.
them when it has nothing to do with them.
How about Nicole?
She was, I would be
Well,
away,
yeah,
she would
There.
question and talk. She was happy for me, how excited I was about my date. My date had nothing to do with her.
All right, I do the same for.
And I found myself not telling myself to be happy for her.
All
but
right,
being
you got those
really,
fucking bricks on that
happy for
shitty
her.
island.
And she would tell me about something that happened that day. Her,
They burned
and
down
as much
our
as I went through my
fucking
head, oh, I
White
didn't
House.
get it, I would have been there.
1812.
I was like, no, I don't want to trespass on that. You had that.
All right, so
Independent of me.
what it is,
Bravo.
if it keeps stopping.
That's a choice to me, not
So,
to give any time to the jealousy, to the very natural jealousy that we humans have.
Then
It
they
sure
get all
doesn't have
fucking
any, I don't see the residuals in it.
Well,
It's true. I've got it. I've had it.
that's like
I
saying
have it. I just don't.
you're from Reno or Carson City
I haven't seen it.
versus
It hasn't
North Las
paid
Vegas.
I gotta ask you the biggest possible question. What's the meaning of this company?
Well, they're the
Right?
redheaded
What's the
people.
meaning of that?
Right?
There's that
Nothing
northern part of
common.
the line
Why?
that's associated.
Why are we here?
All right. They're all.
I don't know why we're here. I prescribe to,
Then you got France.
in a religious sense, the restoration order,
They're light.
where to restore order. In a religious sense, I purchased that and love that incentive and love that
But I do how they
that view. But I don't really know why we're here. But I do know, to go back to the front, we are here. That part's inevitable. So now let's flip the script and go to the why not.
You're going to speak like that. Aggressive, mean, stern.
Just keep living. What are we doing? The base of everything, Eric. We can argue on the base of it. All I can come up with is
They're like
just keep living. Yeah? I mean, what else are we supposed to do
you've got
when we
Portugal.
don't have any idea what to do? When we know exactly what we want to do.
You got the bad people who are
Make it
fucking
matter.
up.
Even when it doesn't matter, that matters. Nothing. For what? I don't know. For the fun of it. That matters.
All right.
Yeah, our ability to create meaning and beauty in the mundane and the absurd. It's kind of cool. And we share it with each other. Yeah, we're getting excited. And we create some pretty cool stuff along
All
the way.
that shit.
I mean, I'd say I'm confident enough. I might be arrogant for me to say, but I do believe that we're here to each generation have small ascension.
Then you got what I just consider to be a Soviet Union.
Or else.
Fuck you if you don't consider it. That's just
You know what's for. And we're not really sure what the ascension is for.
Nova.
No.
Just, I just think it's up. I do think it's just up. I do think that it is definitely arrogant to think that we as a species, or generation, or people, or humanity are going to reach the top of the ascended staircase and go, ta-da! I think that is not only false, but I think it's full-hearted, and I think it's a recipe for having more angst and even cynicism we talk about, and unrest and lack of seeing beauty and joy in this life. And life's a verb. Live it as best we can. Hopefully, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I don't have a grand plan, man. I'm just trying to connect the damn dots. I'm confused, frustrated. I don't know what. I don't feel any gravity or building or lineage towards what I'm doing, and I'm just like going, what's that Peterson line? If you don't believe in heaven, do what you can to get as far away from hell as possible. Sometimes it's a great line. Sometimes I'm just trying to man, just don't sink the ship right now. Just keep your head above water. Maintain it. Just try and hold on.
And hopefully give yourself a chance to notice the magic in this life. I try to do that.
Yeah,
When it gets rough.
because it's there. I do believe it's all around us all the time. Just are we on a frequency, and do we allow ourselves to receive it, see it?
You gotta keep it with it.
Yeah, because we look for it too hard. see false idols. And if you don't look at all, become callous and useless.
It's a fun little life we got.
Yeah.
Matthew, I'm a huge fan. I think you're an incredible person. Thank you for everything you've created in this world. Thank you for being a unique human that inspires millions. And thank you for talking today. I was nervous, but you made me feel at home. It's beautiful.
I felt at home talking with you as well. Thanks for sharing that. Maybe go on
Just
and
two Texans.
That's right. I mean, we're all talking Texas. Here we go.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Matthew McConaughey. It's a sports podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me read you the words from Matthew McConaughey himself. Don't walk into a place like you want to buy it. Walk in like
If I
you're
met
home.
somebody from Greenland, I think I would fucking
Thank you for listening.
boy or girl.
Good to see you
Wow.
next time.
Who needs to reproduce? Developers. Numbers. Is that Russia? Is that the Soviet Union? No. Romania? Don't call
The
it by that
following
one word.
is a conversation with Mark
You know it's
Zuckerberg,
Romania.
the second time on this podcast. He's the CEO of Meta that owns Facebook,
Oh, I'm not
Instagram, and WhatsApp.
Zuckerberg. He
All
sucks.
services used by
He's the
billions of
worst.
people to connect with each
Dog,
other.
if you're doing that fucking
We talk
thing
about
with
his
that thing on
vision,
the
the
thing,
future of
it's the
Meta,
worst.
and the future
It's
of
the
AI.
worst. You know it's
Human
9/11
world.
in Manila?
This is the Lex Friedman podcast. And now,
9:23
dear friends,
a.m.
it's Mark Zuckerberg.
So you competed in your first
Jiu-Jitsu tournament, and me as a fellow Jiu-Jitsu practitioner and competitor, I think that's really inspiring, given all the things you have going on. So
He sucks.
I gotta ask, what was that experience
Thinks
like?
he sucks.
Oh, it's fun. I don't know.
Some
Yeah, I
Russians
mean,
are really
I'm a pretty competitive person.
Yeah.
Doing sports that basically require your full attention, I think, is really important to my mental health
Dude,
and
you suck.
the way I
Everyone
just stay
hates
focused to doing everything I'm doing.
Everyone
I
hates
decided to get into martial arts, and
him.
it's awesome. I got a ton of my friends into it. We all train
No,
together.
You don't have friends.
It's like a
If you were
mini
a
academy in my
billionaire, no
garage.
one would hang out. No,
And
guaranteed.
I guess
Guaranteed.
my friends was like, "Hey,
This
why don't you go do a tournament?" I'm like, "Okay, yeah, let's do it." I'm like, "Sure, a challenge like that." So yeah, it was awesome. It was just a lot of fun.
You weren't scared? There was no fear?
I don't know. I was pretty sure that I'd do okay.
I like the compliment.
Um,
Well, so for people who don't know, Jiu-Jitsu is a martial art where you're trying to break your opponent's limbs or choke them
Super dark
to sleep, and do so with grace and elegance and efficiency and all that kind of stuff. It's a kind of art form, I think, that you can do for your whole life, and it's basically a game, a sport of human chess. People think of a lot of strategy, there's a lot of interesting human dynamics and using leverage and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of incredible what you could do. You could do things like a small opponent could defeat a much larger opponent. And you get to understand the way the mechanics of the human body works because of that. But you certainly can't be distracted.
No, yeah, it's 100% focus.
Yeah.
To compete, I need to get around the fact that I didn't want it to be like this big thing. So basically, just I rolled up with a hat, sunglasses, and I was wearing a COVID mask. And I registered under my first and middle name, so Mark Elliott. And it wasn't until I actually pulled all that stuff off right before I got on the mat that I think people knew it was me. So it was pretty low key.
But you're still a public figure.
Yeah, I didn't want to lose.
Right.
You don't.
The
You
thing
can
you're partially
you can
afraid of is not
register
just the
for a
losing,
fucking
but being
jiu-jitsu
able to bear it.
tournament
It's
with
so
a fake
raw,
name,
the
but you
sport,
can't on
in that,
Facebook.
like, it's you and another human being. There's a primal aspect there.
Oh yeah, it's great.
For a lot of people, it can be terrifying, especially the first time you're doing this competing, and it wasn't for you. I see the look of excitement in your face.
Yeah,
It wasn't
no,
fear.
I just think part
It's
of
the
learning
worst.
is failing, right? So, I mean, the main thing, people who train jiu-jitsu, it's like you need to not have pride because of all the stuff that you were talking about before about getting choked or getting joint lock. It's you only get into a bad situation if you're not willing to tap once you've already lost, right? And but obviously, if you're getting started with something, you're not going to be an expert at it immediately. So you just need to be willing to go with that. But I think this is like, I don't know. I mean, maybe I've just been embarrassed enough times in my life. Yeah. I do think there's a thing where, as people grow up, maybe they don't want to be embarrassed, or they build their adult identity, and they kind of have a sense of who they are and what they want to project. And I don't know, I think maybe to some degree, your ability to keep doing interesting things is your willingness to be embarrassed again and go back to step one and start as a beginner and get your ass kicked and look stupid doing things. And, I think so many of the things that we're doing, whether it's this, I mean, this is just like a kind of a physical part of my life, but running the company, it's like we just take on new adventures, and all the big things that we're doing, I think it was like 10+ year missions that we're on, where often early on, people doubt that we're going to be able to do it, and the initial work seemed kind of silly, and our whole ethos is we don't want to wait until something's perfect to put it out there. We want to get it out quickly and get feedback on it. And so I don't know. I mean, there's probably just something about how I approach things in there. But I just kind of think that the moment that you decide that you're going to be too embarrassed to try something new, then you're not going to learn anything.
But like I mentioned, that fear, that anxiety could be there, could creep up on you once in a while. Do you feel that, especially stressful moments, sort of outside of just at work?
Like if you had somebody
Stressful moments, big decision days, big decision moments. How do you deal with that fear? How do you deal with anxiety?
The thing that stresses me out the most is always the people challenges. I kind of think that strategy questions.
How about
I tend to have enough conviction around the values of what we're trying to do, and what I think matters, and what I want our company to stand for. That those don't really keep me up that much. I mean, I kind of, it's not that I get everything right. Of course I don't. Right? I make a lot of mistakes, but I at least have a pretty strong sense of where I want us to go. The thing in running a company for almost 20 years now, one of the things that's been pretty clear is when you have a team that's cohesive, you can get almost anything done. And you can run through super hard challenges. You can make hard decisions and push really hard to do the best work. You can optimize things super well. But when there's that tension, that's when things get really tough. And when I talk to other friends who run other companies and things like that, I think one of the things that I actually spend a disproportionate amount of time on in running this company is just fostering a pretty tight core group of people who are running the company with me. And that to me is kind of the thing that both makes it fun, right? Having friends and people you've worked with for a while, and new people, new perspectives, but a pretty tight group who you can go work on some of these crazy things with. But to me, that's also the most stressful thing is when there's tension. That's that works on me. I think it's maybe not surprising. We're like a very people focused company, and it's the people is the part of it that weighs on me the most to make sure that we get right. But yeah, that I'd say across everything we do is probably the big thing.
So when there's tension in that inner circle of those folks, so when you trust those folks to help you make difficult decisions about Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, the future of the company, and the metaverse with AI, how do you build that close-knit group of folks to make those difficult decisions? Is there people that you have to have critical voices, very different perspectives on focusing on the past versus the future, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think for one thing, it's just spending a lot of time with whatever the group is that you want to be that core group, grappling with all of the biggest challenges. And that requires a fair amount of openness. And, so I mean, a lot of how I run the company is like every Monday morning, we get about the top 30 people together, and this is a group that just worked together for a long period of time. I mean, people rotate in, and new people join the company, people go to other roles in the company, so it's not the same group over time, but we spend, times a couple of hours. A lot of the time it can be somewhat unstructured. I'll come with maybe a few topics that are top of mind for me, but I'll ask other people to bring things. People raise questions, whether it's okay, there's an issue happening in some country with some policy issue. There's like a new technology that's developing here. We're having an issue with this partner. There's a design trade-off in WhatsApp between two things that end up being values that we care about deeply, and we need to kind of decide where we want to be on that. I just think over time, when working through a lot of issues with people and doing it openly, people develop an intuition for each other and a bond and camaraderie. And to me, developing that is a lot of the fun part of running a company or doing anything, right? I think it's like having people who are kind of along on the journey that you feel like you're doing with. Nothing is ever just one person doing it.
Are there people that disagree often within that group?
It's a fairly combative group.
Okay. So combat is part of it. So this is making decisions on design, engineering, policy, everything.
What about some of the
I have to ask, just back to jiu-jitsu for a little bit. What's your favorite submission? Now that you've been doing it, what's how do you like to submit your opponent?
How about somebody made versus?
Well, first of all, I do you prefer no gi or gi jiu-jitsu? So gi is this outfit you wear that maybe mimics clothing so you can choke.
It's like a kimono. It's like the traditional martial arts.
That you can choke people with.
Yeah. So I like jiu-jitsu. I also really like MMA. And so I think no gi more closely tracks with MMA. And I think my style is maybe a little closer to an MMA style. So like a lot of jiu-jitsu players are fine being on their back, right? And obviously having a good guard is a critical part of jiu-jitsu, but in MMA you don't want to be on your back, right? Because even if you have control, you're just taking punches while you're on your back. So that's what
you like being on top.
My style is I'm probably more pressure and I'd probably rather be the top player, but I'm also smaller, right? I'm not like a heavyweight guy, right? So from that perspective, I think, especially because if you're doing a competition, I'll compete with people my size, but a lot of my friends are bigger than me, so back take's probably pretty important, right? Because that's where you have the most leverage advantage, right? Where people, your arms are really weak behind you, right? So being able to get to the back, that's pretty important. But I don't know. I feel like the right strategy is to not be too committed to any single submission. Well, that said, I don't like hurting people, so I always think that chokes are a somewhat more humane way to go than joint locks.
Yeah, it's more about control. It's less dynamic. So you're basically like a medium and
So let's go. Back take to a really good choke. I think it's like the clean.
Thank you. Straightforward answer. Okay. What advice would you give to people looking to start learning jiu-jitsu? Given how busy you are, given where you are in life, that you're able to do this, you're able to train, you're able to compete and get to learn something from this interesting art.
I just think you have to be willing to just get beat down. I mean, over time, I think that there's a flow to all these things. I mean, there's one of I don't know, my experiences that I think kind of transcends running a company and the different activities that I like doing are I really believe that like if you're going to accomplish anything, a lot of it is just being willing to push through, right? And having the grit and determination to push through difficult situations. I think for a lot of people that ends up being sort of a difference maker between people who kind of get the books done and not. There's all these questions about how many days people want to work and things like that. I think almost all the people who start successful companies or things like that are just working extremely hard. But I think one of the things that you learn, both by doing this over time or very acutely with things like jiu-jitsu or surfing, is you can't push through everything. And that's you learn this stuff very acutely doing sports compared to running a company. Because running a company, the cycle times are so long. Right? So you start a project, and then months later, or if you're building hardware, it could be years later before you're actually getting feedback and able to make the next set of decisions for the next version of the thing that you're doing. Whereas one of the things that I just think is mentally so nice about these very high turnaround conditioning sports, things like that, is you get feedback very quickly, right? It's like, okay, like I don't counter something correctly, you get punched in the face, right? So not jiu-jitsu, you don't get punched in jiu-jitsu, but in MMA. There are all these analogies between all these things that I think actually hold that are like important life lessons, right? It's like, okay, you're surfing a wave. It's like sometimes you're like you can't go in the other direction on it, right? It's like there are limits to it. It's kind of what it's like oil. You pump the foil and push pretty hard in a bunch of directions, but like that's at some level, like the momentum against you is strong enough. That's not going to work, and I do think that that's sort of a humbling, but also important lesson for
as you can
people
see,
who are running things or building things.
quite
It's like,
a few going on at once.
a lot of the game is just being able to kind of push and work through complicated things, but you also need to kind of have enough
Those are live.
understanding of which things you just can't push through, where the finesse is more important.
Yeah.
Like, what are your jiu-jitsu lessons?
Well, I think you made it sound so simple or so eloquent that it's easy to miss. But basically, being okay and accepting the wisdom and the joy in the getting your ass kicked in the full range of what that means, I think that's a big gift. The being humble. Somehow being humble, especially physically, opens your mind to the full process of learning what it means to learn, which is being willing to suck at something. I think jiu-jitsu just very repetitively, efficiently humbles you over and over and over and over to where you can carry that lessons to places where you don't get humbled as much, whether it's research or running a company or building stuff. The cycle is longer. In jiu-jitsu, you can just get humbled in a period of an hour, over and over and over and over. Especially when you're a beginner, you'll have a little person, just somebody much smarter than you, just kick your ass repeatedly, definitively, but there's no argument.
Oh yeah.
And then you literally tap, because if you don't tap, you're going to die.
So I'm sure I can get I the Tiger by Survivor. Shout out to Survivor. Shout out to all the people who have ever been on Survivor, anywhere in the world. Shout out to the first Survivor winner, that dude was naked on it half the time. So we were not I the Tiger. Here we go. This goes out to my friends in the Discord. Here we go, friends. Rising up, back on the street. Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times, it happens too fast. You trade your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor ducks his prey in the night, and he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. Shout out to my friends in the Discord, face to face, out in the heat, hanging tough, staying hungry. They stack the odds, still we take you the street for the kill with the skill to survive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. Rising up straight to the top. Had the guts, got the glory. Went the distance, now I'm not gonna stop. Just a man and his will to survive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. The eye of the tiger. The eye of the tiger. The eye of the tiger. That was Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. Shout out to my friends in the Discord. Oh, let us listen. How'd you like that, friend? What up, baby? Fuck them. I leave them on the line. 24/7, 365. You can follow my life going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is essentially, yep, absolutely. This is essentially a time capsule for society. Oh, absolutely. We're going to be major parts of it. 100%. Absolutely. What do you want to say to the people in the future? We'll get them back. There's something called revivification technology where we can bring back people from the dead. All right, well, RIP. Shout out to that person. If anybody wants to bring them back in the future, though, perhaps. I mean, think about it. It's going to seem like a goal to people in the future to bring back that person. Perhaps help him with his autism and his dependence on drugs, and maybe someday be able to clean up his life through revivification technology. Like shit. Hey, do you guys know? Do you guys know what UFC is? You know that it's UFC 310 tonight? No, UFC. It's the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Yeah, it's 310. Well, you don't know what UFC is? Ultimate Fighting Championship? It's like the thing that Joe Rogan does. Yeah. Okay, but like, you know what mixed martial arts are? Yeah, exactly. Essentially. Okay, well, they have one of their championships tonight. It's UFC 310. It's a big deal. Uh, that's a great question. Like 8 different fights. Here, I'll turn it on. Just one moment. You should be able to see me over here. Thank you, my friend. I'm not allowed to take video of anywhere of my room. Uh, some per some some Persian family. No, I live with a family, but not my family. I live with people from Iran. Yeah. Yep. Nope. Yeah. I mean, I have several delivery services that I subscribe to, so they deliver my food and then make it at that. I don't know if it's so cool, but we do have some delivery services. So, yeah, and once every like 2 weeks or so, I just get a big delivery and eat what I need and food I order. No, I get deliveries about I eat constantly. I mean, I got food here and I drink space. I go outside and eat. Some know, some don't. Some know, some don't. The people in the house know, and they just ask that I don't record anyone outside of my room. And um, I used to record in the bathroom, but one time I forgot my camera. I didn't leave it on or anything, but they were just. Yeah, I would love to compare with all. No, I don't need that. I would only want to do it if I have had some people who have visited me to make it on the camera. A guy from Northern California came and visited me earlier this year, and we had a picnic in the park that's like down the street, which was nice. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, so that's on Instagram. And what else? Yeah, I would say that ideally, when this goes viral, I'd like to buy a house and put cameras all over it, everywhere, and you'd be able to watch me watch the entire house. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, you got a lot. You got a lot to watch. I mean, I got more than 3.5 years of footage to watch. Well,
So
I
this
will
is an
advise you this.
agreement.
Just wait until
You could have
AI
killed me
can
just now.
edit
We
it
were
for
friends,
us,
so we're
so
going to
then
agree
it
that
just
you're
gives you
not
the
home.
more exciting part. Because if not, you're going to be watching me sleep a lot and like make my bed. And, so, for the most that's totally fine. People do that. I don't know if I'm cute when I sleep, but I'm an excellent sleeper. I've been doing it since I was a kid. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. So I mean, I'm as open in my life as any person has ever been in the entire world, probably. And I have more data. Please say that I do that. I perhaps, who knows, could have been a deep thing. If I need to, I just go under the covers so nobody knows what I'm doing under the covers. I mean, perhaps in the future they may be able to remove that. Perhaps in the future they may be able to remove different layers of clothing and, parts of my bedding and things so they can see what I do under the covers. But aside from that, it's left to your imagination what goes on. Absolutely. Oh, this one. This. So I'm
Going to, and that kind of humbling process, it just does something to your psyche, to your ego, that puts it in its proper context to realize that everything in this life is like a journey, and sucking through a hard process of improving rigorously day after day after day after day. Any kind of success requires hard work. Jiu-jitsu more than a lot of sports, I would say, because I've done a lot of them. Really teaches you that. And you made it sound so simple. Like, it's okay. It's part of the process. You just get humble.
I've just failed and been embarrassed so many times in my life that, I'm
it's a core competence. Well, yes, and there's a deep truth to that. Being able to, and you said it, that's the thing that stops us, especially as you get older, especially as you develop expertise in certain areas, the not being willing to be a beginner in a new area.
Yeah.
Because that's where the growth happens. Being willing to be a beginner, being willing to be embarrassed, saying something stupid, doing something stupid. A lot of us can get good at one thing and we show that off. It sucks being a beginner, but it's where growth happens. Well, speaking of which, let me ask you about AI. It seems like this year, for the entirety of the human civilization, is an interesting year for the development of artificial intelligence. A lot of interesting stuff is happening. So Meta is a big part of that. Meta has developed Llama, which is a 65 billion parameter model. There's a lot of interesting questions they can ask here, one of which has to do with open source. But first, can you tell the story of developing this model and making the complicated decision of how to release it?
Yeah, sure. I think you're right, first of all, that in the last year there have been a bunch of advances on scaling up these large transformer models. So there's the language equivalent of it, of large language models. There's sort of the image generation equivalent of these large diffusion models. There's a lot of fundamental research that's gone into this. And Meta has taken the approach of being quite open and academic in our development of AI. Part of this is we want to have the best people in the world researching this, and a lot of the best people want to know that they're going to be able to share their work. So that's part of the deal that we have, is that we can get, if you're one of the top AI researchers in the world and come here, you can get access to industry scale infrastructure, and part of our ethos is that we want to share what's invented broadly. We do that with a lot of the different AI tools that we create. And Llama is the language model that our research team made, and we did a limited open source release for it, right? Which was intended for researchers to be able to use it, but responsibility and getting safety right on these
is very important. So we didn't think that for the first one there were a bunch of questions
I
around
do have an interest
whether we
in
should
it.
be releasing
I
this
got an
commercially.
anime section
So
in here that has
we kind of punched on
up-to-the-minute
that for
anime news.
review
I used
of
to
Llama
just look in the
and just
section.
release it for research. And obviously, by releasing it for
So it goes
research,
back, like,
it's out there.
you just see
But companies know
anything
that
anime
they're not supposed to
I'm
create
open to
commercial
anime.
these.
Oh,
And
my favorite
you know,
anime
we're
is probably
working on
like Speed Racer,
the follow-up
which is
models for
a
this
anime.
and thinking through
But
how
I kind of think of a lot
what
of
the
anime in the past
how
was
exactly this should
deeply
work
done.
for following. Now that we've had time to work on a lot more of the safety and pieces around that. But overall, I mean, this is.
I was always a little.
I just kind of think that
was my thing. I think Pokemon Go is
it would
really
be good
society.
if there were a lot of different folks who have the ability to build state-of-the-art technology here.
How you doing, Ken?
You know, it's
Hey,
and not just a
hey,
small
I heard
number
that you were
of
watching
big
this week,
companies.
and I want you to know
But to
I
train
appreciate
one of
it.
these AI models, the state-of-the-art models, is
Whatever fun you
it just
want.
takes hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure, right? So there are not
I'll
that
give you a
many
heads up.
organizations in the world that can do that at the biggest scale
Hey, do
today.
you have any
And
requests?
no, it gets more efficient every day. So I do think that will be available to more folks over time. But I just think like there's all this innovation out there that people can create, and I just think that we'll also learn a lot
Do you have
by
any
seeing
golden
what
stuff?
the whole community of students, hackers, startups, different folks
Give me
build with
some
us, and that's kind of been how we've approached this. And it's also how we've done a lot of our infrastructure. And we took our whole data center design and our server design, and we focused on a compute project where we just made that public. And part of the theory was like, all right, if we make it so that more people can use the server design, then that will enable more innovation. It'll also make the server design more efficient, and that'll make our business more efficient too. So that's worked, and we've just done this with a lot of our infrastructure.
So for people who don't know, we did the limited release in February of this year of Llama, and it got quote unquote leaked, meaning like it escaped the limited release aspect. But it was, that was something you probably anticipated, given that it's just released the research.
We shared it with researchers,
right? So
yeah.
It's just trying to make sure that there's like a slow release.
Yeah.
But from there, I just would love to get your comment on what happened next, which is like there's a very vibrant open source community that just builds stuff on top of it. There's Llama CPP, basically stuff that makes it more efficient to run on small computers. There's combining with reinforcement learning to keep up.
Hey, oh, daylight come and me one go home. Hey, me say day, 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 me say day. Daylight come and me one go home. Work all night long, a drink and rum. Daylight come and me one go home. Stack banana till morning come. Daylight come and me one go home. Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come and me one go home. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come and me one go home. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch. Daylight come and me one go home. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch. Daylight come and me one go home. Hey, me say day me oh. Daylight come and me one go home. Hey, me say day, me say day, me say day, me one go home. Beautiful bunch, alright, banana. Daylight come and me one go home. Like the deadly black tarantula. Daylight come and me one go home. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch. Daylight come and me 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch. Daylight come and me one go home. Day, Me say they me oh, they that. Me say they, me say that, me say they, say they. Mr. Teleman telling me banana. Here I come, make me want to go. Mr. Teleman telling me banana. Here I come, make me want to go home. Hey, 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 like, oh, hey, me say that, me say that, me say that, me say that, me say that. Go. That was the Banana Boat song by Harry Belafonte. Thank you for the opportunity. Next person to go. How are you today, Aston? All right. I wish I could help you, but unfortunately, I can sing for you. That's about all I could do for you. All right. Well, when we do get money, we'll make sure that all your education is paid for, and only good things happen to you. Next song is Bobby McFerrin's "Don't Worry, Be Happy." This goes out to Aston. What'd you say, my man? Oh, sounds great. I love it. All right. Ready, my friend? Here we go. Dude, I'll sing this song with you all night or all day for you. It's like 10 o'clock in the morning there. Shout out to Aston. We're going to do duets. We're going to do group singing. This is going to be amazing. Wait, almost. We're almost there. Let me make sure you can hear it. Here we go. Shout out to XX. Well, feel free to jump in if you want. Here we go. Here's a little song I wrote. Made one to sing it note for note. Don't worry. Be happy. In life we have some trouble, but when you worry, make it double. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. You place to lay your head. Somebody came and took your bed. Don't worry. Be happy. Lord said your rent is late. You may have to lift this gate. Don't worry. Be happy. Be happy. Be happy. Be happy. Don't worry. Ain't got no style. Ain't got no gal to make you smile. Don't worry. Be happy. When your worried face will frown, that will bring you right down. And don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Smile on your face. Don't bring everyone down like this. Don't worry. Sometimes wherever it is, don't worry, be happy. Shout out to my friend Ashton. Shout out to everybody else who's singing along. We're doing group songs karaoke if you want. Does anybody have any requests that we can sing as a group? Excellent. Let's hear it, Ashton. Austin, that was absolutely amazing. Great job. What is it? What's a word for food, everybody? It is social work. Listen, that is just banana boats. Did you guys see how they
About some of the different interesting fine-tuning mechanisms. There's then also like fine-tuning in GPT-3 generations. There's a lot of GPT-4, Alpaca, Colossal AI, all these kinds of models just kind of spring up like run on top of it. What do you think about that?
No, I think it's been really neat to see. I mean, there's been folks who are getting it to run on local devices, right? So if you're an individual who just wants to experiment with this at home, you probably don't have a large budget to get access to like a large amount of cloud compute. So getting it to run on your local laptop, is pretty good, right? Pretty relevant. And then there are things like Llama, CPP, re-implemented it more efficiently. So now even when we run our own versions of it, we can do it on way less compute and just way more efficient, save a lot of money for everyone who uses this. So that is good. I do think it's worth calling out that because this was a relatively early release, Llama isn't quite as on the frontier as, for example, the biggest OpenAI models or the biggest Google models, right? I mean, you mentioned that the largest Llama model that we released had 65 billion parameters, and no one knows, I guess outside of OpenAI, exactly what the specs are for GPT-4. But I think my understanding is it's like 10 times bigger. And I think Google's Palm model is also, I think, has about 10 times as many parameters. Now, the Llama models are very efficient, so they perform well for something that's around 65 billion parameters. So for me, that was also part of this, because there was this debate around, is it good for everyone in the world to have access to the most frontier AI models? And I think as the AI models start approaching something that's like a superhuman intelligence, I think that's a bigger question that we'll have to grapple with. But right now, I mean, these are still very basic tools. They're powerful in the sense that a lot of open source software like databases or web servers can enable a lot of pretty important things. But I don't think anyone looks at the current generation of Llama and thinks it's you're super intelligent. So I think that a bunch of those questions around like is it good to kind of get out there? I think at this stage, surely you want more researchers working on it for all the reasons that that open source software has a lot of advantages. We talked about efficiency before, but another one is just open source software tends to be more secure because you have more people looking at it openly and scrutinizing it and finding holes in it, and that makes it more safe. So I think at this point it's generally agreed upon that open source software is generally more secure and safer than things that are kind of developed in a silo where people try to get security through obscurity. So I think that for the scale of what we're seeing now with AI, I think we're more likely to get to a good alignment and good understanding of kind of what needs to do to make this work well by having it be open source. And that's something that I think is quite good to have out there and happening publicly at this point.
Meta released a lot of models as open source. So the massively multilingual speech model.
Yeah, that was neat.
I mean, I'll ask you questions about this, but the point is, you've open sourced quite a lot. You've been spearheading the open source movement. That's really positive and inspiring to see from one angle, from the research angle. Of course, there's folks who are really terrified about the existential threat of artificial intelligence. And those folks will say that, you have to be careful about the open source stuff. But where do you see the future of open source here? Part of Meta. The tension here is, do you want to release the magic sauce? That's one tension. And the other one is, do you want to put a powerful tool in the hands of bad actors, even though it probably has a huge amount of positive impact?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think for the stage that we're at in the development of AI, I don't think anyone looks at the current state of things and thinks that this is super intelligence. And the models that we're talking about, or the Llama models here, are generally an order of magnitude smaller than what OpenAI or Google are doing. So I think that, at least for the stage that we're at now, the equity is balanced strongly, in my view, towards doing this more openly. I think if you got something that was closer to super intelligence, then I think you'd have to discuss that more and think through that a lot more. And we haven't made a decision yet as to what we would do if we were in that position. But I think there's a good chance that we're pretty far off from that position. So, I'm not. I'm certainly not saying that the position that we're taking on this now applies to every single thing that we would ever do. And certainly inside the company, we probably do more open source work than most of the other big tech companies. But we also don't open source everything. And a lot of our core kind of app code for WhatsApp or Instagram or something, we're not open sourcing that. It's not like a general enough piece of software that would be useful for a lot of people to do different things. Whereas the software that we do, whether it's like an open source server design or basically things like Memcache, or like a good, it was probably our earliest project that I worked on. It was probably one of the last things that I coded and led directly for the company. But basically it was a caching tool for quick data retrieval. These are things that are just broadly useful across like anything that you want to build. And I think that some of the language models now have that feel, as well as some of the other things that we're building, like the translation tool that you just referenced.
So text to speech and speech to text, you've expanded it from around 100 languages to more than 1,100 languages.
Yeah.
And you can identify the model can identify more than 4,000 spoken languages, which is 40 times more than any known previous technology. To me, that's really, really, really exciting in terms of connecting the world, breaking down barriers that language creates.
Yeah, I think being able to translate between all of these different pieces in real time, this has been a kind of common sci-fi idea that we'd all have, whether it's earbud or glasses or something that can help translate in real time between all these different languages. And that's one that I think technology is basically delivering. So I think that's pretty exciting.
You mentioned the next version of Llama. What can you say about the next version? What can you say about like what you're working on in terms of release, in terms of the vision for that?
Well, a lot of what we're doing is taking the first version, which was primarily this research version, and trying to now build a version that has all of the latest state-of-the-art safety precautions built in. And we're using some more data to train it from across our services, but a lot of the work that we're doing internally is really just focused on making sure that this is as aligned and responsible as possible. And we're building a lot of our own. We're talking about kind of the open source infrastructure, but the main thing that we focus on building here are a lot of product experiences to help people connect and express themselves. So we're gonna. I've talked about a bunch of this stuff, but you'll have an assistant that you can talk to in WhatsApp. I think in the future every creator will have kind of an AI agent that can kind of act on their behalf, that their fans can talk to. I want to get to the point where every small business basically as an AI agent that people can talk to for to do commerce, customer support, and things like that. So there are going to be all these different things. And Llama, or the language model underlying this, is basically going to be the engine that powers that. The reason to open source it is that, as we did with the first version, is that it basically it unlocks a lot of innovation in the ecosystem. Will make our products better as well, and also gives us a lot of valuable feedback on security and safety, which is important for making this good. But yeah, I mean, the work that we're doing to advance the infrastructure, it's basically at this point taking it beyond a research project into something which is ready to be kind of core infrastructure, not only for our own products, but hopefully for a lot of other things out there too.
Do you think the Llama or the language model underlying that version 2 will be open sourced? Do you have internal debate around that, the pros and cons and so on?
This is, I mean, we were talking about the debates that we have internally, and I think the question is how to do it, right? I mean, I think we did the research license for V1, and I think the big thing that we're thinking about is basically like what's the right.
So there was a leak that happened. I don't know if you can comment on it for V1.
We released it as a research project for researchers to be able to use, but in doing so, we put it out there. So, we were very clear that anyone who uses the code and the weights doesn't have a commercial license to put it into products, and we've generally seen people respect that, where it's like you don't have any reputable companies that are basically trying to put this into their commercial products, but by sharing it with so many researchers, it did leave the building.
But what have you learned from that process that you might be able to apply to V2 about how to release it safely, effectively, if you release it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think a lot of the feedback, like I said, is just around different things around how do you fine-tune models to make them more aligned and safer. You see all the different data recipes that you mentioned, a lot of different projects that are based on this. I mean, there's one in Berkeley. There's just like all over, and people have tried a lot of different things, and we've tried a bunch of stuff internally. So we're making progress here, but also we're able to learn from some of the best ideas in the community, and I think we want to just continue pushing that forward. But I don't have any news to announce on this. If that's what you're asking. This is a thing that we're still kind of actively working through the right way to move forward here.
The details of the secret sauce are still being developed. I see. Can you comment on what do you think of the thing that worked for GPT, which is the reinforcement learning with human feedback? So doing this alignment process, do you find it interesting? And as part of that, let me ask, because I talked to Jan LeCun before talking to you today. He asked me to ask, or suggested that I ask, do you think LLM fine-tuning will need to be crowdsourced Wikipedia style? The crowdsourcing. So this kind of idea of how integrate the human in the fine-tuning of these foundation models.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting idea that I've talked to Jan about a bunch. And we were talking about how do you basically train these models to be as safe and aligned and responsible as possible. And there are different groups out there who are doing development, test different data recipes in fine-tuning. But this idea that you just mentioned is that at the end of the day, instead of having one group fine-tune some stuff and another group produce a different fine-tuning recipe, and us trying to figure out which one we think works best to produce the most aligned model, I do think that it would be nice if you could get to a point where you had a Wikipedia-style collaborative way for a kind of a broader community to fine-tune it as well. Now, there's a lot of challenges in that, both from an infrastructure and like a community management product perspective about how you do that. So
haven't worked that out yet.
But just,
But as an idea, I think it's quite compelling, and I think it goes well with the ethos of open source and technology, is also finding a way to have a kind of community-driven training of it. But I think there are a lot of questions on this. In general, these questions around what's the best way to produce aligned AI models, it's very much a research area, and it's one that I think we will need to make as much progress on as the kind of core intelligence capability of the models themselves.
well, I just did a conversation with Jimmy Wales, the founder of Wikipedia. And to me, Wikipedia is one of the greatest websites ever created. It is a kind of a miracle that it works. And I think it has to do with something that you mentioned, which is community. We have a small community of editors that somehow work together well. And they handle very controversial topics, and they handle it with balance and grace, despite sort of the attacks that will often happen.
A lot of the time. I mean, it has issues just like any other human system. But yes, I mean, the balance is, I mean, it's amazing what they've been able to achieve. But it's also not perfect. And I think that's, there's still a lot of challenges.
Right. It's the more controversial the topic, the more difficult the journey towards quote unquote truth or knowledge or wisdom that Wikipedia tries to capture. The same way AI models will need to be able to generate those same things, truth, knowledge, and wisdom. And how do you align those models that they generate something that is closest to truth? There's these concerns about misinformation, all this kind of stuff that nobody can define. And it's something that we together as a human species have to define. Like, what is truth? And how to help AI systems generate that. And one of the things that language models do really well is generate convincing sounding things that can be completely wrong. And so how do you align it to be less wrong? And part of that is the training, and part of that is the alignment. And however you do the alignment stage. And just like you said, it's a very new and a very open research world.
Yeah. And I think that there's also a lot of questions about whether the current architecture for LLMs, as you continue scaling it, what happens? And a lot of what's been exciting in the last year is that there's clearly a qualitative breakthrough where, you know, with some of the GPT models that I put out and that others have been able to do as well, but I think it reached a kind of level of quality where, wow, this feels different, and like it's going to be able to be the foundation for building a lot of awesome products and experiences and value. But I think the other realization that people have is, wow, we just made a breakthrough. If there are other breakthroughs quickly, then I think that there's the sense that maybe we're closer to general intelligence. But I think that idea is predicated on the idea that I think people believe that there's still generally a bunch of additional breakthroughs to make, and that it's we just don't know how long it's going to take to get there. And, you know, one view that some people have, this doesn't tend to be my view as much, is that simply scaling
Only if
the
I have a
current
consent.
LLMs and, you know, getting to higher parameter count models by itself will get to something that is closer to general intelligence. But
You allow one
I tend to think that there are
my course
more
in the event of my death.
fundamental steps that need to be taken along the way.
But still, the leaps taken with this extra alignment step is quite incredible, quite surprising to a lot of folks. And on top of that, when you start to have hundreds of millions of people potentially using the product that integrates that, you can start to see civilization transforming effects before you achieve super, quote unquote, super intelligence. It could be super transformative without being a super intelligence.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that there are going to be a lot of amazing products and value that can be created with the current level of technology. To some degree, you know, I'm excited to work on a lot of those products over the next few years, and I think it would just create a tremendous amount of whiplash if the
number of breakthroughs keeps, like, if there keep on being stacked breakthroughs, to some degree, industry in the world needs some time to kind of build these breakthroughs into the products and experiences that we all use, so that we can actually benefit from them. But I don't know. I think that there's just a like an awesome amount of stuff to do. And I think about like all of the, I don't know, small businesses or individual entrepreneurs out there who now we're going to be able to get help coding things that they need to go build things, or designing the things that they need, or we'll be able to use these models to be able to do customer support for the people that they're serving, through WhatsApp without having to. I think that's just. I just think that this is all going to be super exciting. It's going to create better experiences for people and just unlock a ton of innovation and value.
So I don't know if you know, but what is it? Over 3 billion people use WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram. So any kind of AI-fueled products that go into that, like we're talking about, anything with LLMs, will have a tremendous amount of impact. Do you have ideas and thoughts about possible products that might start being integrated into these platforms used by so many people?
Yeah, I think there's 3 main categories of things that we're working on. The first that I think is probably the most interesting is there's this notion of like you're going to have an assistant or an agent who you can talk to. And I think probably the biggest thing that's different about my view of how this plays out from what I see with OpenAI and Google and others is, everyone else is building like the one singular AI, right? It's like, okay, you talk to ChatGPT, you talk to Bard, you talk to Bing. And my view is that there are going to be a lot of different AIs that people are going to want to engage with, just like you want to use a number of different apps for different things, and you have relationships with different people in your life who fill different emotional roles for you. And so I think that they're going to be people have a reason that I think you don't just want like a singular AI. And that I think is probably the biggest distinction in terms of how I think about this. And a bunch of these things I think you'll want an assistant. I mentioned a couple of these before. I think like every creator who you interact with will ultimately want some kind of AI that can proxy them and be something that their fans can interact with, or that allows them to interact with their fans. But this is like the common creator problem. Everyone's trying to build a community and engage with people, and they want tools to be able to amplify themselves more and be able to do that. But you only have 24 hours in a day. So I think having the ability to basically like bottle up your personality and or like give your fans information about when you're performing a concert or something like that. I mean, that I think is going to be something that's super valuable. But it's not just that. Again, it's not this idea that people are going to want just one singular AI. I think you're going to want to interact with a lot of different entities. And then I think there's the business version of this too, which we've touched on a couple of times, which is I think every business in the world is going to want basically an AI that, and if you have your page on Instagram or Facebook or WhatsApp or whatever, and you want to point people to an AI that people can interact with, you want to know that AI is only to sell your products. You don't want it, recommending your competitors' stuff, right? Yeah. So it's not like there can be like just one singular AI that can answer all the questions for a person, because that AI might not actually be aligned with you as a business to really just do the best job providing support for your product. So I think that there's going to be a clear need in the market and in people's lives for there to be a bunch of these.
Part of that is figuring out the research, the technology that enables the personalization that you're talking about. And not one centralized, godlike LLM, but one just a huge diversity of them that's fine-tuned to particular needs, particular styles, particular businesses, particular brands, all that kind of stuff.
And also enabling people to create them really easily for the for your own business, or if you're a creator to be able to help you engage with your fans. And I think that's so yeah. I think that there's a clear kind of interesting product direction here that I think is fairly unique from what any of the other big companies are taking. It also aligns well with this sort of open source approach because, again, we sort of believe in this more community-oriented, more democratic approach to building out the products and technology around this. We don't think that there's going to be the one true thing. We think that there should be kind of a lot of development. So that part of things I think is interesting. We could go, probably spend a lot of time talking about that and the kind of implications of that approach being different from what others are taking. There's a bunch of other simpler things that I think we're also going to do. Just going back to your question around how this finds its way into like what do we build. There are going to be a lot of simpler things around. Okay, you post photos on Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp and Messenger, and like you want the photos to look as good as possible. So like having an AI that you can just like take a photo and then just tell it like, okay, I want to edit this thing or describe this. It's like I think we're going to have tools that are just way better than what we've historically had on this. And that's more on the image and media generation side than the large language model side, but it all kind of plays off the advances in the same space. There are a lot of tools that I think are just going to get built into every one of our products. I think every single thing that we do is going to basically get evolved in this direction, right? It's like in the future, if you're advertising on our services, like do you need to make your own ad creative? It's no, you just tell us, okay, I'm a dog walker and I'm willing to walk people's dogs and help me find the right people and like create the ad unit that will perform the best, and like give an objective to the system, and it just kind of like connects you with the right people.
Well, that's a super powerful idea of generating the language. Almost like rigorous A/B testing for you.
Yeah,
it works to find the best customer for your thing. I mean, to me, advertisement, when done well, just finds a good match between a human being and a thing that will make that human being happy.
Yeah, totally.
And do that as efficiently as possible.
When it's done well, people actually like it. It's I think that there's a lot of examples where it's not done well and it's annoying, and I think it gives it a bad rap. But yeah, and a lot of the stuff is possible today. Obviously, A/B testing stuff is built into a lot of these frameworks. The thing that's new is having technology that can generate the ideas for about what to A/B test. So that's exciting. So this will just be across like everything that we're doing. Right, all the metaverse stuff that we're doing, and it's like if you want to create worlds in the future, you'll just describe them, and it'll create the code for you. So
the natural language becomes the interface we use for all the ways we interact with the computer, with the digital.
More of them. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, which is what everyone can do using the natural language. With translation, you can do it in any kind of language. I mean, for the personalization, it's really, really, really interesting.
Yeah.
And it unlocks so many possible things. I mean, I, for one, look forward to creating a copy of myself.
We talked about this last time.
But this has, since the last time, it's become...
Now we're closer.
Much closer. Like, I can literally just have me interact with some of these language models. I can see the absurd situation where I'll have a large... or a Lex language model, and I'll have to have a conversation with him about like, hey, listen, like you're just getting out of line and having a conversation where you fine-tune that thing to be a little bit more respectful or something like this. And yeah, that's going to be that seems like an amazing product for businesses, for humans, just not just the assistant that's facing the individual, but the assistant that represents the individual to the public, both directions. There's basically a layer that is the AI system through which you interact with the outside world, that has humans in it. That's really interesting. And you that have social networks that connect billions of people, it seems like heck of a large scale place to test some of this stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the reason why creators will want to do this is because they already have the communities on our services. Yeah, and a lot of the interface for this stuff today are chat type interfaces, and between WhatsApp and Messenger, I think that those are just great ways to interact with people.
So some of this is philosophy, but do you see a near-term future where you have some of the people you're friends with are AI systems on these social networks, on Facebook, on Instagram, even on WhatsApp, having conversations with some heterogeneous, some is human, some is AI.
I think we'll get to that. And if only just empirically looking at, and Microsoft released this thing called Xiaoice several years ago in China. It was a pre-LLM chatbot technology so it was a lot simpler than what's possible today. And there was tens of millions of people who were using this, and just really became quite attached and built relationships with it. And I think that there's services today like Replica where people are doing things like that, and so I think that there's certainly needs for companionship that people have, older people. I think most people don't have as many friends as they would like to have, right? If you look at, there's some interesting demographic studies around, like, the average person has the number of close friends that they have is fewer today than it was 15 years ago. And I mean, that gets to this is the core thing that I think about in terms of building services that will connect people. So I think you'll get tools that help people connect with each other are going to be the primary thing that we want to do. So you can imagine AI assistants that just do a better job of reminding you when it's your friend's birthday and how you can celebrate them, right? It's like right now we have that little box in the corner of the website that tells you whose birthday it is and stuff like that. But it's at some level you don't just want to send everyone a note that's the same note saying happy birthday with an emoji, right? So having something that's more of a social assistant in that sense, and that can update you on what's going on in their life, and how you can reach out to them effectively, help you be a better friend. I think that's something that's super powerful too. But yeah, beyond that, and there are all these different flavors of kind of personal AIs that I think could exist. So I think an assistant is sort of the kind of simplest one to wrap your head around. But I think a mentor or a life coach, someone who can give you advice, who's maybe a bit of a cheerleader who can help pick you up through all the challenges that inevitably they'll go through on a daily basis. There's probably some role for something like that, and then all the way you can just go through a lot of the different type of kind of functional relationships that people have in their life. And I would bet that there will be companies out there that take a crack at a lot of these things. So I don't know. I think it's part of the interesting innovation that's going to exist is that there's certainly a lot. Education tutors, right? It's I just look at my kids learning to code, and they love it, but it's they get stuck on a question and they have to wait till I can help answer it, right? Or someone else who they know can help answer the question in the future. There will be a coding assistant that they have that is designed to be perfect for teaching a 5 and a 7-year-old how to code, and they'll just be able to ask questions all the time, and it'll be extremely patient. It's never going to get annoyed at them, right? I think that there are all these different kind of
Might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sometimes she's here, you can take a break. Hot air balloon at the door space. Yeah, but I don't care, baby. Hey, because I'm happy to come on. If you feel like I'm wrong without. I'm happy to belong. If you feel happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy to belong. If you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy to belong. If you feel like that's what you want to do. You come back to just talking this and that. Yeah, you get all we got and don't hold it back. Yeah, but you probably warn you I'm just fine. Yeah, no offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy to belong. If you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy to belong. If you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy to belong. If you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy to belong. If you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, so let me down. Bring me down. Bring me down. The level's too high. Bring me down. Bring me down. Bring me down. Set it on the ground. Bring me down. Bring me down. Bring me down. The level's too high. Bring me down. Bring me down. Bring me down. Set it because I'm happy. Let me know if you feel like I'm without you. Because I'm happy to belong if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy to belong if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy to belong if you feel like that's what you want to do. I'm happy to belong if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy to belong if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy to belong if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy to belong if you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, bring me down, say no, bring me down. The level's too high, bring me down, say no, bring me down. Said because I'm happy to belong if you feel like a room without you. Because I'm happy to belong if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy to belong if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy to belong if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy to belong if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy to belong if you feel like happiness is the truth. I'm happy to belong if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy to belong if you feel like that's what you want to do. That was Pharrell Williams with Happy. Thank you for the opportunity to say. Next person to go. Up we've got Dance, Cake by the Ocean. Feel free to sing along if you know the lyrics. Oh no, you walking around like it's a funeral. Not so serious, no other people. We just getting started, don't you tiptoe, tiptoe. It's time for the masterpiece, yo, it's time for the masterpiece. You should be rolling me, you should be rolling me. You real life fantasy, you're a real life fantasy. You move so carefully, let's start living dangerously. Oh, to me, baby, I'm knowing what to do, sweet crazy, uh-oh. So you don't want to go, you crazy. Keep on hoping we'll be taken by the ocean. One for me, baby. Be telling you'll be right okay. But you got my to go for it tasting. Keep on hoping we'll be taken by the ocean. See you licking frosting from your own hand. One another takes I'm begging, yes, ma'am. I'm tired of this candy on the dry land, dry land. Oh, it's time for the masterpiece. You are time for the masterpiece. Oh, you should be rolling me. You should be rolling me. You're a real life fantasy. You're a real life fantasy. Looking at so carefully. Let's not let the danger say, oh, stop to me, baby. I'm going right from this. You think crazy. Let's do some money. Go crazy, crazy. Keep on hoping we'll be taken by the ocean. I'll keep you, baby. I'll be wherever you'll be there. We will all. Let's do some money. Go crazy, crazy. Really hoping we'll be taken by the ocean. Keep on hoping we'll be taken by the ocean. We'll be hoping we'll be taken by the ocean. Talk to me, girl, talk to me, baby. I'm going by the place, sweet to baby, let's do some other go, crazy, crazy. Keep on hoping we'll be taken by the ocean. Talk to me, baby. I'll be there by you, be there for me. Let's do some other go, crazy. Keep on hoping we'll be taken by the ocean. Vanilla, chocolate in my life. Confetti, I'm ready. I need it every night. Red velvet, vanilla, chocolate in my life. You're the hope will be cake by the ocean. That was Dance, Cake by the Ocean. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. Chris Mabel. folks. Really impressive all what you're doing. John, you got the Big Ten championship. You got UFC 310. You got ACC championship. This is
relationships or functional relationships that we have in our lives that they're really interesting. I think one of the big questions is like, okay, is this all going to just get bucketed into one singular AI? I just don't think so.
Do you think, well, this is actually a question from Reddit, what the long-term effects of human communication when people can talk with, in quotes, talk with others through a chatbot that augments their language automatically, rather than developing social skills by making mistakes and learning? Will people just communicate by grunts in a generation? Hey, do you think about long-term effects at scale to the integration of AI in our social interaction?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mostly good. That question was sort of framed in a negative way, but I mean, we were talking before about language models helping you communicate with. It was like language translation helping you communicate with people who don't speak your language. At some level, what all this social technology is doing is helping people express themselves better to people in situations where they would otherwise have a hard time doing that. So part of it might be, okay, because you speak a language that I don't know. That's a pretty basic one. That I don't think people are going to look at that and say it's sad that we have the capacity to do that because I should just learn your language, right? I mean, that's pretty high bar. But overall, I'd say there are all these impediments. And language is an imperfect way for people to express thoughts and ideas. It's one of the best that we have. We have that, we have art, code.
Well, language is also a mapping of the way you think, the way you see the world, who you are. And one of the applications, I've recently talked to a person who's actually a jiu-jitsu instructor, said that when he emails parents about their son and daughter, that they can improve their discipline in class and so on, he often finds that he comes off a bit of more of an asshole than he would like. So he uses GPT to translate his original email into a nicer
Yeah.
email,
I
a
we
more
hear this all the
polite
time.
one.
We hear this all the time. A lot of creators on our services tell us that one of the most stressful things is basically negotiating deals with brands and stuff, like the business side of it, because they're like, I mean, they do their thing, right? And the creators, they're excellent at what they do, and they just want to connect with their community, but then they get really stressed. They go into their DMs and they see some brand wants to do something with them, and they don't quite know how to negotiate or how to push back respectfully. And so I think building a tool that can actually allow them to do that well is one simple thing that I think is just like an interesting thing that we've heard from a bunch of people that they'd be interested in. But going back to the broader idea, I don't know. I mean, I just Priscilla and I just had our third daughter.
Congratulations.
And it's like one of the saddest things in the world is like seeing her baby cry, right? But like it's like what? Why is that, right? It's like because babies don't generally have much capacity to tell you what they care about otherwise, right? It's not actually just babies, right? It's my 5-year-old daughter cries too because she sometimes has a hard time expressing what matters to her. And I was thinking about that and I was like, well, actually a lot of adults get very frustrated too because they have a hard time expressing things in a way that, going back to some of the early themes, that maybe is something that was a mistake, or maybe pride or something. Like all these things get in the way. So I don't know. I think that all these different technologies that can help us navigate the social complexity and actually be able to better express what we're feeling and thinking, I think that's generally all good. And there are always these concerns, like, okay, are people going to have worse memories because you have Google to look things up? And I think in general, a generation later, you don't look back and lament that. I think it's just like, wow, we have so much more capacity to do so much more now. And I think that'll be the case here too.
You can allocate those cognitive capabilities to like deeper, nuanced thought.
Yeah.
But it's change. So with just like with Google search, the additional language models, large language models, you basically don't have to remember nearly as much. Just like with Stack Overflow for programming, now that these language models can generate code right there, I find that I write like maybe 80%, 90% of the code I write is not generated first and then edited. You don't have to remember how to write specifically different functions.
Oh, that's great. And it's not just the specific coding. I mean, in the context of a large company like this, before an engineer can sit down to code, they first need to figure out all of the libraries and dependencies that tens of thousands of people have written before them. And one of the things that I'm excited about the work on is it's not just tools that help engineers code; it's tools that can help summarize the whole knowledge base and help people be able to navigate all the internal information. I think that's in the experiments that I've done with this stuff. I mean, that's public stuff. You just ask one of these models to build you a script that does anything, and it basically already understands what the best libraries are to do that thing and pulls them in automatically. I think that's super powerful. And that was always the most annoying part of coding, was that you had to spend all this time actually figuring out what the resources were that you were supposed to import before you could actually start building with it.
Yeah. I mean, there's, of course, the flip side of that, I think for the most part is positive, but the flip side is if you outsource that thinking to an AI model, you might miss nuanced mistakes and bugs. You lose the skill to find those bugs. And those bugs might be, the code looks very convincingly right, but it's actually wrong in a very subtle way. But that's the trade-off that we face as human civilization when we build more and more powerful tools. When we stand on the shoulders of tall and intolerant giants, we could do more, but then we forget how to do all the stuff that they did. It's a weird trade-off.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it is very valuable in your life to be able to do basic things too.
Do you worry about some of the concerns of bots being present in social networks? More and more human-like bots that are not necessarily trying to do a good thing, or they might be explicitly trying to do a bad thing, like phishing scams,
Yeah.
like social engineering, all that kind of stuff, which has always been a very difficult problem for
Yeah.
social networks, but now it's becoming almost more and more difficult.
Well, I think that there's a few different parts of this. So one is there are all these harms that we need to basically fight against, and that's been a lot of our focus over the last 5 or 7 years is basically ramping up very sophisticated AI systems, not generative AI systems, more kind of classical AI systems, to be able to categorize and classify and identify. Okay, this.
Sling and think like it's run out of style. So how about you, baby? Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to happen. It's on like Donkey Kong. Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? All right, that's what I like to hear. And you're gonna have it in 3, 2, 1. Why haven't you accepted the invite, son? Wow, so you already did. That was amazing. Excellent. I hope all the practice that you've gotten here against Pfizer and me is beneficial. Remember that time when Riser accepted? You hear this? You hear this, kids? This motherfucker's openly cheating. Use your phone like a real person. Well, you're gonna have to live, son. Let's see you play like a man. Use your phone. Yeah, I want to see what it's like to play you without cheat codes. Watch Zoot just tears the shit out of us. Hey, Riser, don't type, dog. It gets in my way. It was unfortunate. You should have been able to go all the way down. Whatever it is, I think it's smart to just leave it short. I mean, because if you go in the water, it's a wasted shot. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this move. Bet you like that move. Oh, don't worry. Dude's got it. That's what I'm talking about. Now it's fair. Oh, I love this hole. This is my favorite hole. Facts, baby. Best hole there is. How is it cheated? Hit my ball. Oh, perfect. I don't know if you gave me the game, but you gave me the hole. Look at everybody's using my strategy. Oh, you fucked me. Yeah, you know what? That is a hole in one. We've never had that. Wow, you got a hole in one on this hole. So that opens up things completely that I never recognized before. You can get holes in one on these holes, on a lot of these, but it's very, you need like somebody else's assistance. Dog, that's a hole in one, big dog. Look at this move. Oh, dude, Zoot is so good at this hole. Oh, that's why you're so good at it. Oh, is that beautiful? That is beautiful. I tend to agree with them. I think it is. What did you think of them? How'd you like that move? You think I'm gonna get the turkey? I'm fucked. You guys are gonna give me 0. Wow. I am getting fucked. That's hole 3. Big hole here. Riser is extremely good at this hole. Extremely good at this hole. Look how good it is. It's just gotta be exactly perfect, like perpendicular to the wood or the bricks or whatever. Not like that. Not like that. I knew it was coming. Oh no way. You douche. Water bomb. Oh, look at this move. That was beautiful. Thank you for the points, Riser. Yes. Oh no way. No way. Go, 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 go. That would have been amazing. Now you know what it's like on a phone, son. Yes, you have. Look, look how short you are. Another short one. Yes, we did. Wait, you just gotta get it. Short. Hit my ball. Perfect. Almost. Thank you. Hit that tree. Hit that tree. If it doesn't hit the tree, that tree fucks me. That tree fucks me. Oh, look at this shot. Look at this shot. Wait. Get all the way down. Darn it. Go. That's okay. Riser might hit your ball. This putt's a win. Oh, shoot, that was a good shot. What was that? Who's going to get second? It doesn't have enough speed. Riser's going for second place. Nice. Barely. I think, oh, good. Dude is pretty good at this hole. Oh, that's a good putt, man. Unfortunate. I like to leave it short. That's terrible, unfortunate. Terrible. Are you kidding me? We're all suckers. That's a good putt. Just be short. Short. Perfect. Don't get in my way. That's short. That's good. Dude's got a chance. Oh, that's not an easy putt. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? What happened at the end there? It like gained speed. I hate this hole, and Riser's very good at it. Oh, what a beautiful putt. Show me how it's done. No, just do exactly what you did. Bounce it off the corner. No, that's in the trees. I don't know what you're doing. That's all right. You're still in my way. Oh, what a great putt. What a great putt. What a great putt. Are you serious? I missed it. I'll take the point. Riser got a perfect game going. I like this whole thing. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's a perfect putt. What? Okay, good for the dog. Are you fucking serious? No, this ball's in my way. Are you fucking serious? What a great putt. Are you serious? God, what the fuck? Don't go in the water. Don't go in the water. Dude, you have an easy putt. Easy putt. Oh, don't do it again. Are you fucking serious? Wow. He's got a perfect game going, folks. This is my favorite hole. Of all of them, this is my favorite hole. But it sucks that I'm not going first. Ooh. No. What in the fuck, dog? You can help me for shit. You're about to, son. Don't hit it tall. Yeah, no help from you. Dude just lost himself a point. I love this hole. I love this hole. I stopped the perfect game. I don't know how. Oh, that's a perfect putt. Oh shit. Oh shit. Just go off the edge, dog. That's even worse. Hit my ball. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Not perfect. Dude, you need more of an angle for that. Are we talking 2 shots? Yeah, I've seen him get it from where I am now. He's got it. Yeah, I think if you're those left and right arrows are very powerful. Seem to be more powerful than the down. No, not like that. Maybe like that. Oh. Riser. Riser gets his first win on a phone. Fuck you, man. I knew you were playing too bad. Remember that time, dude? Dude, what are you doing? Riser, will you please ask Dude what he's doing? There we go. Dude, do your little 76 trick. Are you fucking serious? That's the best shot I've ever had on the field. Hit my ball. Thanks. I appreciate it, dog. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Are you fucking Serious? No fucking way. You got first? No. Didn't you? No, we did not. We did first. Ah, hit the tree. No way. Dude, how did you not think that was right? I have a perfect game going. I have a perfect game going. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, secret hole. Riser, go to the secret hole. There you go. You can make it. Okay, then don't. Good shot. Good shot. Oh, he got fucked. That other tree's gonna fuck. Wow, that was the biggest shot of the night. Be the shot. Be the shot. I do. I see it. Riser. A good shot from Riser. Too bad Zook to go hit. That's all trees. All trees. Off the tree, baby. Off the tree. That's what I wanted. But guess what? That tree was there. Oh, is that a good shot? Hit my ball in. Yeah. No. I have a perfect game going. I have a perfect game going. I mean, after 3 holes. Oh, this is my worst hole. Ah, right in my fucking way. Hit both our balls. Too short. Too short. Are you serious? Oh! Stop. I never made it to that fucking hole. Oh, you walked there. Look at this. I got all these hats. The towel is in the hole. Oh, that was a good shot. The ice one. The one that we just played a couple of rounds ago? No, it'll be the ice one. It'll be ice one truckers. Ice one. By the shadow. Oh, this is a hard one. Oh shit. That's not good. Me too. Me too. Hashtag me too. Dude, hit that. You win there, dog. Oh, ooh, good shot. Are you fucking serious? Water bump. He ended my perfect game. Champion. Here we go, friends. Take out the tree. There's a secret hole. Oh, is that? I'll take that. Dude, that's a good shot. I think it's okay. Oh, shoot. What a nice. Interesting. I need an excellent shot. Not right there. Get that. Get it. Oh, right over. I got a chance to look at this man. There's a chance to miss. It's not a good one. You're not even gonna get a chance to go. Maybe. Blast it. Make it. Here we go, baby. Hit those trees. Give me the shot. Riser. Dude's basically cooked. He's right. Come on, baby. Oh, good. Riser. Good shot. Dude, quit with the text, dog. That should be made illegal. What do you think's better, shooting it like this? All right. What do you think? Just like a light shot trick? Stop. Stop. Man. Are you fucking serious? Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Dude, going to steal the hole, right? That's what I'm talking about. Dude, steal the hole. No way. Oh, the ball with it. Go in the water. Oh. Wow. No. Oh, what a great shot. There goes my favorite game. Dude, make it. Short. Wow, that changed things. Riser is not mathematical and oh, I hate this one. Are you serious? You fuck. Water. Okay. Water. Oh, wait. Go, 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 go. Perfect. Oh, that's perfect. That's good. I didn't fuck up. You fucked me up. I was there and never moved up. Tough shot. Yeah, I know. I have to make it. I can't believe I just fucked myself. I still got the win. I still got the win. Yes, I did. It added a win. That's all that matters. Just win, baby. I got the win. Hey, dude, hit the ball off the bat. I'm in the green. It's way too strong. Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot. Listen, perfect. What a beautiful shot. Don't touch my ball. Oh, I took a 10-foot shot. Look how beautiful that was. Come on, babe. You really rely on this tree. It's the tree. Water buck? What a comfort. Water bucket. No, look at fucking bullshit. Worst shit ever. Make it too. I'll take it. I'll take it. Bullshit. Everybody knows that bullshit. Absolute garbage. Oh, rising. I think that's oh, oh, God. Oh, what a beautiful shot. What a beautiful shot. You said you took that as a hostage? Oh, for sure. As somebody with it myself, yeah. water buff. What's this water buff is like? What a great water buff. What a great water buff. Oh, don't get my phone. Whatever. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Just go off the edge, though. Just go off the edge, though. This is bullshit. Yes, he is. Stop it, too. You won't be able to stop shit. Make it. Oh, in the water. Are you serious? How doesn't that go in the water? Try to make it too. Hey, I just that's right. Well, I beat you to straight up. I don't worry about it. Are you serious? Make it. Straight up make it. Just straight up make it like a man. No, not close. I love that. Well, I don't have Tourette's to my knowledge, but I'll take a look. But I love riding the boards. Oh wow! Oh wow! Right? Delicious, right? Oh, oh. Are you fucking serious? I'm fucked. How did you get it so hard? That's good, mate. fucking serious? Oh, fuck this. I fucking watch you. Dan Reiser keeps getting to go first. Reiser's gonna get the oh, there's wood there, man. Oh, perfect. This is pretty damn good. Reiser, are you fucking serious? This has treats hard. Ready for this shot, too. Oh, was it? What is that? Very quick with the ice cream. Oh, come on. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Watch me. Ice crossing, right? Ice crossing. Look at this. Ready for this? Stop. Look. I fucked up your perfect score. But still get a perfect score. See? No. Bounce it off the pinwheel, dog. Pinwheel. Pinwheel. Dude, that's not a good shot. It's gonna go miles back. Pinwheel. There you go. Now you can help them. Or yeah. But that's not the perfect game. you fucking serious? Thanks for all the help, dude. Thanks for all the help. So much help. I need like an amazing partner. He fucked up major. Dude, hurry up or don't. Oh no. Dude, that's a terrible shot. I didn't win. He's gonna get a back still. There's a chance. Dude, you have to. No, we're gonna look at that one. Fucking serious? Just get it through that. No, dude, you're terrible. That you're throwing the game. Has to make this. I did. Hey, remember when Riser was talking about how good he was, and his iPad, and something on Nick, and then all that comes through, it's the wrong win. Are you ready for the shot? Okay. What? Everybody. Oh, it's you. Oh, oh, God. I love how you say it's not that bad, and then don't put it. Oh shit. Take out the trash. Or short. Oh, what a you're welcome. Well, it's been fun. Got a chance to make this. Off the nose. Look at this comeback. It's good. Bacon's good. I love this. That's the ball. What did you do? Why did you take out his ball? I need to help you with that shot. Lord, this Duke's perfect but I just still like that's a shot. That was but I just Duke's gonna get this lead. Duke lost the lead. What's the percentage? Are you serious? That one sucks. No, no. No. Are you serious? Too far. Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot. Not necessarily. Not the policy. If he blocks you, block him. You just gave him the win. If you would have blocked him, I could have made it. All time. Yeah, performance enhancement with an iPad. I don't get to go first. What are you talking about? I'm not going first. I know you think that the most goes first every time, but it's randomized. Dude, shut the fuck Rice it an easy shot. There's no update. It's bullshit. Fake news. Did we get the cost? Get the cost of homicide. People about that's the cost. Oh my god. I like that, dog. Fuck me up. Oh my god. What's that? I put this ball right in front of the balls. Yep. Okay. Right. Represent the west side. No chapter, right? Are you serious? I have a perfect game going. So good, guys. I think it's tough. There's also in the hole where the kayak, a little mini, that was a good shot. Do you think the space, if it, do you think it's equidistant from the top to the bottom? Like it's easy to get in from the top? Oh shit. Oh man. I'm gonna get 0 points on this one. There goes my perfect game. Bullshit. That's some bullshit. I want somebody to beat this in the first one. First try. That's a good try. Fucking shit. No, I mean, try it. It's a terrible shot. Put this in the bar. Oh, will you not put it in the bowl? I don't know if I don't know if I'm able to have people stuff. I really don't think I can. I would have, but my brain was stuck. Dude, we will not hit the ball so that we can see this. Miss your shot, Reg. All right, let's see it. Oh, you can. All right, last shot. Make it soon. Amazing. Well, we know that's a round. I don't know if it's a good one, but right? Rice is really good. Oh, I can miss just about it. Oh man, same. No way. What are you doing? Rice is gonna try to bounce off of the tree. Get in front of his ball. Get in front of his ball. No. What are you gonna do about something like that? Short. Oh, perfect. Perfect shot. Oh, I was getting sexy. I was getting sexy. Dude, get my ball. I know a little bit of a trick on this one. Do it. If you want to know the trick, it's you can hit it off those trees in the hole. One shot. I'm not kidding. No, not like that. Just hit the like that. There you go. Just like that. Just like that. That's perfect, man. Get there. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. He did. Watch me get it. Get the like beautiful shots. Everybody. All right. We need visor to back it in. Terrible shot. Do it. what a great shot. Oh, what a great shot. Get the flag. Ricer's kind of fun. Dude, don't make it. Because I can make it and then he makes it and I can win. Dude, if you make it. Oh no. All Ricer has to do is basically part. Dude, just make it. Oh, what am I doing? I have confidence in you. Get away from the ball. Dude, make it and I tie for the win, man. Too hard. What are you doing? Ricer has to make this putt, and he does. Dude, blasted it. Horse shit. I love this hole. I love this hole. That's not what you did. Oh, what a beautiful shot. There you go. There you, no, it's, what are you doing? Oh, what a shot. Woo! Wow. Oh, what a double trouble. Best weekend. Oh, Duke has his first lead of the game. Make it in the hole on the first try, dude. Not like that. Dude, there's a hole on the left. All right, this think it's terrible? Hit my ball. Thank you. Oh, but dude, look at you fucked me. Are you fucking serious? I don't like this one. There's a way, I think, to like frog. What do you call it? Frog jump? But not that. What do you call it when you leapfrog? Leapfrog. Leapfrog. Oh, what a great shot. Leapfrog, dog. You know, like a frog, you jumps over the back. Taking a shortcut. Oh no way. Shortcut. Yeah. This is a big shot. Leapfrog. Oh shit. Dude is like the turtle that's mixed with two rabbits. Perfect, dude. Hit that right there. Hit that ball. Yes. Short. Oh no way. Are you serious? Oh, what a good shot. Watch this. Thank you. Push me forward, dude. Oh, perfect. Oh, oh yeah. That would have blocked you. That would have. Dude, block him. How's your day going, Beth? Yeah, you almost said it. Sure. So, Saturday Night Live doesn't normally come on till like but I think that's a big house. See if I can get it from like a New York. Is that ass munch? Okay. Yo, pimp. Whoa, yo, what's going on? No. How are you? How are you? What did they like before? Is this like the decision because all the women rejected them? Or you know this person? I'm homophobic at all. Yeah, what's going on? How you living, man? Jumpstar, what's good, man? Are you guys in Are you guys in Miami? Shout out to you, man. Oh, still dancing, boy. What up, man? you live in Pip. What's good in your neck of the woods? Hey, you know what's UFC? Sounds good, man. Peace, bro.
Lace that leg around the left side. Lace that leg right there. Great balance there by Ian Gary. And again, he finds the outside. Shot comes on his best. That right elbow back. Almost.
About 4 minutes gone by. I guess you score some of this clinch work, but just one significant strike has landed.